battle has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
Summing up all the fortune of the realm. Come on, I say now to wipe out the traitors. The earth trembles as we gather ashore for the lands we swear to own. For our kingdom pain. Vi sörger, cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, fields of the fallen, blood-washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world stay and fortify. You will be our silent eye. Come seek us out. We will be there to give them reckoning. Oh, you shall wait at the city gates. You shall guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps. Hear our malice. For every soul they took away. We are and take our aim. Bring down the fire like just another vagrant race. To think we would stand in their way. Oh, face them up, for we are true to our name. Once, a steal course. Strike twice, redeem this world. We'll take our bombs, we'll make amends here. Where they bring down, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on down. 'Cause we must live up to our name. To those who intend on our red, we refuse to let you have the final say. Strike once, and still the flow. Strike twice, redeem this world. We'll take our bombs, we'll make amends here. Where they bring down, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on down. 'Cause we must live up to our name. Strike once, we can't let go. Strike twice, redeem this world. praying that you're predator. The voices call for blood. Who are we not to listen? Who are we not to listen? Who are we not to listen? Turning their whole world into dust and ash. We'll bleed their whole world dry. Down to the last one. Show them who we are. None of their lies will remain. Dark clouds move closer, burnt with the deepest red. Oh, beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands
变革轰然来袭。峡谷已是人心博弈。厉兵秣马，落子无惧。棋盘之上，携一子去九州，乾坤未定。这一手步步为营。驰歌试马少年们，这个夏天，寸土必争。
Welcome everybody to the LPL. As you can see, I'm coming live from Shanghai. There's the Bund on your screen as we come towards another day of LPL, another set of best of threes and Munchables. I'm joined by Troubling today as we head into the action. We've got RA versus OMG and RNG versus BLG coming up, so definitely some stonkers coming our way here, Trouble.
Hello. Happy to be casted with you again, Munch. I think we casted once over in spring, and I'm very excited to be paired up with you like again. We're gonna have lots of fun. RA versus OMG, different rosters. Again, I can't stress enough how fun Fearless has been to watch, especially when games go into the third one.
Yeah, I mean, Fearless Draft has been getting a little bit crazy. Let's take a look at the results from yesterday as we move into today's games. WE 2-0 over LGD, JDG 2-0 over EDG. I will say, EDG looked way better than that 0-2 shows. They are no longer a 17th place team. I'm willing to declare it.
Okay, you're saying this right now, but if they do end up getting 17, that's on you, Munch. I hope you know that one.
Honestly,
however,
if that EDG team gets 17th place, I give up. Like there is no redemption at that point for any of those players. Right, go watch the VODs. Go watch the VODs. Today, though, RA versus OMG coming your way. First of all, these guys both looking for a little bit of redemption after their first series. And then RNG versus BLG. BLG will be the last team to play. Every other team has played a series. This will be the first series for BLG returning from MSI.
Absolutely. Debut for BLG right here, especially versus an RNG that looks kind of hungry, you know. I was watching your guys' cast with Namera, and Namera was like, man, RNG, you know, falling from grace. And it's like, we're 0-1. Who are we going to face? BLG is the opponent. They're debuting, you know, from not a very desirable result, I would say, from MSI. So they're definitely going to take it out on whoever they face. And this time around, it's going to be RNG on the second series.
Yeah, I feel like BLG, sure, they may be less practiced on the patch. Maybe they've had less time to get used to this one. But honestly, when you just look at those rosters against each other, how can you not favor BLG? It's just not possible. Let's talk about our first series today, though. RA versus OMG coming your way. And I think we should talk about the group to start off, Trouble, because we were just talking about this behind the scenes. This is a tough old group to get out of. OMG and RA, you can see in Group C, they've got Top Esports and LNG to beat if they want to make it to Group A in the second stage. I don't know. Okay. Like, today would begin that journey, but it's a hell of a journey to make.
I want to ask everyone to hold on to my thoughts just for a second, because I was trying to persuade Munch like literally 3 minutes ago. There is a chance either OMG or RA can make it out of this group. If you remember, LNG in spring, they did very well, and then they did really poorly later on into the split. So there are those glimpses of LNG not doing that great. RA, OMG, new members in the roster. Now, all they need is for both OMG and RA to potentially upset LNG or Top Esports. And for OMG and RA, they need a very solid 2-0. So in this best of series and the rematch between the two, the same team needs to win for a potential one of them to be able to upset and make it out. So I guess the road to greatness could be starting today.
It could be. And like you say, game difference is everything. So a 2-0 today matters a lot. One thing I will say, looking across those groups as well, WE 2-0 so far. Great little start to the split for the new version of WE. It does feel like they've improved over the break. We'll see if they can keep that ball rolling. RA versus OMG though. I think one of the most exciting things to talk about is the mid lane here, because Vikla for RA, really terrible start to spring. Did have a few better games towards the end of the spring split. Did feel like he was warming into things a bit. And Angel, on the other hand, coming into this split, really had a rough series going up against LNG, like solo kill in lane by Scout. There could be a potential weakness there for OMG that RA could exploit.
Absolutely, and I feel like for Vikla, I got used to him playing together with Nayu over in spring, and it felt like these two were going to throw their lives 5-6 minutes into the game to take those void grabs, that either lose the game right there or win the entire series right there. Now, of course, with Xiaohao jumping in, it's completely different, right? He's coming from Weibo, completely different playstyle, and I feel like we're gonna have to see again how Vikla sort of pairs up with that mid-jungle synergy.
See Dre joining that roster as well. But on OMG, you can see Starry, the main AD carry now. If you've been following OMG for a while, you'll be wondering, where's Abel gone? Well, Abel's contract expired. He's no longer with the team. So Starry will be the main AD carry at this point. And it does bring up a question of how this team are going to approach the game, right? Because you and I were talking before the broadcast about how OMG in Spring Split, a lot of their drafts came towards comfort towards the end, like Xiaofeng getting on the Viego, global mid laners for Angel, getting things like the Samira, for Abel, like Rakan as well for PB God. Well, with Abel not having those, Abel's not on the roster, right? So the option of those really aggressive AD carries. Yeah, it could be an option, but it depends on what Starry is willing to bring to the table, and I wonder if that does change how OMG approach the game.
I felt like when I was watching OMG, when I saw them out of the comfort, they looked a little bit lost on the map in terms of what to do. But once you gave that Viego over to Xiaofeng, once you had PP God onto the Rakan, it just all seemed to click together. And I feel like these are the times where the team can actually go back and vote review and have the coaching staff sort of look over the games and see why the players feel more comfortable in XYZ champions and what makes them glue together in terms of the champions and the way they synergize together to find more sort of pairings for the players, but also the entire composition to make them work like this on champions that they might not be as comfortable as the Viegos, the Ezreals, and the Rakans.
Yeah, we'll see what they come up with. I will say, having comfort in specific compositions may not favor you when we're doing Fearless Draft. It becomes harder and harder to get comfort compositions the longer a series goes on. You see RA on your screen here, getting ready for the game. I really hope we can see a little bit more from RA, because I feel like, you know, both OMG and RA, their first series, a very difficult series to play. Like top esports, what were the odds that RA were beating top esports in the first series? Pretty low, right? However, the early games actually looked decent. They were winning some of the skirmishes. They were finding a couple of good picks and things. So I'm cautiously optimistic about what this early game can look like for RA. And I feel like OMG, like I said before, perhaps a team that doesn't necessarily have the same strength that we have seen them have in previous splits. I think there is a chance for RA. I do still think OMG are a favorite, but I want to see a fairly aggressive or at least proactive early game from RA to try and emulate what they did versus top esports.
I'm actually loving the fact that you bring this up, because I was very surprised to see Assume on something like the Kog'Maw. Out of any champion that can use the lethality items down in the bot lane, he completely shoved that aside. He picked the Kog'Maw. Now, asterisk here, the caveat was that the whole draft wasn't necessarily centered around that Kog'Maw, and it didn't necessarily complement the champion and how he wants to play. So if they want to bring it back, there are so many different champions they can pair it up with to make it work, because I feel like Asum was one of the huge reasons as in why top esports didn't find it that easy to close out the first game.
Yeah, I feel like in a lot of those fights as well, he was kind of vibing. Like, he was so far away from the action, just blasting those autos out. Obviously, there were a lot of AD carry bans in that series as well, so Kog'Maw being the one that he ended up leaning towards in the end. But yeah, I was very surprised to see a Kog'Maw. It actually didn't look like that bad of a pick, so maybe that could open up a can of worms. I would be surprised if we see more Kog'Maw today, but you know, it would be nice. I'd certainly be up for it if that could be an option.
Yeah, game 3, a bunch of 80 carry bans. You already have picked 2 of them, so you can't play them. You know, anything can happen right here.
Yeah.
Again, for RNG and Rare Atom, they did not have the best finish in Spring Split. Obviously, OMG managed to make it into the playoffs, but like just about. They ended up going out in literally the first round. And for RA, this could be the redemption arc. We saw 2 new members coming in, Xiaohao into jungle and Sway for support. And we're like, okay, we're looking forward to watching that Rare Atom sort of play, and then bang. First best of series versus top esports. There was a little bit more to be desired, and they did show glimpses of hope in this particular series, but I feel like the real challenge is going to be versus OMG, because I feel like they're more fairly matched.
Yeah, like you mentioned, last split, OMG were pretty much, them and WE and IG were sort of gatekeepers, right? 8 and 8, OMG 8 and 8 in series score, 19 and 18 in game score. So like pretty much as par as you could get for middle of the table. And I hope they can at least maintain that. And you know, when you look at the way that these groups are set out, the expectation would be that OMG are going to go into Group B in the second stage of the tournament. However, that does open up an opportunity for OMG, because I think if they move into that lower group, there's a very real chance that they are one of, if not the top team in that lower group.
Absolutely. I feel like all of the teams that you just mentioned that were just about making it into the playoffs in spring, they definitely have a huge chance of making through that Group B. And the funny part about this whole format that we're playing is I feel like it was worded so eloquently by the people who were doing the whole bracket and explaining how the LPL works. They were like, hey, total 4 teams, they're going to have the absolute privilege of getting ready from 2025 before anyone else. And I was like, you know what, I'm here for it. That means they're not going to be continuing in summer, but hey, if you get to prepare so early for 2025, you're going to be an absolute powerhouse in 2025.
Yeah, what a privilege. What a privilege to be eliminated. Yeah, we'll see We'll see who gets that absolute honor later on in the split. Hopefully, neither of these teams. We'll see. I mean, I guess play today could be one of the things that decides that type of thing where, you know, you don't want to be looking to be right at the bottom of the group. Both of these teams 0-1 right now. Whoever wins this one ties that scoreline up. Whoever loses will be 0-2. That's not a place that any team wants to be.
Not gonna lie, I feel like Rare Atom right here have better chances potentially making it out of the group, because they're the ones that have lost to top esports. And ideally, in a world where all the textbook notes come to life, top esports should be making it out of this group as first place, and then we're looking for LNG to possibly claim second. Now, OMG has already lost to LNG 0-2, and Rare Atom, no shame losing 0-2 to top esports, one of the top teams in the entire league. However, this series is again so important because one of these 2 teams could potentially make their arc out of this group, and I feel like Rare Atom has more chances because they have yet to play LNG, and they did show a pretty solid face versus top esports.
We'll have to see. And, you know, like you say, plenty of games still to come. Obviously, it's double round robin too, so if a team can improve over time, they have many chances to make a mark in this group. But again, I do think it'll be a mountain to climb to try and... can you imagine? Imagine the scenario, you know, for anyone that doesn't know the new format that well, basically the top 2 teams out of each group and the bottom 2 teams will be separated into 2 larger groups. There's Group A, which is the top 9 teams, and then Group B, which is the bottom 8 teams. Can you imagine if top esports or LNG were in Group B? Like, if they don't come out of that group with a flawless record at that point, then it's an absolute travesty for the organization. Like,
I mean,
these
I'm
are
sorry,
two
man.
organizations that should be dominating, you know?
Hey, if they make it into Group B, then that means anything can happen. I'm
Well,
sorry.
that's
I'm just
true,
bringing,
that's
I'm just
true.
bringing the bold truth right here. Now, as we're moving
Alright.
into the draft, and of course when we have Fearless right here, there is a common theme that I've noticed for a lot of these teams. In game number 1, a lot of teams will try to get the Skarner over for themselves. Obviously, it's not going to be the case here because OMG banned it on red side. But it has been the case for a lot of the series that Skarner will be locked in on blue side, and then it will be permaban for the entirety of the series. So in terms of, hey, we're going to see a draft in game 1 and then it's going to be swapped to the other side for game number 2, I can't necessarily say that I have seen that. Teams have been extremely creative in figuring out different playstyles for each game, sort of differentiating the way they want to play that early game. Tristana banned here, Skarner banned here. These are usually the first two that you see be one.
So Corky going to be locked in. I wasn't sure if it was maybe going to be a Rumble first pick up in that top side. We've seen that starting to sneak in a little bit more, although it's not exactly a champion that jumps to mind when you think of Xiaoshu specifically. Think typically of the Kazante, the Aatrox. Aatrox really not been a pick we're seeing much this split, so we'll see what Xiaoshu's going to lean on. As Varus open and available, the Ashe has been banned, so won't be able to see that double range combo in the bottom side. But you could also just go for your priority of the AP junglers here.
I feel like they're gonna have to pick their poison right here. There's a little telling ban of Nidalee on the side of RA and locking in an AD mid lane as the Corky. I think it's very telling that you want to move towards something like the Karthus potentially for Xiaohao in the jungle. And Xiaofang is gonna have to try and choose something that can actually punish the Karthus. Now, of course, we know and we have said that Viego, there we go, is his goal for champion that he would pick into anything and everything. However, not the best jungle you can play into something like a Karthus. However, he's also a farmer himself. Oh, they're
So
gonna
there's
drop the
that.
Karthus.
That's that Rumble that we talked about. One thing I will say, Jue goes for the owner. Corky is technically a flex pick. We've not seen it bot just yet, but I'm telling you guys, it is playable bot. So we'll see if that's something that they flex. Angel hovering the way here. Wouldn't be too surprised to see that. Just a very solid mid. I think Hui is starting to separate himself as one of the highest priority mid laners in LPL right now. You've got like the Tristana, which I'd say is like absolute first pick territory.
Yeah.
But then beyond that, you've got like Talia, you've got Hui, there's a bit of Jace coming in. Like, it doesn't feel like there's that many really good options. LeBlanc obviously showing her face and having a few good games.
Ooh, and the Blanc be banned here. There's two reasons for that. One, you're either trying to force the mid lane pool to be snipped enough that Vikla actually takes the Corky mid lane, and that Hui can have a pretty good time. You know, after Lost Chapter, you can perma-clear as well the wave, so you don't have any problems pushing that Corky back in lane. And they're trying to make sure that no threat is going to be coming towards Angel's way on that way, because no matter how powerful this champion is, it's also very susceptible in the early game into going down, especially if you push a little bit too hard over, and they haven't necessarily seen the jungle that Xiaohao is going to be playing yet. So it could be very dangerous. Double right there. It's like, hey, if you put the Corky mid lane, you can't play Ziggs bot. If you put the Corky bot, you can't play LeBlanc mid. Take your points.
Yeah, two tanks banned away as well on that top side, trying to set up a Xiaoshu to have a dominant laning phase. AP God, looking at the I mean, I don't think there's any reason not to pick Nautilus. I feel like almost any composition Nautilus works. It's fine into Leona. Like, why would you not just go for that? Looks like it will be the Corky going towards it. You know, with the LeBlanc ban, I thought maybe I'd called the first Corky flex, but alas, it does seem that the Corky will go to mid lane for Vikla. Jhin being hovered here for Assume. It's something that we've seen a fair bit of, and with an AP top laner and quite possibly an AP jungler, it'd certainly work out.
Yeah, Jhin sets up really well for the Rumble as well, opening the critical, the slows that come in, the way that you're zoning members through, so that our Rumble ultimate gets to hit the most members possible. The pairing is like absolutely incredible. It's not going to be the Karthus actually. I thought that was going to be the case, but then the team would be a little bit too squishy. So Xiaohao is going to resort towards that Xin Zhao. And I was about to say there is Ornn still available in the top lane with Kazante and Sion being banned away. And it would be something that could very well start very easy fights versus a very immobile Rumble, Jhin, and Corky. However, we'll see if Q wants to go towards maybe the Udyr instead.
So Cube going for a pick that honestly has
Not a
just
fan.
ceased to exist in the LPL pretty much. If I'm not mistaken, this is the first Udyr of the entire split. I'm pretty sure I've not seen it previously. So Cube kind of bringing the pick back, which, you know, back in spring, this was very much flavor of the month, first pick, first ban. But it kind of just fell out of the meta. A lot of players not really utilizing it particularly efficiently. We'll see how Cube's going to do, bringing it back after multiple other tanks were banned. And I think one of the big bits of logic here is having a big beefy front line to block that Jhin.
Yeah, absolutely. Together with the Nautilus as well, they can both create so much space for Angel Sway and, of course, the Varus to be able to put down so much damage. And you mentioned how absolutely broken pretty much Sway is, and I wanna reference a little bit back to Fofo because he had some fantastic games, not only in spring but also right now in summer with the Way. A lot of the fights that we saw him play, they were won literally 1v9. But the way that Way can control choke points so freakishly well, especially when you've got the priority into those neutral objectives, into the river, through the choke points. So I'm expecting that Rare Atom will want to take control. OMG will want to take control of those neutral objectives first to be able to use that Way to zone out opponents. However, I'm looking at Rare Atom and I'm loving what they have so much. Engage that is non-committal from super far away. The Jhin, the Leona, everything that they can pin down people with without having to commit their bodies.
See if they can find that lockdown and turn it into more. I'm hoping for a good early game from RA here. I'm hoping they can take it to OMG. I'd say OMG on paper are the favorite, but looking a little weak against LNG, showing some weaknesses, and RA showing a solid early game against Top Esports. Not the most potent Gyos I've ever heard.
I think both teams got some, you know? I think both teams got...
Yeah, OMG definitely got a lot more than RA did. I think there was about 4 blokes in the audience shouting RA, but is what it is. Is what it is. See how this one's going to go down. Looking towards the junglers to start things off because, you know, anytime there's a Viego in the game, you've got to keep your eyes on him because if you can snowball in that early game, you could take over the game so efficiently.
I'm also not gonna lie to you, I feel like Viego has pretty good souls he can take over later on in these fights. You know, the Corki, the Jhin, the Leona specifically, the Xin. There's so many good souls that can continue those fights. Now, I want to stick a little bit to that early game we were talking about because I felt like the whole OMG versus LNG series, I was left with a little bit of sourness in my mouth watching OMG, specifically in the first game versus LNG, because they had everything they needed in that early game. They had all the void grabs, they had the first dragon, they had the first kill, they had the first tower towards the bot lane, they had void grabs with Tristana that can side lane, and it felt like they were 2,000 gold ahead. Like, they had everything that they needed in that early game. Their comp was the easiest to execute between the two. On paper, however, their mid game just fell apart. They keep getting picked on, so I hope that OMG can bring it back together. They do have a pretty team fight heavy composition right here as well. You know, with Angel to that Way, creating some space, engaging through PP God onto that Nautilus. You got that beefy front line that you mentioned earlier on from the draft on Cube, and that Udyr, most importantly, Xiaofang, on one of his most comfortable champions, the Viego, that he can pilot so well.
Yeah. One of the things as well that's worth mentioning is, like, Viego often can sort of function as an assassin to some extent, where you kind of want someone that's a little bit chunky to go in, you finish that health bar and get the reset, right? It's often the way that he's going to function in a team fight. And while, hang on, bit of a dive in. Okay, not going to turn into anything. While you don't necessarily have dive buddies with you in this composition, I'm going to hold that thought. Jway being pulled in by PP God, but it's being turned around. Jway misses the Zenith Blade, forced a flash, and Starry finishes first blood.
I was about to say, I don't think Sway wanted that E to hit onto Pippi God because he was going to be dead. Never mind, he was dead anyway. Lovely aggression right there by Starry and Pippi God, and that's also going to give Xiaofang all the freedom he wants towards that bot side river. This could potentially be a double scuttle crab for the Viego. Now Xiaohao is going to be spotted on the try, but Xiaofang is around if he's needed. The bot lane's not going to get crushed underneath the tower, most importantly, but look at that. Xiaofang is just going to sprint it through that mid, get the Scuttle Crab over Xin Zhao.
Yeah, so Xiaofang got double scuttle off the back of this, able to get the bottom one off the back of 2v2, and then Xiaohao down on that bottom side, won't be able to contest this top one either, so really good start for Xiaofang. This is one of those matchups, isn't it? Xiaohao versus Xiaofang, and we've got Xiao Shu up top. There's so many Xiaos, there's so many Xiaos!
I was actually looking to see what my name would be, because I know that Xiao means little, right? So I think my name would be Xiao Fan without the G. Xiao Fan. It would be Little Trouble.
Nice. I don't know what...
Was there some research, you know? Because it sounds cute. Like, Xiao sounds really cute in from a name. So I was like, what would be Little Trouble? Xiao Fan, apparently, without a G at the end.
It's like the Spanish for... You add ito to a word, and it makes it little and cute.
Oh my god! You know what?
My sister-in-law is Spanish, and she's just had a baby, and she calls him Gordito, which is it means little fatty, basically, which I think is hilarious. But I love that you just have that little like suffix that you can add to the end of a word, and turn it into adorable.
I used to babysit for a little girlie, and she also had 2 dogs, and one of the dogs was called Cara, but she was called Carita.
Ah, yeah.
because of the Spanish thing as well. Yeah, so it's actually very cute. Corquito
Lovely.
in the mid lane, as we're looking at him right now. He's small and cute, and we had the we had a little Spanish end to the word to make him sound really cute. But back into the game again. OMG with a fantastic start. They get the summoners over Leona's way, cannot overextend anymore onto the Leona, play way too aggressive. And I think this is the perfect start also for the Xiaofang, because off the back of that 2 versus 2, he's been able to be completely unlocked on the map. Double Scuttle Crab starts the dragon right here. Now, I don't know how easy that will be for them. However, Angel is under the tower for OMG, and this is going to be very quickly a 4 versus 3 in favor of RN.
Yeah, Vikla was moving over, then backed away again. I was kind of surprised, but I suppose he would have been pinched by Angel. OMG, 4 men strong on this one. Xiao looks like he wants to contest, but he's going to be too late. Dragon already down, and Jue's just going to get chonked on out. The health bars are low. PB got flash to safety. Xiao, 1 reset as Vikla arrives. Assume finishing the job on Starry. Flashes to safety. Dodges the stun from Xiaofang as well. He finally goes down, but the resets are coming through. He's trying to turn things around. Ults back away, but it's a double for Vikla. And Angel just about surviving, but on the wrong side of the map. There's nowhere for him to go. Xiao chasing down, and RA look dominant in the early game. 1 more rocket from Vikla. They can't quite get the kill.
Ooh, Angel gets out, and I was looking at this right, and I'm like, okay, it's RA favored, then it's OMG favored, then RA comes back in, but it was just so miscoordinated by Rare Atom. I'm actually surprised they ended up coming in clutch with this one, especially when we look at the replay as well. We'll see what was happening. Thank you very much. Now you see, they walked in, they had prey on the river. RA was first as a 4-man member. And then you see that Corki walks back into mid lane. Jue walks too far forward. He's all alone. Ends up getting punished. And then when Vikla arrives with that Corki, there's 3 members, quite low on HP, absolutely burning them down with a Gatling gun on the E from the Corki. And Xiaofang, yes, he does get 1 reset, but it's only legit. The second you take that soul, you are so darn squishy and ends up going down as well. All in all, again, OMG with a pretty good play to begin with that went south real quick.
Yeah, honestly, the fact that Angel gets away means it's pretty much an even play ultimately, because OMG got the Drake, whereas RA got the 1 extra kill, right? So I'd say that both teams kind of going even on that one. However, Xiaofang grabbing the 3 grubs off of the back of the play on tempo, gets those, so little advantage for him. And also worth mentioning, 20 CS up in the jungle. He's got 2 kills on the scoreboard as well. Cube takes an equalizer. It's just going to be Xiao Shu clearing the way.
A little bit more of a active jungler versus farming jungler. Also, Xiao had to take a little bit of a backseat right there due to the bot lane kill going in favor of OMG. He couldn't necessarily contest any of those Scuttle Crabs. So he ended up falling behind, and it has been Xiaofang's start to finish right there, very close to his first item as well. He should have it very, very, very soon. And I think Xiaofang is going to have to start using that advantage that he has in terms of gold and experience onto the Viego to try and play a little bit more of a leader role on the map, try to start a few of these fights, try to find potentially that Xin Zhao in the jungle with Angel, or potentially God pushing from that bot side, because we have seen again OMG in a very good leading position in their previous series. They had the first dragon, they had the void grubs, they had the first skill. However, in the mid game, it all fell apart.
See how it can go. Still very even in this one. OMG with a slight objective lead, but that's about it. Looking at Angel as well, managing to survive that previous play. Vickler was a little late to the previous play. I feel like Angel, understanding what was going on, perhaps a little better than his opponent, as Vickler went back to the mid wave, but then didn't even quite push that out and return to the fight. I think it could have been cleaner if Vickler had been there sooner. But Angel, bit of a rough series versus LNG. I want to see a good performance out from him today, because honestly, when you look at this roster as well, Angel is like the clear veteran of this roster.
Yeah. And he's playing a champion which controls mid lane super well. Now, of course, Lost Chapter is usually the power spike that you're looking for a lot of those control mates. Ooh, Vickler right there. Let's go to W away. There's too many threats around. But yeah, Lost Chapter is usually the item that you're looking for when you're playing a control mage, the perma shove, the wave, the ult.
Whoa.
Nice buffer.
Yeah, Xiaofeng ults his way out to safety. And you're kind of okay with that on Viego. Obviously, the ult does help you get that initial reset, but once one kill is taken, you do get your ult back. So not the worst cooldowns I have to use. But Drake, yeah, like Leona's, generally speaking, you're going to see them blasting these solar flares out. It's not that big of a cooldown in of itself. Couldn't find the pick though. Drake coming up in 40 seconds. And if the first Drake is anything to go on, we could have a bit of a scrap again.
Oh, absolutely. I feel for OMG, this is mandatory right here. Blade of the Ruin King already completed on Xiaofeng. If you look over at Xiaohao, he's nowhere near his first item, so they should definitely go over to the side of OMG. They've got completed item down on Starry as well onto these Varus. They are, on paper, so much stronger than RA. Of course, before any resets come through for RA. Oh no, Xiaohao could be coming back with a completed item himself after he resets right now, which is going to be the case. Southern Sky completed for the Xin Zhao. But if you look at OMG, they have complete control of the both side of the map. I feel like the resets were a little bit too late for RA, and there isn't much vision control to go through with it. Because that's up to me if they choose to potentially contest.
I mean, that's a TP. It's two TPs, one from
It is a
either
TP.
side, but it's not going to lead to anything. OMG just grabbed the Drake, walk away. Quite happy with that one. That's 3 Grubs, 2 Drakes, and next Grubs are spawning, and Xiaofeng is running straight to the top side alongside Starry. They're looking at complete objective dominance in this early game.
That's a little bit of a whoopsie from RA right there. Too late to TP for the Dragon. The top vision control belongs to AMG at this point. They've already walked into the river. They're going to give this one up, as they do have Cube TP. But what is happening on the map? Cube TP is bot lane while OMG want to contest to get their 5 Void Grubs. They're only going to get 4 for themselves. The streak's not... Whoops is happening from both teams. We've got Vickler TPing bot, too late for the Dragon. Then Cube TP's bot to reply to Vickler pushing in the lane. But that means that OMG gonna lose the macro that they created so good
I think
for
Cube's
himself.
getting away with this one. A lot of rockets flying his way, but he's got some shields. We'll get away.
Man,
So
I
think
Udyr.
he TP'd bot to catch a double wave, and he does get a play out of it. And OMG still manages to get 1 grub. So I think that must have been an intentional call. I don't think it was a whoopsie necessarily from OMG, but maybe could have just fought for the grubs. Maybe worth just sacrificing the wave on the bottom side. Not sure. Xiaofeng down on the bottom side. Now potentially just scrapping for the Scuttle Crab at this point. I feel like both teams really want to scrap.
They're both ready to throw their bodies in there. Again, Xiaofeng does have the lead in terms of damage and experience. He's 1 level up onto the Xin Zhao, so he definitely needs to be scrapping, he definitely wants to be getting those early resets. This is why we see him a lot paired up with PP God, getting that initial engage with the Nautilus.
Hook on to Xiaohao. He's going to be locked up here, but the health bars are low. Vickler flashes to finish the job. Angel with a Spiral in despair. Maybe they can turn this one around onto Vickler, and they can. 1 for 1. There's a nice hook from PP God, and here comes Starry to finish the job. Dway down, Angel with 2.
Absolutely incredible turnaround by OMG. Xiaofeng, I feel like he got caught sleeping a little bit right there. Flash up, ultimate up. Ends up getting chain CC'd by Leona. If you eat the first CC, you're more likely to go down if you face a Leona, so making sure you pre-buffer that ultimate, especially since Vivicord had a pretty sturdy engage right there onto Xiaohao. So let's watch this again. The Q goes through, and right there, before you get CC for the first time, you need to start buffering the ultimate to get that extra damage onto Xin Zhao and grab that reset. But it wasn't the case for Xiaofang, and he ends up going down in the CC chain.
Yeah, take it down, but traded back. Bickler, like, really committed to finish that kill onto Xiaofeng. He wanted to make Tway's CC count, and I mean, they got that kill, but it cost them 2 of their own, so not 100% sure if that was worth it for RA, but, you know, a play was made, and we'll take those. A play was made. Angel now, Blackfire Torch finished off, 2 kills in pocket on the way. They've got the first 2 Drakes, they've got 4 of the Grubs, and they're feeling pretty comfortable headed into this mid-game. Let's talk RA then. What is the play? Because I feel like they're just sort of walking at OMG so far. They may just do the same here on the Herald.
I feel like RA have very easy ways that they can catch people off guard. You've got the Leona ultimate, you've got the Rumble ultimate. I feel like Jhin and Rumble can pair up really nicely to sort of stop a choke point, stop OMG coming through a choke point with the carpet, and of course with the Jhin ultimate. And RA again, if they are first into an objective, they have such good ways stopping OMG from walking through those choke points. There's very clear threats, I would like to say, on the side of RA with Leona, Jhin and Rumble. And this is why OMG could not contest that one. I feel like it's the same story for both, but the difference is that OMG can actually brute force themselves into these fights by having them like this.
OMG off the back of conceding the Herald will get prio mid. And just use those 4 Grubs to immediately finish the tower off. Honestly, I'd say that's pretty worth it for OMG. Even though they lose the Herald, to get the mid-tier 1, it's so valuable. How often do you see first tower is the mid-tier 1 in the game?
Yeah, not very often. I feel like OMG had a pretty good read on RA right there. They let them take the Herald, they let them reset, and then they knew the reset was coming through. Only Jhin was in the mid lane. No good wave clear coming in from this champion. They were able to just bundle up us 3 in the mid lane and take the mid lane tier 1, which is so important. Because if you look at all 3 carries of the side of RA, all 3 extremely mobile, the Corki, the Jhin, the Rumble. You overextend in this mid lane to try and take a wave down without a tower behind you, you could get severely punished, knowing that there's a Nautilus follow-up, so much pull coming in from the wave.
TP here from RA to set up for this Drake. Starry's on 2 items at this point, but it looks like OMG not going to be able to contest the actual Drake itself. Angel did TP in, maybe they want the fight. The Drake almost resetting here, the Drake will go down. RA get the objective. Can they get the fight as well? Xiaohao dives into the action, but Cube is here. Equalizer on the backline, Kurt Cole comes through, but Tway is so low that he's just going to be finished off. And a hook onto Xiaohao, resets galore. Xiaofeng taking over and assume forced out the backside of the play.
Yeah, screw the Dragon. OMG did not care about the Dragon to begin with. They care about taking those fights since they are ahead right now, pushing that advantage. Oh, Xiao
You're going nowhere, buddy. Everyone has come down to the bot lane to finish their job. 4 kills for a single Cloud Drake. OMG over the moon.
Absolutely, they're taking the tower bot lane, bot lane tower. Oh my god, very difficult in the morning, I'm gonna tell you that much. 3-0-3 on Angel as well, 4-2 on Xiaofang's Viego, and all those comforts that we talked about earlier, Xiaofang resorting towards that Viego, it shows here on how proficient he plays this fight. Yet again, we see the Dragon goes over to RA, but they're so slow in retreating. Cube is literally sprinting with Ghost from the bot side of the map, and he creates that barrier between RA and OMG for OMG to put down all this hurt with the powers and the way. And of course, you mentioned Xiaofang. He wants his teammates to do most of the damage. He dives in with that ultimate and starts taking souls. And it's so easy to follow up once you take that Leona down, once you take that Xin Zhao down. It's so easy to steal that soul and just continue the fight and follow up.
I mean, this the fact that he gets to just be Xiaohao later in the fight. And I mean, Xin Zhao's pretty good at chasing down low health bar targets. Gets to pretend to be Xin Zhao for a bit. and finish the job onto
You,
Vikla.
but a better version of you.
Yeah, literally. Give me your items, bro. I'm taking down your corgi with them. It's brutal. It's absolutely brutal. And now it's a 5,000 gold lead for OMG. They are fully in the driver's seat. They may not have got that, Drake, but who cares? Because look at Angel right now. He's on 2.5 items, one of which is a Medjai's with 8 stacks. This is a monster performance on the way after he needed to show up after a series against LNG.
He's feeling confident. When you're gonna purchase that Medjai's, there are, I feel, 2 constants that need to be there. One is you need to have your summoners available for the next fight to make sure you don't lose your stacks. And 2, you just need to be confident. And right here, Angel knows that with the way their compositions work between OMG and RA, he's going to be all the way in the backline, dishing out all this damage. You saw how the previous fight kind of worked, where Cube just walked in, he literally sprinted in with his ghost, he created that barrier between the 2 teams, Baby God was engaging. Angel and Starry did not get touched once by any threat of RA. Angel has the flash, he has the Medjai's.
Oh no, he bought the Medjai's, forced the flash.
See, that's why the flash
couldn't
is to be one
close
of
the
the 2
gap.
constants.
Honestly, I feel like maybe there's a solar flare angle, but I think realizing Xiaofeng was on the way, didn't want to overextend the play, but my goodness. The second we talk about the Medjai's, the second we talk about the prerequisites, immediately punished. Vikla, he'll be in trouble here. PB God has flash, he has depth charge. If Vikla steps too far forwards, he will go down, but looks like they won't find anything.
Angel's walking up as well. Starry is in the river towards the top side. They're taking complete control over that side of the map. There is a Baron up and available, but I don't see things starting it again. The long-range threat from Jin, Rumble, and Corki. Yeah, I don't think it allows you to start Baron anytime soon. However, taking control, especially because we said, hey, Angel has a Medjai's. He had his flash. Past tense, very important here. He had his flash. He's lost his flash now. So he needs to make sure that when he's pushing a wave, there is absolutely 0 threats around. I feel like investing so much gold in an item that can very easily win you or lose you the game, pretty much. Because if you die right now, you lose all your stacks. You have like, what, 4 stacks remaining, which makes the item absolutely not worth it anymore. And we've seen a lot of players sort of buy the Medjai's, they die a couple of times, then you have to unfortunately sell it to make a more worthy purchase for your gold.
We're crashing in the top side. Cube is here to protect his mid lane. A TP, though, to guarantee the tower, and Angel's in trouble. They want to deny the Medjai. Spiral in Spiral Xiaohao is not enough. 1 kill, Medjai's denied, but here comes Xiaofeng to finish the job, but he can't quite finish those kills. First reset finally through, and it dodges the solar flare. Second reset in. Vikla trying to finish the job and will do so, but at what cost? CC lay it down, Jway to fall, and OMG find another fight.
All 5 members of OMG towards the top side of the map to defend the dying Medjai's of Angel. OMG coming out on top for one more time. That was a 4 versus 5 that RA sort of opted to towards the top side of the map. It's going to be another 4 kills going over to OMG. It's going to be most likely another tower because there's another wave coming in and Starry sticking towards the top side of the map. And even though we're talking about how fed Angel was at the beginning of this fight, now if we're looking over to the Varus, 4, 1, and 4, so freakishly strong. Now the tower is going down, and Angel is sticking around because she knows he has Cube with him. But reminder, no flash, so RA literally throw their bodies to try and take down Angel.
I like the kind of repeat play there, right? Sending a play top to get the flash, and then doing another play onto Angel once he's not got that flash, really punishing the Medjai's purchase. However, OMG kind of on the page. They respond in kind, and it turns into, yeah, sure, you got 2 kills, but it cost you 4, so was it really worth it in the end? Drake now up once again, OMG on the scene.
That will be the 3rd one, Soul Point. That will force RA in about 5 minutes time from now to try and stop the Soul from going over to OMG. They're very firmly on the driver's seat right here for OMG, and Angel is sticking to the Medjai's. He's sticking to his guts. He's still feeling confident. He's like, that was a whoopsie. Should not have been under a tower that was literally 1 HP away from dying. Even though I had my support around, so Medjai's is going to stick in the inventory for now. He's working towards his Leandris as a 2nd item, and he's gonna complete it, actually. I'm talking about it. Double burn item. Those 2 together, probably one of the most powerful AP item duos that we have right now, especially for start 2 items.
It's so obnoxious. It's incredibly obnoxious. The only other, like, maybe contender is if you're on Karthus going Malignance instead of the Leandries to get the bonus on the ulti. Obviously, we're on Hui today, so Leandry's definitely the pick. One thing I will say as well, Angel only actually lost 4 stacks on the Medjai, so because he got the assists after the fact. After he died, he gained some stacks again. So he's just a single kill away of getting back to where he was with that Medjai. So all things considered, could have been worse for him. And I will say, OMG, they suck at taking Baron. We already talked about the kind of long-range damage that RA can do to contend with an OMG Baron. But on top of that, like Lethality Varus isn't exactly a big Baron taker. Yes, you've got Viego, but realistically, not exactly the fastest Baron team in the world. They do need a really solid opportunity. They need to be comfortable before they start this.
I feel like they're incredible at stopping people from coming through choke points, especially that way right there. However, they've not cleared out completely the vision.
Oh, look at the equalizer. It's across everyone. That is a massive equalizer. Curtain Call comes through. Good return damage from Angel. But it's just going to be a single pick. PP God thought he was the one picking. Xiaohao is the one who picks.
I mean, there's still vision in the river. RA were fully aware that the Baron was not going down, and we mentioned how both of these two teams, they thrive in choke points. OMG scramble themselves through one of them, and they end up absolutely melting through the equalizer plus the curtain call coming through. I feel like Pipicon overextends right there. Wei is not the type of jumper that wants to be walking forward and punishing. He wants to be in the safety of his own backline throwing out the spell. So once Pipicon walks too far forward, there's the curtain call, there's the equalizer coming through. There's absolutely no way for OMG members to walk forward.
Returning some damage on Chui and Xiaohao, but some damage just is not enough. And no reset able to come through from Xiaofeng. No follow-up on the rest of the fight. That equalizer from Xiaoshu was so incredibly crucial. He's got Dark Seal of his own as well. Worth keeping your eyes on that little ring in his inventory. See if that turns into a potential Medjai's as well. It could be a double Medjai's kind of game. Although I don't know how much you really want to go Medjai's on Rumble. It's a little more difficult to guarantee your own safety. But OMG, it feels like they're stalling out a little bit. Like, still 5,000 gold ahead. They've been 5,000 gold ahead for about a year at this point. I mean, they are getting closer to Seoul, but all things considered, it's slowed down.
You say stalling out. I'll say that was the biggest criticism that OMG had to face when they played versus LNG. They had everything in the early game, and in the mid game, they just could not figure out how in the world they want to play their comp, how in the world they want to take control of the map. And I feel like it's the same story right here. RA are feeling very confident that OMG, there's no way in heck they're going to be starting this Baron. Not into a Jhin, Corki, and Rumble. Absolutely not. So OMG sticking around to take complete control of the top of the map when they know there's no way Starry has to flash.
Assume pops the spell shield there with the Deadly Flourish. Not a bad little combo. Chui tries to punish. He's got Hex Flash, so you're happy to take Starry's flash in trade. Pipicon maybe looking for something here as both teams grouped up. We've got a CN ram going on. Everyone in the mid lane. Ultimate comes out from Varus. It's not really going to lead to much. Pipicon slightly wide on the hook.
This is what we call an A-ram. And RA and OMG have fully committed themselves and their bodies into this experience of throwing spells at each other with only 30 seconds for Soul for OMG. They have already committed the Varus ultimate. Starry does not have flash available, but they're actually going to start the Baron. Equalizer still up. Leona ult back up. This could be very scary for OMG.
Oh boy, can RA pull off the contest? 7,000 on the Baron, and OMG back away. Perhaps hoping RA wouldn't notice and would just run for the Drake. I mean, Drake's spawning in 5 seconds. This should just be RA's Drake at this point. They get a tier 1 in the mid lane as well. OMG, with a very over-eager Baron call, immediately lose 2 objectives in response.
What is going on? We literally said, they're engaging again.
I guess they're not going to lose the objective. They're going for the fight instead. PP God, low on HP, walks away with his life. Equalizer comes down. Curtain Call gets onto the spell shield of Starry. Angel Chunk, Xiaofeng blocking. Oh, that fourth shot does some damage, doesn't it? Now the Drake goes to RA.
The Drake goes to RA, topside control in terms of vision goes to RA, mid lane tower goes to RA. OMG! Lost again in their own shoes, cannot figure out a way to pull out these fights, went ahead, and RA is starting to creep back, slowly but surely. We mentioned how, OMG, there's no way you're starting Baron when you know the Equalizer is a threat, there's Corki on the other team, Leona can very easily engage without having to throw her body into the fight, there's Curtain Call from Jin who's around, every single member from RA who's close to that Baron. OMG have yet to figure out a way on how to take those fights onto RA, and they look confused. Again, the criticism coming from the LNG series. Seems like OMG have yet to figure out how to crack the mid-game code.
Does feel like they're just a little unsure, doesn't it? Perhaps a shot calling issue, perhaps just a team-wide issue of not exactly knowing where to go next. I mean, like, put yourself in OMG's shoes. What do you think they should be doing here, Trouble, if they want to push this game forward? How do you attack this Baron, or do you just ignore Baron completely?
I feel like they had to ignore Baron right there. They had a pretty easy scaling towards that 4th Dragon, towards taking Soul, which has been delayed by 5 minutes now due to these shenanigans, and they've lost their mid lane tower as well, which was one of the big assets onto the map. Having that mid lane tier 2 is so important because you get so much free vision through it, and so much easier and safer for your carries to just walk up and contest that mid game wave, that mid lane wave, sorry. Which is so important for all the objectives around it. And again, we're back onto Aramin.
I'm okay with it if it leads to a team fight. I'm fully on board. Dway hunting here. The Cube is an absolute brick wall at this point in the game. DP got to be tanky. Chain of Corruption comes out. It's answering with a Solar Flare, and the Root comes out from the Deadly Flourish. Look at the long-range combo onto Starry, but they can't finish the job. PP God goes down on the front line, and the full shot from Assume finds his mark. Onto the rest of OMG. RA diving forward. CC Chain onto Cube. He's tanky, but not tanky enough. And Xiao Feng, he finds one reset. That's all he'll find. RA back on top.
5.4k damage for Assume in this fight on the Jin. Absolute insanity. The man hit every single shot of his ultimate and more. Angel now 1 versus 3. I mean, Wei is very, very dangerous around the Baron pit, but I don't think he has any sort of vision to walk up. He's going to ping that bot lane wave and push that one instead. RA getting away with murder right here. Again, Aram is the name of the game for them. They can control such a wide space with the Rumble ult and with the Jin ult, and a fantastic ultimate from Xiaoha right there to split the fight. And look at Starry. No, Xiaoha, no! He just lets him die. He focuses the Rumble, and Starry ends up getting sniped from Assume. This entire fight, that Jin was completely untouched.
Xiao Feng going in at the end of the fight. I sort of get the idea, but it needed to be a good few seconds earlier if you want to try and turn that one around. Just ends up trading his own life. 11 to 15 on the scoreboard. Gold. It was 5,000 in the lead for OMG, and yet the observers bring up the gold difference graph. That is a big old cliff. It looks like the Grand Canyon at this point. As OMG, that lead is slipping away from them. Baron, the power play currently at 2k right now for RA.
I'll give you the positives. If you're an OMG fan, Meja stacks went from 4 to 10. So we are absolutely
we
scaling.
take those.
We take those, absolutely. Angel did not die in the previous fight. However, not many RA members died either for him to stack up his Mejas even more. However, he's going to be much more safe now. That's how both of his summoners available for the next fight, as well as a Zonia's Hourglass, which was very newly purchased. Now, if there's one thing that OMG do very, very, very well in this composition, is kiting backwards and clearing waves. That way can take absolute control of waves when they crash underneath the tower. Together, of course, with the lethality powers, the clear waves are so freaking fast.
It does make it difficult to deal with the waves on OMG's side. RA just trying to slowly but surely push this one in. Still a minute on that Baron. They should be able to finish this tier 2 bottom side. In the meantime, Vikla trying to finish the tier 2 in the mid lane. Will be able to do so with the help of that cannon. So still a very positive Baron play on the side of RA. Still a minute left on it. They've gained the gold lead by 100 gold at this point. And They're looking for a little bit more. Is a TP going to come through from Vikla after finishing that rapid fire cannon? He has a full-on crit ADC at this point. 4-item crit ADC coming out of the mid lane from Vikla.
Vikla has been missing out so much damage, and again, something very important is OMG are trying to gain some control here of the map because their soul is coming up, which is going to be denied yet again from RA having so much control due to the Baron buff. Even tier 2 went down. They tried to take control over the jungle, the bot side, and that's what they exactly did. And now it's RA that are sitting on soul point as well. This should have been done 2 dragons ago. That was 10 minutes ago that OMG should have had the soul for themselves. And again, I think the question remains right here. OMG extremely confused in terms of how they want to play their mid game. Their early game looks pretty clean. They get all of the advantages in the early game, and they just do not know how to progress through that late. And Xiaofang is lurking. He's looking for the river. Baron's going to be coming up in about 3 minutes time, so there is actually no neutral objective on the map. OMG just have to make sure that they have their entire jungle lit up to try and potentially get a catch into RA.
And I will say, RA, I'm impressed by this mid to late game. Xiaofang has overstepped on this one, has to ult himself out to safety in the meantime. Joy trades his own life for it. Spiral in spare finishes the job. Xiaofang survives. Xiaohao on the front line, but Cube is unkillable, and he's chasing Vikla on the top side. Blast comes out to safety as Xiaoju, oh, but the curtain call comes through to finish the job. PP got down. Starry flashes away, but he flashes into Vikla. Xiaohao survives. Starry goes down. Double for Assume, and RA, wait, Cube? He's found one on the top side. This fight is ridiculous.
Hey, to his defense, Cube was just backing, okay? He was resetting in the pixel burst, and Xiaohao just showed up. He was 1 HP. You have to take those. Like, OMG have to take something back. That was a very, very chaotic fight. And it shows you how much damage, how much raw damage is in RA's book. The Rumble, the Jin, the Corki, they're just dishing out so much damage. Now, that was a pretty good buffer right here from Xiaofang because he suffered through a lot of the CC thrown at him from the Leona. But again, the curtain call together with Equalizer stopping the advance of OMG. You see how much damage Cube was able to tank right there, and OMG can just not advance forward due to all these abilities being thrown at them, getting thrown through that choke point. It is just so difficult for OMG to just follow up on BB God and Cube being in the front line. See,
So,
it wasn't Cube's
cool.
fault. He was just interrupted. He was just rude.
He's just trying to go home, man. But, you know, when you get
like,
a
leave me
freebie,
alone,
you take
man.
a freebie. Or 500 gold lead now in favor of RA. They are somehow making this game into their own. Like, and they were 5,000 gold behind them. 5,000 gold behind, and OMG stalling out in the mid game. I mean, there's the goal. The observers are on the exact same page as me today. RA
LPL
now,
classic.
for the first time in this game, ahead in gold. 2 minutes until the Drake comes up, 30 seconds until Baron, and we go back to the A-Ram once again. I just, one time, want to see a mid laner or a top laner deal with a side lane.
Yeah, I feel like this is what OMG have not necessarily been taken care of. They cannot walk up to the side lanes because every time they do, if it's Angel, he gets absolutely punished. Cube needs to be there or his team dies on the initial engage. So for OMG, it's very difficult to deal with the side lane pressure. However, RA are very happy dealing through those choke points, and they're very happy when you split through that mid because they can control space so well. Ooh, Swade's gonna miss the E there.
Poke on to Assume there, coming out from
Vertical
Starry. Hook comes in. Chain of Corruption to follow it up as well. Spiral in despair. Joy's going to go down. That's first reset. Xiaohao trying to answer. Xiaofang actually just ults out of the play, escaping with his own life. It's 4v4 on the play now. The Xiaofang barely alive. Ward's cleared. Oh, surely they don't trust it. Yeah, okay, they're backing away.
Very importantly, though, Xiaofang survives in this iteration. It would have been scary if you traded support for jungle, because then it would have been worth it for RA, but Sway take one step too far forward. I'm gonna say, though, OMG threw everything at him. It was Xiaofang's ult, it was Angel's ult, it was Starry's ult, it was PP God's ult. Every single ult was thrown onto that Leona. However, OMG know that RA are on reset, and they're taking their chance with the Baron.
Equalizer is on cooldown this time around, so it's not as dicey as it has been previously. TP comes out from Xiaoshu. He's got 10 seconds until his ult comes up. Curtain call into the play. PP got chunked, but Q blocks it. Baron down for OMG, but Xiaoshu on the flank on the top side, and Angel turns golden. He keeps himself alive. Sorry, stuck in the pit, no flash available. He dies for the cause, but it is so incredibly worth it.
Finally, OMG get away with an objective. That was a fantastic stopwatch right there to save the top side struggle from Angel. Killing Xiaoshu was so important because his ultimate was just come back up. But now there's no rumble, there's no ultimate, and it's a 5 versus 4 in favor of OMG for the soul.
Keep your eyes on Angel here. 6-1 and 8, 22 stacks on the Medjai's. Full build on the way. If he's untouched in a fight, it's going to be hard for RA to succeed. This is soul for OMG. They got the Baron as well. After all of that in the mid-game, everything going so sideways for them, they've regained control somehow.
OMG, why? Why? Why the mid-game? Why do you have to do this? Why do you have to throw 2 dragons to end up taking the soul anyway? Let's look at this replay again. You mentioned very well that Xiaoshu right there, he's waiting for his ultimate. He's literally 6 seconds away from popping, and RA are sandwiching OMG, but Angel with deleting the last tick. That would be the last tick that would kill Angel, gets Hourglass in the entirety of OMG. Just dump onto Xiaoshu, because that was also his TP, which then allows OMG to uncontestedly take that Dragon 5 versus 4. Now they have the Baron, they have the soul, they have the control in the mid lane, and finally, Munch, for once in this game, 2 lanes at once are being controlled from OMG.
Xiaoshu was literally mid-auto attack animation on an overheated auto to finish Angel there as well as the Zhonya's came through. I'm going to be honest, the Zhonya's just a little bit late from Angel. I feel like you could have done that instantly, but
I would say it's clutch, man. I'd say it's clutch. You know, you're baiting people in.
Look, he survived. That's all that matters for him. 1-0 in that exchange. And now sieging away. And one thing I will say, they may not be good at taking the Baron, but they are damn good at using the Baron with a lethality. Varus and Away on your team, you're very happy to siege.
Oh yeah, you're able to zone away people with all the wave spells and then Varus as well. That's great stuff. Now, the waves haven't necessarily been synced, and you see Cube was waiting a little bit for the mid lane wave to be synced up as well. It's not necessarily going to be quite the case because bot lane wave is going to die. Only a cannon is up. However, OMG have managed to accumulate themselves quite a few creeps in the mid lane, but you cannot walk too far up because there's still all of those threats that are thrown at you from super far distance are still there from RA, so you cannot overextend underneath the tower.
I mean, they can't even deal with the cannon. OMG just defend the cannon in the mid lane. And that'll be one tower going down. Baron times out. So those cannons in the bot side won't quite finish this tower. Vikla can clear the wave. Cube can't finish the job. Here we go, Curtain Cole with an equalizer on top. The CC chain is there, but the damage isn't. And now they turn it around. OMG find one onto Dway, and they look for more on Xiaohao as well. But hang on a second, Xiaohao forced away, has GA, keeps himself alive anyway. Doesn't even need the GA. Xiaohao the target now. Ran out of ultimate and ran out of life. Xiaoshu burning him down. Starry into GA. There are just so many GAs, but it might not matter anyway. Assume still going strong. Vikla's still alive. Xiaohao forced the flash, but finished by Assume. It's traded though, 1-for-1 on the end of the fight. OMG just about walk away.
Xiaoshu with such a heroic defense in his own base. That was incredible play by his Rumble to try to make sure that the game does not end there. And again, major props to RA. They have so much damage in this composition. The Jhin and the Corki staying alive means that they can actually defend. Again, all eyes on Xiaoshu because he is the guy who starts the play as well. He cuts off the exit from OMG, which means they need to pile up. Both of the carries from OMG flash out instantly, and it looks like a pretty favorable fight for OMG. They're 5 versus 4 in there. Xiaofang walks too far forward, gets chunked down by the Koken. Look at Vikla. He's literally flanking this entire time on this fight. Xiaoshu is keeping 3 members on the brink of death. Kills 2 of them, pops 2 GAs. What else do you want from the man?
Yeah, Xiaoshu just taking him on a platter. Starry finally finishes him. It is a positive play ultimately for OG. One thing I will say, the start of that replay, if that happened 10 minutes ago, you know, the curtain call equalizer combo is so incredibly potent.
Yeah.
Just wail on the health bars. However, it wasn't 10 minutes ago. So Cube and PP God can kind of just sit and soak up all of that damage, and it really barely hurt them. And suddenly, the play ends with, or that initial part of the play ends with just Dway dying, and everyone on OG still feeling pretty healthy after those significant ultimates being used. Feels like perhaps RA have been outscaled.
Yeah, but Starry and Angel did have to flash, like, literally simultaneously with all those ultimates coming down. And Angel and Starry are not going to have their ultimates back up and available for the Baron that's coming up in literally 20-something seconds. I have my camera in the middle. There you go. 24 seconds. It's not sure to say exactly how many 20-something seconds it was. But very, very soon, Baron's going to come up, and there is very crucially no flashes available on the two main carries from the set of OMG. RA can find an opening right there onto potentially the Varus or Angel, more importantly, with the 25 stacks on Medjai's. It could be huge.
RA needs to finally carry the fight for mid-prio at the minute. They'll push this cannon in, but it's not going to survive long, is it? Oh, good little chunk onto Vikla there. Brute on Cube, but let's be honest, it's not really the target you want to start a fight on. Xiaohao's not a bad target. That's his ultimate. Crescent Guard on cooldown for Xiaohao. That's a disaster for RA.
Yeah, Starry had to use his ultimate right there to try and keep him intact, but there's so many other ultimates that can pin down members of OMG. And let's see, sorry, members of RA. RA just gonna walk in. They still have Leona ult. They could take control.
This feels impossible. They're going for it. PP got the target equalizer down across the team. PP got slow. Solar Flare hits onto both carries as well. Dway jumped though and will fall. Baron taken by OMG as the fight kicks up. 5v4 still for OMG. And RA just gonna back away. OMG happy for them to back away. But here, hang on a second, Elder Dragon is spawning onto the map, and RA are making a beeline for it. OMG, they've got to try and contend with this one as the TP comes through. Re-entering the play is Angel. Curtain Call comes on in. Cube, he's tanky, but how tanky? Shots blocked by the rest of the team. Starry loses half of his health for it. A junked OMG, maybe a chance on Elder for the side of RA, but they're not going to start it.
That was incredible play by Vikla. He puts his life on the line. They need to get a pick right before OMG walk in there because they're 5 versus 4 in favor of OMG. And Vikla has to TP back in, try to put that hurt down. 10 seconds on its way, but he also has to walk all the way to that Elder. Shaco's in the pit!
He's pretty tanky at this point, but I don't know if he's tanky enough to just stay in the pit. There's no blast cone to get back out of this one. Has flash available and forced to use it with Elder up. Okay, equalizer across the team. Sorry, the target, Xiaoshu flashes forwards. Can't quite find his mark though. Carry still alive. 7k on Elder. Crescent Guard used once again. Spiraling Spare into play. Xiaohao trying to get in. Starry dies. They're into the pit, but Xiaohao falls, and suddenly it's absolute carnage. Assume goes down. Xiaofeng with a reset, but Angel's still going strong. He's next to the Elder Dragon, and he takes another. OMG finally finish things out and take the Elder Dragon.
OMG used the numbers advantage that they had in this fight to take down RA. They focus Xiaohao, who's the only member that can turn this story sour for OMG. They take him down, and they take down RA with him.
Those fights in the late game were so chaotic from both sides. But OMG, kings of the chaos in the end. 28-17, a 47-minute game to start us off today. They finish things out. My goodness, RA, they've got to be heartbroken with a loss like that.
You know, Amanj, you put it very nicely. They're the kings of chaos. I'm not gonna put it as nicely. I need to see more. OMG again had a pretty clean early game, and they had absolutely no clue how to transition that to mid game. They had Soul on the Dragon. Very questionable play towards Baron. Lost them Soul, lost them the mid lane tower.
Yeah.
A lot of other domino effects, the same as that. Lost them a bunch of their gold lead as well. RA almost ended up winning this game. That would be an absolute theft. For OMG, and somehow they just bring it back and they're like, yeah, okay, we teamfight better anyway. It's like, it doesn't have to be like this, just teamfight better overall.
Yeah, I feel like this was this was all OMG, right? The win was OMG, the mid-game throws were OMG, the early game lead was OMG. Like, I feel like this was the story of OMG, and RA were just kind of watching. Yeah, I don't know. Weird game. OMG, a lot to work on. Maybe Abel was the shot caller. I don't know. Let's jump into a quick break, and then we'll be back to find out what happens in game number 2, and if RA can show us a little bit more.
clouds move closer, but with a deeper red. them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until the last So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. I'm Munch. I'm joined by Trouble as we head towards our second game of the day. And Trouble, we had a bit of a weird one to start off. 47-minute game to kick off the day today, and it was a little bit back and forth.
I am happy and I'm angry at the game I just watched because OMG came into this game clearly, you know, being the favorites. They had a higher finish over in spring as well, so we expected them to be better over RA, and they did have a pretty clean early game. Angel, you want him to redeem himself as well. Great start from him, purchases the Medjais. One of the big reasons why their team fights were going so well was that late game. However,
yeah, fantastic.
Oh boy, that mid game left So much to be desired from RNG.
Yeah, a lot of questions to be asked, but hey, Angel having a good performance, and I'll take that. I'll take that. Look, one thing at a time, okay? Angel's back on form. I'll take that as the win, and I'll just repress the memory of that entire game for OMG. Hopefully, game number 2, they go back, they talk to their coaches, and their coaches give them a bit of slap on the wrist, and then we go again for game number 2. Same for RA though. Like, we saw a little bit of scrapping in the early game, but it didn't ever feel like RA were particularly in control of the game.
Yeah, I felt like RA really thrived in the early game, especially when we saw the Dragon going down, but I felt like there was miscoordination between them. I don't always want to call it like miscommunication because you never know what goes on behind, you know, the microphones, but there was definitely miscoordination with some members wanting to fight the Dragon, yet you were late, yet you're playing for it, yet they won in terms of kills at the end of the day. They actually got ahead onto their Corki, but then there were some teleports that were going south, losing control over the other side. They were too late with the teleports, they were fighting too late, they couldn't find their angles, and I think at the end of the day, OMG showed that they were the better team in terms of coming down to the late game team fights when they had the items in their hands.
Yeah, definitely felt like OMG, like at the end of the day, doing a better job. God. But I mean, the damage numbers are just ridiculous because it was a 47-minute game. Worth mentioning, Vikla actually the only one to get 1,000 DPM. He was the only one at 47,000 damage, right? No one else quite getting there. And I think that kind of tells you a lot about this game because there was a lot of just not fighting. Like a lot of time. Like Angel and Starry may have good damage numbers, but that was a lot of burst in the few fights that did happen.
And I didn't necessarily mind when I saw OMG not fighting because I knew in terms of coming to the late game and being able to execute a team fight, it was quite easier to execute. I felt like whichever target Nautilus would queue, that target would just pop, which was actually the case. A lot of the times Dre on the Leona was trying to get a lot of these engaged and it just didn't work out for them. That Leona just went completely pop. Like all the ultimates thrown onto him, it's suddenly a 5 versus 4. You cannot walk in anymore R8. So I feel like for OMG it was easier to execute overall. However, all these champions are now completely out the pool. Viego and Xiaofang is not going to be the case anymore. No more comfort in the jungle. So I want to see how OMG are going to pivot in that second.
Honestly, I just feel bad for both PP God and Chwei in that game. Like, they both had some funny moments, but like, you're playing Nautilus or Leona in a game where your team really doesn't have that much follow-up for your engage. Like, if you're the one going in, you're probably dead even if your team wins the engage. So, especially once we got to the late game, these AD carries have scaled. Like, there's crit coming out, there's late game Hui coming out. Like, there's just no way. There's just no way you're surviving the starts of these plays. It's impossible. Yeah, felt like a tough one to play. I'm curious what the draft's going to look like, though, for game number 2. This is Fearless draft, remember, so things have got to change up a little bit. No Hui for Angel, so once again, looking at Angel being solo killed by Scout in the previous series. We'll see. You know, maybe the Hui was a plaster over that, or maybe he's sorted himself out as a player. We'll have to wait and see. Sorting himself sounds a bit harsh, but you know what I mean.
Let him sort himself out real quickly, okay, and get off the way and show us. Yeah, exactly. What's really happening behind the scenes. However, there are a few things that are going to have to be banned out this time from the side. From the red side, such as maybe again the Skarner and the Tristana. So I don't think the Tristana is going to see a lot of play. However, the Hui is going to be up and available for RA this time around, and doesn't necessarily have too many replies in terms of that early game that he has, unless that Tristana is left open.
So Varus banned away after Starry played it, making sure that Assume doesn't get the same privilege. Skarner gone, Nautilus gone, but the Nidalee, the Leona, and the Senna taken off by RA. I mean, Tristana would be open for a first pick. This is not necessarily a pick Angels look that good on this split, but I feel like we've seen Angel play Tristana well in the past. We know that it's possible. I believe he's pulled it together.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the most dominant champions in the mid lane. One of the champions that can actually push Hui underneath the tower as well, especially in the early games, the passive, when you kill a creep. Also, the fact that you're an auto-attack champion versus Hui that has to spend a lot of the mana to push out the wave early on. Your mana bar is not that heavy anyway on Hui, so Tristana gets a lot of that prior, which is something that Xiaofang did very, very well with in game number 1. Every time Angel would push that mid lane, Xiaofang would extend that vision, would extend that pressure towards the Scuttle Crabs. Playing a little bit more aggressive, which gave a lot of that advantage to his Viego. So I don't mind that B1 just standing here.
So, answer with a way and with a Kalista for Assume. Aggression coming out in the bot side from RA. I like that. See if OMG are going to go for an AP jungler here, as well as potentially matching an AD carry, potentially just going for a top laner. I mean, Cube could go for the Rumble himself. We've seen how powerful Rumble can be.
And there's also Ashe that has been completely unbanned in this.
It's Nidalee. It's 100% Nidalee, right? Oh wait, Nidalee's banned. Wait, why are we... Renekton? Without Nidalee? Renekton's not even that good right
now. I would
now.
have said Sejuani here. I would have said 150% Sejuani. Pairs up really nicely with the Tristana. Pairs up really nicely with the Renekton. Has, actually, very surprisingly, more AD than AP in her kit. Deals more physical damage than AP, but it does kind of fit the whole situation. However, Xiaofang, he does like his farming junglers. Ooh, that's even better. More AP ratio, a lot of setup, love it.
I honestly prefer the Maokai to a lot of the AP junglers right now. It depends on the jungler, depends on who's playing those AP carries, but when you've got a Tristana in the mid lane, I think the Maokai jungle is just so incredibly good at setting that carry up. The Cube and the Renekton to be that kind of early and mid. I mean, honestly, if you're struggling in the mid game, Renekton is not a bad pick to cover up some of those weaknesses. Xiaoshu gonna go with the answer and the Cassante up top to try and deal with that Renekton. Let's see what the bans are going to be, because for OMG, I would not be too surprised to see some junglers taken off of the board now.
Yeah, and I also love the fact that RA locked in their Kalista, but they have not necessarily locked up a pair for her. I'm feeling that Zwei is going to be getting the R5 here for sure, because if you lock in something like the Kalista Ashe, then the Blitzcrank could very easily come out from OMG. So I love the fact that RA are just throwing their hands up. They're like, listen, there's like a couple more supports that we can pair up with that Kalista that we will not have a problem choosing. The one that is more prominent right now that comes to mind is the Alistar after Leona, Ashe, and Nautilus have been banned away.
See what they're going to go for. That Kalista, I mean, depends how aggressive you want to go in the bot lane as well. Something like a Renata could come through. It's something we've seen.
As well.
I don't know whether it's worth banning it necessarily, but more just thinking of the duos that you could go for. Carry jungle could be an option here for Xiao Hao, but an AD carry jungle in that of the Graves. We've seen a little bit of Graves across the split, but not masses yet.
Yeah, I feel like you play Graves right here. Your team is a little bit too much on the defensive. Someone needs to start making the plays. It is going to be it's going to be the Graves. Indeed, locked in right here. I'll tell you a fun story about that later, about the Lucian Nami coming now from OMG. Yeah, right here, I wouldn't be surprised to even actually see the Renata getting locked in. But Zwei, there's 2 AD carries also from the side of OMG. So that hostile takeover could be huge.
Yeah. I'm gonna be honest, I feel like this OMG comp is just keep it simple, stupid, right? Like, we've got Lucian Nami, we've got Maokai Tristana, we've got Maokai Renekton. Like, these are all just very simple combos. This is a very obvious composition, very easy to play. Like, I like that. Why would you, like, OMG struggling in the mid games? Like, let's have just a simple win condition to work with. I think that's a great idea.
I love that. There's, like you mentioned, there's so much simple setup. The wave, the Maokai ult can very easily zone people away from choke points, zone them from neutral objectives. OMG have Prior in the mid lane. They can have Prior bot lane as well. You've got Renekton on top, who's a menace in the early to mid too. So I feel like Xiaofang can actually like pinpoint any lane on the map to hit in the early game, and he'll be pretty successful, except for Cassante. We stay away usually, typically, from Cassante, especially on his right side.
Yeah, Cassante. What a champion. What a champion.
Hey, he was buffed recently, did you know?
Yeah, I did know about that. I heard about that. I feel like they need to buff him so he can keep up with Skarner up at the top side. Oh boy. Yeah, we thought Cassante was bad.
There's a new Cassante in the block, boys.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, it does feel like top laners, they're getting some buffs, aren't they? They're getting some buffs across the board. I feel like top laners top lane tanks as a role have gained a lot of strength over the last few years. Either way, enough about ranting about the state of the game. Let's get into the game. It's RA versus OMG. OMG with a let's say a strong and stable win in game number 1. I don't know how true that is, but I've said it now. Let's see if they can finish off the second one as well. But RA going to be looking to challenge. Bit of aggression in their own roster here. The Graves and a Callista, and that Hui in the mid lane. We'll see if it can work out. The early games have looked good for RA in their previous series. Can they bring that fire once more against the likes of OMG?
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
There was nothing this time around, Munch.
Yeah.
There was nothing. They felt like they didn't deserve it after that mid game, you know?
I think the thing is, like, the exact time we get onto the Rift varies, and I think maybe the audiences do it at a certain time or something, and sometimes we're onto the Rift a little later, or I don't exactly know. I don't exactly know, but yeah, sometimes the Gyos they Gy-owned, you know. An apostrophe T at the end. Crack it on. RA going straight for an invade to start this one off. Take a look at where Starry is on the map right now. It's looking like a lane swap coming out from OMG.
Angel, super aggro in the early game as well. Yeah, the Lucian Nami lane. People towards the top side of the map. Now, of course, when you are lane swapping for more than the few couple waves in the early game, because usually teams only do it for like couple of waves, and they go back to their lanes like level 3, level 4, something like this.
Yeah.
But if it's a long-standing lane swap, it's usually the top laner that is the squisher. It's usually the top lane that is more carry-oriented than full tank-oriented that ends up suffering a little bit. In this case, it's obviously going to be Cube. However, Cube here is going to be sharing a lot of that XP with Starry, which is what we typically see when the lane swaps don't last as long anyway. It's just first couple of waves, everyone comes with full spells in lane, which means it becomes much easier to not get pressured.
So in a situation like this, where we do see these lane swaps, where I do expect this to be the scenario where they do return to lane at like you say, level 3, level 4, and we go back to standard matchups, what is it we should be looking out for as an audience in terms of like who wins the lane swap, or is it generally just a bit neutral?
I feel like when it comes to lane swaps, it's all about the junglers as well. Top laners and junglers. Particularly here, I'm looking at Xiaohao. Xiaohao just wants to sit in his jungle and actually farm, get towards his collector, build all that lethality, plus crit, whatever he just to go towards. And you want to have a strong Graves. Now right here, because of the lane swap situation, that means that none of your lanes is actually in any trouble. None of your lanes is on fire, so you can just stay in your jungle and pretty much freely farm. The problem right here was that this Graves was not going to have prior top, he was not going to have prior mid, and he was not going to have prior most likely bot lane due to the Lucian Nami being that strong. So I feel like if anything, this lane swap definitely benefits RA.
So typically we've seen 2 plates is the general expectation from these lane swaps. A lot of bot lanes recalling at this point, and then returning to the lane after that. Looks like it's going to be 3 plates here for Assume. And you expect Xiaoshu then to TP up towards that top side. Xiaoshu is going to recall here, which means he's going to miss quite a lot of minions underneath that top tower. Cube's currently hitting that top tower. I really don't want to look at the mid trade right now. I want to look at the top laners missing out on CS. And a demolish proc there from Cube as well. So ultimately the top laners are even in CS at this point. And Xiaoshu going to save his TP and walk up to this top lane.
Yeah, and everything goes back to even, right? So typically when you have like a Lucian Nami, you expect this lane to be extremely strong, especially with Lucian on like 1 to 2 items, especially like in the previous kind of iterations of Lucian builds where you had like the full energized build and you had like the extended range build with a rapid fire cannon. On 1 to 2 items, you'd see Lucian come out of lane, go into that mid lane, bully whoever the heck walks up, literally whoever walks up. Just bully them out and make it a 4 versus 5 with neutral objectives. Right here, you pretty much ensure that Lucian going into lane is pretty strong at level 3. You also have a Nami, which could be very susceptible into getting ganked and killed if you pull that Grave Souls at both sides of the map. So going into lane level 3 into a Callista lane is much more safe from the side of OMG.
See a mild CS lead for Starry, but you can literally see that CS lead on your screen as a massive wave will crash underneath the tower. Assume should be able to pick most of this up. And you can see Xiaofeng here in the bottom side, but I don't think he's realistically going to look for a dive on this one. And again, he's looking... I think he's just trying to shadow it, just trying to make sure that this wave crashes in, that Starry and PP God are safe to push that underneath the tower. As Cube, once again, returns to the tower in that top side and will be rewarded with a third plate.
Ooh, 125 Gs in the pocket right there from the Renekton, as you mentioned. A lot of the CS, when you pair up your top laner with the bot lane, when the lane swaps are happening, are going to the AD carry, of course. You want them to go back to lane as strong as possible. However, Cube was able to absorb 3 tower platings. One of them, of course, all on his lonesome, but he also absorbed 2 others on that top side. And bot lane Xiaohao is making sure that that bot lane tower crashes. And Angel is going to take a small hit here. The first ultimate just with a tier in the inventory doesn't hurt as much.
Now Vikla going to be able to trade aggressively, try and maintain priority in that mid lane. One thing I will say off the back of those lane swaps, there's a CS lead up top. I'm going to hold that thought though, because Xiaohao, I don't think he's going to be as respectful as his opponent in this dive. Starry with a great little dash, but he flashes into the crash down. It's a double stun from Jue. Zoom takes the tower shot. Tower aggro has reset. They can go for a redive here if they want to. PP God stunned. Lightning from the sky as Jue flashes back under the tower and he survives. Xiaofeng now stuck underneath the tower on his lonely own. Some of the twisted advance is good, but Xiaohao, the only one to fall for RA. Magnificent dive.
Brilliant dive right here from RA. And if I had to say something for blue side right here would be OMG. Underneath this tower, there were a few misplays right there from Starry. We're gonna explain them when we see the replay right here. So Starry plays this pretty well. He ease away from Asum. He walks towards the tower and then he ease away from Asum, but then flashes right on top of his support as the crashdown lands from Jue, which means that they both end up piled up on top of damage and CC from the side of RA, and then Xiaofeng flashes in, Jue flashes out. Ends up going down as well. Yes, he takes Graves with him, but that is another tower plating share between 4 members of RA. Vikla ends up getting a kill right here, and we do see how accelerated that wave can get with just a couple of kills. Gives so much damage into his inventory, all this gold being piled up. So RA right there with a great result.
Oh, flash forward from Asum. That's going to be a kill on PP God. Honestly, RA's bot lane is kind of smurfing in this game. A great dive, now just an easy 2v2 kill. Not enough respect given by PP God.
You asked me in the break, where did that aggressive early game go from RA? Where here it is. We've got a power dive, 6 minutes in. We had a very great response to the lane swap that OMG forced in this particular game. We've got another very great flash aggression coming out from Asum on the top, on the bot side to get yet another kill, and the first dragon collected right here from RA. This is looking like a pretty clean early game from the team.
I'm going to try and dive again. Xiaofeng is here. It does feel a little bit more difficult, especially with that Maokai ultimate available now as Xiaofeng's hit level 6. It would be a very difficult dive to pull off. Bickla's going to have to return to the mid lane as Angel crashing a wave there. And RA realised, oh, that's not the play, but Starry really starting to feel the brunt of that serrated Dirk in the inventory of Asum.
I feel like OMG need a sort of mid-game fight to happen around the Renekton, and a lot of these fights are going to be centered around Cube being able to find his way into the backline, possibly finding Vikla or Asum through a flank. I feel a lot of is on the back of Cube to try and find this backline later on, because Asum right now is so far ahead of that Lucian. Got that opportunity first into that inventory. Playing Halo Blade, super aggro, so much damage in the early game as well, which means that a lot of the neutral objectives towards the bot side of the map, especially when centered around the Kalista, are gonna go RA side.
Yeah, definitely. It does feel like RA in a really commanding position. I'm really glad to see it, because we saw this against Top Esports. We saw them make things happen in the early game. I'm glad to see it repeated once again against OMG. OMG now 2,000 gold behind. They will grab themselves these grubs. They've actually swapped against Starry moving up to that top side to get the grubs. Assume in the meantime, though, He's 20 CS up at this point. That's a 5th plate as the first tower goes down. Him getting solo gold for that one as well. He's 2-0-2. He's already finished his opportunity. I mean, this Kalista is in a monstrous state. If there's a fight within the next, I don't know, 15 minutes, I feel like it's a massive advantage for RA.
Yeah, and this is exactly why Starry and Pipicon went towards the top side of the map. It is so scary to walk bot lane. That tower was so dead. It was like about, what, 3 hits from dying. The entire bot side corner of Xiaofang's jungle has been lit up with red wards as well, so it'd be so dangerous for the squishy duo of Star and Pipico to just walk there. So they take top side anyway. They're playing around their Renekton for the time being. They took the void grabs as well, which is something that they have been focusing on in a lot of their series, trying to get those grabs. And I feel like it could be a win condition, absolutely, having the Renekton on the side lane, having Tristana in particular on the side lane, potentially with a void grabs buff. Could be huge for them sort of splitting the map and trying to play away from that Kalista win condition that RA want to play.
See if they can space it out. Assumes moved up, like you say, to that top lane. RA kind of grouping on the top side right now. There are no grubs up. In fact, grubs aren't even going to respawn. Oh my lord!
What?
Starry, you
What?
poor man. Like, I mean,
Wait.
how are you ever stepping into lane again? It's just impossible.
Yo, my Kalista doesn't do that. And I don't mean my as in me playing, I mean my team, okay?
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Xiaofang has to use his ultimate, but Xiao Hao grabs himself the Gromp anyway. Just going to deny that with the smite. And, I mean, they're cruising. RA are absolutely cruising through this early game. And it feels like at this point, you're very much looking towards stacking objectives, very much looking towards denying anything from OMG. Angel will be able to get 1 hit on the tower, does get the plate, but he's pulled underneath the tower. This is pretty greedy from Angel. Bone plating, helping to keep him alive, but a movement speed for Xiao Hao. Angel will get away.
I feel like this is getting harder and harder for OMG to play. They do have a Maokai that is a full AP Maokai, and you're running a triple damage threat on the side of RA. Not to mention that due to the pressure of RA on the map, due to the pressure that Asum puts all over the entire map, Xiao Hao has been able to steal CS. He's about 20 CS up. He's farming freely onto these graves, which means that by the time the fight starts, and this Maokai, oh my god, this Maokai is gonna be your front line. Like, what front line? You've got a Renekton with no item, you've got a pure AP Maokai, and the rest 3 are 2 damage threats, 2 AD carries, and a Nami. There is no front line for OMG, and RA have all the tools to completely make them disappear.
Yeah. And you know, the return of this AP Maokai build as well with the Blackfire Torch, the first strike. We used to see AP Maokai a long old while ago. It was pretty much just gone in the last split. Like, it was pretty much all tank Maokai at that point. But Xiaofang bringing it back with the first strike. The new items definitely can see its value. However, like you say, there's just no front line. There's just no one that's going to be able to tank up the poke damage and just the sheer all-in damage from Xiao Hao as well.
Yeah. I mean, I don't mind the AP Maokai right here if you consider that the map is even. Xiao Hao on the graves, he likes to invade, he likes to play a little bit more aggressive. You put down all those saplings through the bushes, that means that every time Xiao Hao will move a little bit more aggressive, he will take a huge chunk of his aim to be taken away by the saplings. However, right now, because of how RA control the entirety of the map through the pure pressure of Asum, oh, hold on, Vikla.
Ults onto the tower from Xiaofang. I think he's going to be okay. Just one-shots the wave with his mini equalizer. And now he'll be okay. I mean, Hui is just so... Like, how do you ever die, Hui? He just kills the minion wave so efficiently.
Yeah, this is going to be kind of a problem for Angel as well, because he wants to be on the side lane, he wants to be split pushing, he wants to be taking these grabs, which wasn't necessarily the case. OMG only has 3. And we're going to go back to the whole situation of... Angel and pressuring through that mid lane, and how he had a fantastic game 1. That was his redemption from the first series that he played. However, here on the Tristana, he didn't necessarily get given the space to do that. He didn't get given the space of bully Vikla out of lane, because Vikla walks back into mid with a kill through bot lane. So that Tristana's like, now what? And it's going to become a little bit problematic, because you see through sheer vision control throughout the entire map RA. Wherever they see that Tristana walk up, they'll just put Vikla right there, +1. Whether it's Zway or Xiaohao, he will always be followed, by another member of RA to make sure that you just freely push that wave against the Tristana.
Makes it so difficult to find an advantage. One thing I will say,
Yeah.
there is an advantage on the side of OMG we've not talked about, is 1,000 gold in favor of Cube up in the top lane. Now it's not
Tell you
reflected.
what, that doesn't matter.
It's not reflected in items. Yeah, it doesn't feel that impactful. However, I will say Renekton, you know, if you get a flank, you get your ultimate, you get onto multiple people, like, he'll 100-0 Soup. Like, he'll one-shot Vikla, so if he can find an angle, maybe there's a chance for Cube to show himself. And that would be exciting, honestly, because I feel like Cube is a player that, when he first entered the scene, I remember him playing in Demacia Cup, and he was like the gangplank guy. This guy was hard carrying on gangplank, like one-shotting people. It was great. And then
Man, I miss
he joined
Gangplank.
the LPL, and he just was put on Ornn duty for like literally years. I'd love to see him have a bit of a carry performance on this Renekton. He's got a gold lead. Don't know if the drafts are really going to suit it, but I hope we can see a little bit more.
Okay, now you got me excited because I do really miss good Gangplank plays. I'm really sad actually Gangplank is not in meta anymore because it's really fun to watch. Now going back into this and what you said, for people having 1,000 gold lead, I think the most important thing is the item that's standing in his inventory. If you look at the majority of the damage coming from OMG, Tristana, Lucian, heavy AD, you're gonna have Cassante who's pretty much gonna build full armor on his kid. So having that black lever diving into the backline, reducing the armor, is going to be huge for Tristana and Lucian to try and put the utmost damage possible to try and burst down a target. However, I'm just saying it's going to be extremely difficult because it's up to Cube to find that flank. It's up to Cube to find a way into the backline. And even when he does, there's so much displacement from the Graves and from Assume's Kalista that you can very easily evade something like a Renekton. We have seen Renektons make the difference when they do stick onto the Kalista, and that would be huge for Cube. However, we've yet to see a fight forced right here from OMG, but now they have their items completed, and they're no longer in a huge deficit in terms of power in their inventory. We could see one coming up soon with 1.5 minutes on the Dragon.
Certainly could. Let's see how it pans out. I will say, I just watched Xiaohao walk into one of those saplings, and he's only 1.5 item, but that dot is already starting to get real annoying. I'm curious to see how that continues. Starry getting some good pressure in this mid-game as well, despite the early deficit. Still able to use this Lucian extremely well to control the mid lane. This is what you want to see from a Lucian. Demolished from Angel as well. That is a 3rd tier 1 taken. OMG honestly doing a really good job of getting these side lane towers down, getting the mid lane tower down. It'll help them control the map a little bit better.
Yeah, that was great stuff from OMG. I think they did this in the previous game as well, but we just watched. They caught RA on the resets, they saw Cassante in the bot lane, they saw 2 members of RA towards the top side of the map, and then they used that Maokai ultimate purely just for zoning purposes, try and take that mid lane tower down. Again, this is huge for them, because Maokai walking a little bit further forward into the jungle. You did mention how annoying the saplings were, especially when people have to literally face tank them to take them off the map. So making sure that you take this tower right before the dragon is huge. Darkness on the map for RA. You can possibly move those saplings a little bit further down. Take some control on the bot side of the map because RA already hold 2 dragons in their names.
I love that Xiaofeng is getting a bit creative in terms of his build. This is the first AP Maokai we see this split. Obviously, it's not been that much of this split, but there's been 3 Maokai games. They've all been tanked. I'm excited to see what he can get done with the pick. How obnoxious this gets. I've not seen it with the new items in a professional environment, with the new first strike. And I feel like it could be something saucy. This is the 3rd Drake for RA, though. On the scene already, Cube. This is the flank we talked about. This is his moment. Come on, Cube, have a big play. It's Dragon taken by RA. Cube onto the backline. He gets onto Vikla, but he doesn't quite have the damage to finish the job. And Vikla turns golden. Cube looking a bit more like a square.
Yeah, 2 members down from OMG. RA, every single one of them still alive. They're going to pop that. The recount? That's your tower. But the other way.
Yeah, we're vibing. Oh, Assume has to flash. Starry finding an advantage in the 1v1 essentially, which, well, I guess 2v1 PP God existed. Namis do things, I think. Not really sure what Namis do. They just sort of stand near Lucian, but I've been told I need to credit them.
Yeah, I feel like Xiaohao tried to put that rift over there because everyone's HP bar was so low, but let's watch this one more time. Huge. You mentioned he needed to make the huge play. He sees Vikla, he gets onto Vikla. He takes a big chunk of his HP down. However, with no frontline, OMG cannot step up. Vikla goes golden. He and the Maokai both die. That means OMG's backline cannot progress any further into this fight. And this is the problem we mentioned earlier. You do not have a tank to create space and time for your Tristana and for your Lucian to put down the damage.
I honestly feel like if Cube picks a different target, like if he's on Assume there instead of Vic, I know Vikla got a little bit chunked at the start, but honestly, like, I think you one-shot Assume. He didn't have his spell shield up, whereas Vikla has Archangel shield and also has the Seeker's arm guard. Like, he is hard to kill for a Renekton. And obviously we saw he survives thanks to the shield from the Archangels, and then he's on yours afterwards. Like, it's really difficult to finish that kill. I think if he's on Assume, maybe that fight could look a bit different. And again, there's Ninja Tabbies on Assume, so I don't know. Oh, Dwayne dives in. Ultimate comes out.
Wait,
my God. OMG, you're being obliterated.
I blinked and he died. I didn't see who. I didn't see what did this to him. What I'm seeing right now is that RA, no, there's 2 members down from OMG. No smite available. OMG is TPing into these. They're bringing Cube in.
Yeah, got to try and do something. They can't afford to lose. Baron at this point. Starry calling across the team. Good damage onto Jway, but they're just going to turn it into a fight. Cube gets in the middle of everyone with that dominance, but he's just not tanky enough. There's so much damage on this RA roster. Cube cut down. Everyone surviving. And they start the Baron again. Health bars are blinking. Angel in the area. Can he make the miraculous occur? Xiao Shu on the front line. Xiao Hao can block as well. 3K on the Baron. Angel trying to get damage onto this Cassante, but he's just too tanky to deal with. RA, this is gorgeous gameplay.
Angel hit him with the entire combo, and I don't think Xiao Shu's HP bar moved whatsoever. Another incredible fight from RA, securing them the Baron as well. It all started with this play. Xiao Fang, who? You blink, he dies. AP Maokai doesn't stand a chance against a fed triple carry threat team coming out from RA. And again, this is becoming a little bit problematic because you do not have anyone to face it for you. RA can just walk up to objectives and basically threaten you to come into them, and they're still gonna obliterate you because you're just lacking the front line. Yeah, this was close, but again, it's just not good enough.
And you know, I'm starting to feel like I know this RA team now. I feel like this is the kind of team where
they're back.
They live and die by their early game, right? Like, when they get a lead in the early game, it feels really fun to watch. Like, against Top Esports, they really showed some good... Obviously, Top Esports showed to be the better team. Not that surprising. Like, look at the caliber of players on that. They went to MSI, for God's sake. But when RA fall behind in the early game, there's a lot to be desired, but even still almost coming back against our OMG in the previous game. This game, when they have the lead in the early game, oh my God, they're taking them apart.
Yeah, absolutely, and I feel like it kind of all started by OMG forcing a swap in the early game, which was very weird. And I feel like RA responded so well to it. So many tower platings went their way. They took the entirety Bolt Tower. They took the entirety of the Bolt Quadrant of Xiaofang's jungle control throughout the entire game. And when you're swapping, you're ensuring that, hey, the farming jungler gets to farm for free, which is exactly what Xiaohao did. And I'll agree with you, their early game has looked pretty clean. However, now it's time for the Dragon. It's gonna be up again. RA first in that river, first on the neutral objective, threatening. If OMG walks in, they're dead.
Soul for RA if they can get it. Cube on the front line needs to be the tank, but he just ain't that tanky. Vikla lost the flash though and roots across the team, tidal wave across the team. And can't finish a kill. That was so many ultimates used by OMG. And Dwayne just dives into everyone, plays distraction while the soul is taken. RA, they're happy with no fight. They already got the soul.
Their HP bars are so low, and there's no one to force a follow-up from OMG because they're also
TP from
squishing.
Xiaoshu.
The TP's been pulled. They want to sandwich them.
Massive flank TP from Xiaoshu. Xiaofeng might spot him here. Should be able to get in the brush. Okay, it doesn't matter if he's spotted because he's making the play. Angel just jumps over. Xiaofeng flashes out. I'm going to be honest,
And that's it.
that might be the most anticlimactic flank TP I've ever seen.
Okay, I'm gonna. Oh wait, that was the wrong way.
What is going on? Okay.
Angel, just a prank. It was just a prank by Angel. They were just testing the waters. Yeah. So Cassante flanking, not the most satisfying. He usually doesn't necessarily have the tools to get any like huge engage unless you ult somebody through a wall, which right there. There wasn't necessarily really any wall to pull anyone through, and Xiaofeng, I think, played that really well and flashed away anyway. So, all in all, though, it was yet another push. It was yet another tower for RA. They get to have a lot more control towards the top side of the map. If you look at the top quadrant of Xiaofeng's jungle, its entirety is lit up by red wards from RA. So far, I feel like RA have done an incredible job on pivoting their early game aggression into mid-game vision control and objectives. And all we've got to see is how they actually finish the game. However, if I'm gonna compare game 1 to game 2, I feel RA are doing a much better job at snowballing their lead than OMG did.
One thing I will say is I'm kind of mind-boggled here that it's only a 3k golden for RA. It feels like a way bigger lead than 3k. And I guess part of it is down to like CS lead for Angel, CS lead for Cube. It basically even CS, but like
4 towers.
I don't know. At the same time, Xiaohao is massively ahead in the jungle in terms of like the individual carries, like with the kills and everything. You can see 2.5k gold lead for Assume. It's all about Angel having a bit of gold. I don't know how much this Tristana can carry though. Solo laners being the stars for OMG. I really don't know if I believe in a comeback though with the way these fights have gone.
I'm not gonna lie to you, a lot of the times in losing teams, your Tristana will be up in gold. I wanna compare this to something much easier, digestible for viewers, which is your typical Yasuo, let's say, in a League of Legends game. And it's not your Yasuo in the team, right? It's in the enemy team, you've stomped him in lane. Suddenly though, this Yasuo's 100 CS up when you go into the late game, because it's not the type of champions that will stick on a side lane, because it's much easier for them to evade any gank on the side lane. I think it's the same sort of story for the Tristana. You'll very easily find her on the side lane because she's a very safe champion to push waves with without necessarily get caught. Her W keeps her safe, her ultimate keeps her safe. Of course, when you have summoners up, it's much easier as well. So this is why a lot of the times you'll see, hey, Vikla's doing really well. He's putting out so much damage. He's got 2.5 items, 260 CS. However, that Tristana is up in gold due to side lane towers, due to side lane pressure constantly, which Vikla cannot keep up with, especially when he's missing a summoner.
Tough to match the side lane, but the problem is it's difficult for Angel to match the team fight of what Vikla is bringing here. 2.5 items on the way, 5 stacks of the Dark Seal. Baron back up on the map, and RA not messing about, just gonna start. Like, can you remember last game, OMG really struggling to start any Baron? Like, it felt like the comp couldn't do it, felt like the Rumble was a big problem. RA just instantly start it once again. Xiaoshu gets onto Xiaofeng. That's Baron taken. Maybe a fight from OMG. Angel, oh no, the fate's call. It saves Dre's life, and OMG, they don't even get the singular pick.
And it feels like, you know, OMG are doing so much damage, but that's because RA are throwing their hands up. They're choosing not to fight. They know exactly what they're there for. Take that objectives, use their resets on the map from OMG to push down those towers, which they're doing right now, and they're preserving a lot of their ultimates for the big fights to come.
Xiaohao trading little blows. Jungle there.
There's no ults from OMG.
I mean,
They've
OMG
used
just,
them all.
what can they do? What on earth can they do? Angel at least is pushing towards a tier 2 with the bots. I mean, that's the kind of positives we've got to talk about with OMG here. This just feels kind of doomed at this point. But on the positive side, like, RA are in a position where they're going to win their first game of the split. That might, you know, as that left my mouth, I realized that is maybe one of the most caster curse sentences I've ever said, but I do genuinely believe that they are in the position where they're going to win their first game of the split. And we talked about how important this series is in terms of the group. If you want to make some kind of miracle escape from this group against top esports, against LNG, It's got to start with a win in this series, and I'm glad RA haven't just gone down in a 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest here. I don't see how OMG can turn this around. I feel like the items in RA's inventory, the way they play the fights, the way that it's easier to play the fights for RA. Like, look at the inventory of Xiaoshu. As I say this, it goes away, but it's full of armor, man. Who's gonna kill this man? The AP Maokai? Impossible.
I believe in you, Xiaofeng. I believe the saplings
Just make it
can be
happen
the
to shut
difference
me up,
maker.
you know?
Do you know, I was just watching to see what Xiaofeng's damage was looking like, and he keeps on throwing
not
these
that great.
saplings. Vikla kind of just soaks them with his own shields. He just drops his like little shield thing, plus the Mountain Soul shields. Like, I feel like, in theory, you'd think Ocean Soul would be best against AP Maokai, but honestly, the Mountain Soul denying the initial poke, Xiaofeng with a smile and despair on him, will walk away with his life. It just feels... I mean, you can't even contest for vision here. In the meantime, Angel has been forced out on the bottom side of the play. It's about 1 HP as he walks away from that one. It means Cube goes down. I don't know why we were looking at red buff this whole time. As we go on to Elder Dragon now with a pick onto OMG's top laner.
There is TP for Angel, but there's also a base that's under attack by double super minions who cannot TP him yet. One team might have to try and steal this. Impossible. Oh, Lord.
This is a very slow victory march for RA. They have been, I feel like, in a position where they could end the game for a little while now. The Elder Dragon should be the cherry on top. Only 5 seconds on the Baron, but they're going to TP to the wave to protect it. So, tower goes down. Starry just about dodges the Q3 coming out from Xiaoshu. As now, RA, Elder in hands. Surely this is the moment. Cube still not up for another 5 seconds before he can get into the play. And to be honest, there's not really any good wards for him to TP to for a flank or anything like that either. Maybe just TP to the minion wave, or just walk forwards at them. Tidal wave comes in. Xiaoshu just buffers it with his W. They're out of minions though. This is OMG can hold on because there's just not enough minions.
Yeah, there's gonna be in a couple seconds though, and that Elder Dragon path, it was still gonna be up on the side of RA. You said he's not gonna be able to get into the play. My question here is like, what play? I don't think OMG have a play right here. RA are just waiting for the minions to come in.
They don't even have brushes for the AP Maokai to play off of. I think that was a collateral damage there coming out from Xiaohao. This one is over. OMG have been absolutely smacked by RA, and RA are enjoying it, getting bonus kills on the back of everything. The Nexus will fall. RA take us to 3.
This series is making me very excited to watch game number 3.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to be very honest with you. The second I saw RA's draft get forward in the early game, and how, you know, Maokai was AP, you don't necessarily have a lot of front line to work with. If you're OMG, I was like, hey, if the draft goes downhill, it's very difficult to turn this around without any particular front line, and it ended up being the case. However, no more Tristana for Angel, and no more Hui for both of these teams. So the 2 mid laners that are the most prominent, alongside Corki, are not going to be available for both of these teams. So we'll see what they're going to choose to put mid lane to sort of change that vibe that we've been seeing of like heavily shoving mid laners.
We'll have to see what Fearless Draft has for us in game number 3. We're going the distance between RA and OMG. We'll be back right after this to find out who can come out on top.
hours of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen, blood washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. It's RA versus OMG. We're going to game number 3. RA coming out of the gate swinging in game number 2. I'm joined by Trouble here as we head towards our 3rd game. And honestly, I feel like RA might just be the favorites in this series at this point. OMG barely winning that first game, almost going the way of RA. And then game 2 being an absolute stomp for RA. Like, what do OMG have left?
I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt because I don't think that game 2 draft really favored OMG. It was very difficult to come back once you fell behind, once opting onto this swap as well. Of course, assumed to complete control, not just of the lane, but of the entire map. Wherever his Kalista was, they took complete control of the quadrants, the jungle, the creeps, the towers, the vision, everything there was, it was on this Kalista.
Yeah, it was, I mean, some of those chunks we saw during the laning phase were filthy. Like, just the EQ combo coming out where, or like, I guess QE combo, where you throw it through the minions and then it hits the enemy champion as well. Insane damage coming out from Assume, and a tough game from OMG. Honestly, it felt like once they fell behind, they really didn't have a lot of ways to really challenge anything. RA as well, the thing that I want to compliment for them, something that a lot of lower tier teams don't ever get good at, is playing around objectives. They were decisive on those Barons. They knew that they wanted to go for the objectives, and they took them down fast. Really, really great stuff from RA. Decisive gameplay. That's what I like to see. We'll see if they can do it again here as we enter the draft for game number 3.
Again, no way for neither of those teams. Corki out, Tristana out. Munch, we're gonna have to go on the secondary kids right here. The 3 favorites, they're completely out of the pool. We're gonna be going back to the Tristanas. Twisted Fate also banned away the Tristanas, LeBlancs, things like that. Oh,
so, well, there we go.
Yeah.
LeBlanc instantly locked in for Vikla as a first pick. Angel, he doesn't like the LeBlanc. Solo kill by Scout. I've mentioned it 17 times in this cast so far, but honestly, it was...
hey, that's not Scout, though.
It was a little bit disrespectful. Let's see if Vikla can do a similar thing. I imagine Angel will be playing a little safer this time around. See what the priority is for OMG. I'd be surprised to see a Lee Sin prioritized. Like, that's not something that really any team in the league has prioritized. Their first lock-in is a Lee Sin.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you, I was expecting maybe for them to take the Kalista away this time around, because even though RA cannot pick it anymore, it is available for OMG, so this could be a very strong duo. Now this has been something that LS has been talking about with the return of good items for damage over time champions like the Blackfire Torch and like the Liandry's, things like the LeBlanc not the LeBlanc, sorry, it's like the Malzahar resurface, and I'm pretty sure Angel is very good at not cancelling it as well, so top-notch Malzahar gameplay, baby.
I feel like OMG are gonna like cheese themselves a victory here, aren't they? I feel like this is practically a cheese pick, the Malzahar. But it's good against the LeBlanc. The second you jump in, immediately locked down. Cube can, Xiaofeng can certainly capitalize on that as a Lee Sin. And Starry gets his Jinx, which was one of his better picks last split as well. Banning out the Senna now, they can focus on that AD carry role. Maybe put Assume on the cog more once more.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I am so excited to see Malzahar. The more I see it, the more it makes sense. Anyone who'll make a move towards the Jinx will instantly be pinned by the Malzahar, unless you want to spend 1k plus of your gold to buy that QSS, which I'm expecting mid to late game teams will start doing. However, in the earlier objectives, this is very, very good for OMG to have a much more clean, calculated early game.
So the Braum, I like it as an answer to the Nautilus, protects the Jinx as well. It's a solid pick. I honestly think we're going to start to see a bit more of Braum in the meta. We've seen a few good Braum angles so far. It's a very good response when teams go for more aggressive supports like the Leona, like the Nautilus that we keep on seeing. Soon could go for the Kai'Sa though. This is a pick that has been sneaking in, especially towards the end of these sort of fearless drafts when there's a lot of AD carries off of the table. Can find value, often the sort of semi-AP variant where you go the Kraken Slayer, but then you go into things like the Nash's Tooth and the Zhonya's later on. We'll lock it in alongside the Nautilus.
We've seen Deft go towards Rageblade Kraken into full AP, Death Cap and Void stuff kind of thing. Now, I love this from RA because we mentioned, hey, whoever steps up to be a threat to the Jinx, Malzahar, all he has to do is press R. He doesn't have 4 R buttons. He only has 1. When you've got collectively the entirety of RA piling up onto these Jinx, who do you ult first?
Yeah, and can you actually get your ult properly off? Like, it's very easy to interrupt the Malzahar ult. You need to hit him. You know, obviously you need to get through the spell shield first, but like, if there's a Nautilus nearby, Angel is not channeling that ult for long, you know? So we'll see what RA can do to try and deny that as a win condition. It feels like this entire comp is about protecting Starry. Angel will do a bit of damage on the Malzahar, obviously, but realistically, Starry is going to be the main carry on this team for OMG, and the rest is all about heal. For RA, though, again, lots of burst, lots of ability to find resets for the Viego. The question is, can they get those resets? If you fall behind with a comp like this, you fall very far behind.
Absolutely, and there's so much protection for the Jinx right here. The Braum, the Lee Sin kicking people out, the Cask coming out from Cube onto that Gragas, the Malzahar. There's just so many buttons that can disengage members off of the Jinx. So all eyes on Starry right here, whether he can or not stay alive through his team in those fights.
I'm also just looking at Angel, right? We've got a Malzahar in the mid lane. We've got a Malzahar in the mid lane. I can't remember the last time I saw a Malzahar, but it is a while ago. And I'm going to be honest, I can see the angle, right? I think everyone at home can see the angle too, right? When you just slam Black Fire Torch, slam Leandries, and you can go Malignant with Malzahar as well. Reduces the ult cooldown. You can see the stacking dots. You can just imagine the E place, the dots ticking away. Elder Dragon finishes the job kind of situation. It's something Brand's been doing for a long time. Let's see if Malzahar can do it here on the stage. I thought you were going to pick that one up. I think we're going to wait a long time before the Chios for that one. Here we go. Game number 3. RA versus OMG. Let's get into this one. These are some weak sauce Chios. These are weak sauce.
There was an attempt.
Oh dear.
They tried. The resources they had, they tried. I did a little digging. Last time Malzahar was played, Angel has played it before once.
I can believe it.
In his competitive career, 100% win rate. 7-0 and 15. 2021 summer.
Nice. I mean, of all of the players, like, it would be Angel, right? Angel's played all sorts of wacky stuff over the years. This is a guy that likes to go outside. I feel like Angel and Yagao kind of have a similar vibe about them, where they're not necessarily going to be the player that's absolute mainstay hard carry in the mid lane, but they can play all sorts of weird stuff, and they're very good at denying your opponent from being the big carry. So Malzahar, I feel like, definitely something. I'm not that surprised to see Angel playing it. I'm surprised to see Malzahar at all, but if anyone's going to do it, I can see it being Angel.
Yeah, and again, I was watching Les saying that there was a lack of damage items for things like the Swain, the Malzahar, champions that do overtime damage through dots. And now, of course, with the addition of 2 Fated Ashes components towards items, the Blackfire Torch, the Leandries. Of course, Leandries was there before, but now Fated Ashes enables it even further because the component is really, really strong itself. We can see champions like this. I feel like right here, Angel is the enabler for his team. Not only the protection for Jinx later on and Starry being able to stand still and put auto attacks in the team fights, but also enables Xiao Fang to walk more aggressive into the river, to contest those Scuttle Crabs, to not allow Xiao Hao to play aggressive towards him and contest him. So it feels like once you've got a little bit more mana in your kit, which is what Malzahar struggles with in the early game, you can perma-pressure these waves towards LeBlanc and actually assist Xiao Fang dipping into river.
Almost 3 years until it was last picked. You called it. It was 2021 summer, and it was apparently Cryan was the last guy to pick up. Another player who you can pretty easily picture playing Malzahar, right? He loves the AD, he loves the TF. This hard lockdown coming out from your mid laners. See how it's going to work out for Angel. We'll keep our eyes on his build. We'll keep our eyes on how he does once he hits that level 6. Obviously, Malzahar, one of these champions that, generally speaking, not going to bring that much to the table until that level 6 mark. And LeBlanc actually does pretty well at denying Malzahar in that you can one-shot the minions early on in the game with your W.
Yeah, you can see that Malzahar is a very mana-hungry champion. However, Xiaofang, he's found his way through that bot lane prior. We saw Starry and Poopy Gold. He's actually sprinting to try and help push that wave. Go towards his top side, but it's most likely going to be the respawn on the chickens right there that he's looking for. Too late for the top lane Scuttle Crab, and I feel like this game might be a slower one, right?
Yeah.
When you're into a series and both teams have taken a game and you're desperately in need of a win, like both of these teams are, you definitely want to be taking it slow.
Yeah, I feel like it's like, you know, where we are in this series, it's also just look at the way that OMG have drafted. Like, up top lane, we got a Jax on the side for Xiaoshu. Okay, we've got Gragas, the ultimate, like, counter-denial pick, right? Which, let's focus on that matchup for a second, because Xiaofeng is moving in. As you say, Leap Strike just used, Flash available, but the Q lands. Counter-Strike keeps him alive for a second. Flashes to stun, and then Leap Strike to the wave. Xiaoshu gets out with his life.
Actually, that was genius, because if you watch this again, Xiaofang walked as further away as he could to not get stunned, so he could potentially follow up with his own flash if Xiaoshu flashed away. But the counter-strike was actually beautiful with the flash usage from Xiaoshu to make sure that he leaps away after this as well. Very well done. However, a summoner down, and we did see how Jax bullies that Gragas in the early stages of the game. So if that wave pressures again from Xiaoshu, it's going to be very difficult. However, Xiaoshu did not reset from that. He chose to stay top, which means he's going to lose a couple of creeps, 1 or 2 creeps here, off of a very, very slow reset for himself.
Vikla trading so aggressively onto Angel. Angel trying to return with the Malefic Visions there, but Vikla, he's got a refill pot. He's quite happy to trade HP with the Malzahar to set up for a potential all-in. That's the level 6 hit for Vikla. Jway is moving into the mid lane as well, but Angel's hit 6-2, but he's hooked out of his own ultimate. This is looking for a reset for Xiaohao. 1 more HP on Angel, but they can't quite finish the job. Xiaohao gets first blood away from the tower shots, but he's going to go down himself. Xiaofeng dashes away, and it's a 1-for-1 in the end.
Angel, you saw them! You had vision on them. The control ward just went down on this bush. He could have just walked a little bit to the left. His teammates were also there, just about. Couldn't get in range to tank that hook coming in from Dre's Nautilus. It is going to be a 1-for-1 trade. However, luckily for RA, they get that kill onto one of their carries. OMG, it's Dre. That's going to be cashing in. Oh my god, Angel. He walks too far forward right there, and Pipigod, he's just about in range. He could have, honestly, he could have jumped onto him to also tank that hook for his mid. So again, a little bit of miscommunication, I think, between OMG members right there. At the end of the day, ends up being a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, Angel not quite finding the angle there. It does lead to a small advantage for Vikla. Got the assist. He's picked up a Dark Seal, by the way, so obviously feeling confident. I feel like, against Malzahar, Dark Seal, I mean, obviously just buying the Dark Seal feels pretty good. We're just showing off the cool Lee Sin skin. Feel like buying Dark Seal in general always feels pretty good, right? Because it's such high value as an item if you can get it stacked. Against Malzahar, feels like it's quite hard to stack that. Uh-oh. So you can go down, but the double chain's going to come on through. Xiaohao gets a stun as well. Angel, oh god, it's a disaster.
Yeah, no flash for Angel onto this Malzahar. The wave was pushed a little bit too aggressively right there. Had to overextend Xiaohao just around the corner to punish that one. And so far, so good. We said how Angel was going to be the enabler for his team, not necessarily the carry. So it's not too bad. I mean, it's bad that he ends up going down. However, you don't expect him to be the carry here. So he's like, it's fine, buddy. You're only here for an R button. However, if you start feeding gold left, right, and center, those QSSs are gonna come through much faster than you expected with your OMG, and then it's gonna be problematic.
Yeah, I will say as well, this composition from RA, it's not like it doesn't snowball. Xiaohao having the first 2 kills too on the Viego. This feels like a really nice start on the side of RA. We saw what they can do with the lead in game number 2 of the series. Able to snowball really effectively. This is a team that is hungry to prove themselves. This is a team with a lot of players that showed potential in the past, like Dway having some pretty good games on Ultra Prime. Obviously not exactly the best support in the league or anything like that. But he was on Ultra Prime. It's difficult to stand out too far. Trying to show up on this roster. Assume, again, some really good games individually over the course of the last split. Vikla warming up throughout the last split. We know how good Xiaohao is. Xiaoshu having some big moments on the Aatrox. I feel like all of these different individual pieces of RA all have shown the ability to have big games. Maybe this is the combination of pieces that can turn into a middle-of-the-table team.
Yeah, and I feel like Asum had a really great performance on the Kog'Maw versus top esports, rather than top 2 team in the league, if you will. And this is actually huge when you get to perform like this versus a top-notch team of the entire league, not just your group. It kind of shows the caliber of player that you could become if the rest of the team also steps up together with you, evolves into something better than you envision. Talking about something better, it's not getting better for Angel in the mid lane.
Yeah, this is...
Because Vikla, with all this gold that he's accumulated, he just keeps bullying him out. And instead of Xiaofang getting facilitated for and set up for to walk into the river and get kills, Xiaofang has to actually babysit Angel right here to simply not die from the bush.
Part of the problem as well is like one of the advantages that Malzahar often brings to the mid lane is the ability to just kind of push and move, right? The ability to essentially one-shot the wave without being there. Well, LeBlanc is not only good at killing your minions to deny your push, but also very good at just one-shotting the minion wave herself. So Vikla able to kind of still maintain priority so far. Now, the Luden's Companion finished off, 1 stack of the Dark Seal, 10 CS up. It's almost 1,000 gold up individually. We are getting to the point where LeBlanc can really take over games in this situation if Vikla can get out onto the map.
Yeah, I think this is getting very scary because everyone towards the bot side of the map is very, very squishy, actually including the Brom, because you do not have any extra MR on the Brom, at least in your feet yet, and Vikla showing up, as you mentioned, with the Luden's Companion. That means that you've got free reign to walk into the river with this LeBlanc, sit into Fog of War, bully whoever walks up. You see Void Grabs already spawned, full vision control towards the top side. OMG are going to put their AD carry towards the top side of the map.
Starry.
However, you definitely do not want this Jinx walking up to the LeBlanc.
If Vikla had just sat in the brush instead of hitting the wave there, I mean, why would Starry be walking there? I don't know why Vikla would expect the AD carry to just face check Pixel Brush. Had he known that Starry was going to walk in, that was a free kill on a platter. There wasn't even anyone nearby. Take Starry. However, Vikla, now the one to face check. Walks into river, has to use that Mimic just to get out to safety. In the meantime, Xiaohao grabs himself a 4th grub. The swap up, though, from Starry, this should get the other 2 grubs for RNG. 2 grubs, bit of a consolation prize, though,
I feel like there's a contest here. Vikla had to TP back, but he's already there, and they can definitely contest to get all 6. Or 5.
Assume has that ultimate available, so he can fly into the play from a decent distance away as well. Xiaohao, no smite, so this will just be the grub for Xiaofeng in the end. So it will be 4-2. However, Assume just crashed the wave, so he just gets 2, maybe 3 plates in the mid lane for himself and can walk away. So good stuff from RA, honestly. They still get one of the grubs. They're still going to have enough to get the mites. Obviously, it was changed coming into this split, so now it's 4 rather than 5 to get those mites online. Feels pretty good for RA, especially since they're getting Drake on top.
Yeah, and they felt like there was not much else needed to do right there, especially since they got the 4 secured. They had a mid lane crash, like you mentioned. They could get free reign towards the dragon. Oh, Starry.
Oh boy, Starry has flash available, but he does not have chance to use it. I think he needed to get over the wall a bit earlier. Assume flies in and finishes the kill. And I mean, we saw one opportunity where Starry nearly kind of mispositioned and died, and then it's immediately followed up by another misposition.
Yeah, that jungle ain't yours anymore, especially when you don't have any teammates around. So I feel like Starry overextending even a tiny bit towards the ramp right there, getting spotted is enough for RA to just pull the trigger and get onto him. We'll see it again. This is called the ramp of death. The second a squishy member is actually spotted on this ramp, oh no, he supports saw it happen. He supports saw it happen in front of his eyes and didn't cancel the teleport.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't feel that's on PP God. I feel that's on Starry, because like, why the hell are we clearing that ward? It's not like What is that ward doing? Do we really need to clear that ward? Like, I
You know
don't.
what, Munch? A good support sacrifices for the stupidity of his AD carry. That's how it works. That's the natural selection when you pick support.
I mean, Starry
I don't
inting
make the
PP
rules.
God is not PP God's fault. I'm sorry. I don't take that. I don't take that at all. I'm in defense of PP God. Let's have some PP giggles in the chat. Oh, my days. Anyway, moving on from just flaming Starry at this point. OMG falling pretty far behind. Yeah, this is starting to just feel rough now because, like, OMG, again, we were coming into this series like we need to see more. We need to see better performances out of some members. Angel was our focus, and he had a really good game one. He got the MVP on Hui. However, game number 3, not so much. Game number 2, not. I mean, he was kind of fine individually on game number 2, but the team couldn't find it. Feels like RA, their early and mid game, is just straight up better than OMG's.
Okay, I'm gonna give you an underrated opinion. What if it was the champion and not the players, match? Obviously, I don't want to take anything from Angel. However, Hui is a little bit busted right now, and he does seem to dictate a lot of these fights. I feel like Vikla has been sort of a superior mid laner, and I think you mentioned it at the very beginning when we're looking at it. You were looking between the two mid laners, and you're like, hey, Angel needs to sort of redeem himself and have a really good game. However, for Vikla, I feel like he's got the upper hand. And I feel like it's been the case for the entirety of this series. No matter the sort of matchup that Vikla has been in, he has been superior in lane. Even in game number 1, until the Hui got online, I feel like Vikla did have Angel's number from the get-go. So RA right here again with an early game lead. However, between the two teams, I'm much more happy to say that RA can't snowball their victory from what I've seen, the little sample size that we've seen in the series.
It feels that way, doesn't it? But we'll see how this composition works out. I mean, the thing with OMG's composition, right, is it's kind of all about the re-engage. It's all about playing in response to RA. So naturally, it's going to be a bit of a slower game because OMG, they kind of need RA to do things to them. And when you're this far behind, it's really difficult to contest anything. So naturally, you're not going to see that much action coming on through immediately. But later on, I do want to see if they can protect Starry. I do want to see if they can have this Jinx as a hyper carry. Also, the Malzahar will do mega damage later on into the game. Oh no, the QSS is already there for Vikla.
So, remember what we said about Angel Dimes? Like, it's not a big deal. He's just there to pretty much protect and facilitate. However, if you give so much gold in the early game, QSS is not a financial burden anymore because you've earned it through the extra gold that those assists have given Vikla. So right now for Vikla to get that QSS 16 minutes in, it's fine. He's already got his damage purchased.
Do you reckon Vikla will earn enough gold this game from his first strike to pay for his QSS? We'll have to see. We'll try and keep a track on that one.
At this point, he might as well have.
Yeah, I mean, look, the gold lead is 700 in favor of Vikla, so currently his QSS costs 600 gold, right? And so it's Angel is 600 gold ahead in the mid game. It's
You know
not,
what I was
obviously
thinking?
that doesn't quite work. There's magic resisted there, blah blah blah, right? But,
I love that because you mentioned first strike, and it's like first strike is like a bank loan. You take first strike, you sacrifice a little bit of that damage that you have with probably like a more aggressive rune of your choice. However, the interest that you get from the returns pay off for other things like your QSS. All right here. With the classic setup of putting referral mid, unfortunately, it's not quite going to be enough to finish off this tower. They wanted it to go down to take control of that river because the next dragon has already spawned and they're fighting for it. However, you mentioned how difficult it is for OMG to face check a LeBlanc.
oh, flash forward from Angel sets up for a pick. That's Dway going down. And honestly, a pick should be enough for them to feel confident on the Drake. This would be their second Drake as well. I don't know why we're looking at the top laners right now. Vikla goes in, gets a bit of damage onto Angel. I don't think a little bit of damage matters too much, though. Ocean Soul, not ideal, but it's better than no soul.
I feel like starting to stack Dragons right here is going to be huge for OMG. If you look over on RA, they do have split push threats as well for later on, which OMG cannot reply to. However, RA, I think they can contest a 3v4.
Shanghai going to go for this one? No, okay. Drake taken by OMG and a great little... I mean, Angel's just playing Annie. He's literally just playing Addy with a different skin in the mid lane. Flash for the pick, get the objective. It's worked for OMG on that one. Xiao Feng forced away. That's his flash now on cooldown, and it'll be a mid-tier 1 taken by RA and Answer.
That is absolutely huge, especially since you've got a lot of that pick composition, very opportunistic with the LeBlanc, the Nautilus, the Viego, the Kai'Sa jumping into the backline. Depriving your opponents of as much vision as possible is going to be of pivotal importance. Trying to snowball that mid-game, a mid-game which OMG found a little bit of a cracking code for. Dwayne walks a little bit too far forward. Nice flash from Angel to capitalize on Nautilus being a little bit too far forward from his team, and that netted them a second dragon. Again, I feel like RA have such good side lane threats, the LeBlanc and the Jax. Jax scaling into that lane cannot very easily be followed by just the Gragas. And of course, LeBlanc is not going to be easy to pin down, especially since the QS has already been purchased. And Angel relies on that CC landing to sort of like push back LeBlanc. So the side lane pressure is going to be huge. Once he's stacking dragons means eventually they're going to have to force RA to fight them.
We'll see what RA do in that situation. Honestly, this game, in the very early game, was feeling pretty one-sided towards RA with the lead that Vikla was building. It started to sort of stabilize, really. And the fact that Starry is on 2 items on the Jinx right now, obviously that's matched by Assume, but in the late game, I like having the items on the Jinx, to be honest. I feel like Jinx is one of these terrifying AD carries that can just take over a fight. The problem is, if it does go to pure late game, we've got a load of items on Vikla. If it does turn into the sort of AP build from this point, which I'd assume is going to go for, the Nash's Tooth after this, into like Death Caps on his blah blah blah. I would imagine that there's an angle there for RA where you just never really fight, right? There's an angle where you just use your LeBlanc and your Kai'Sa, you just poke out. The Braum's pretty good at dealing with that, but how long can OMG survive that kind of onslaught?
Ooh, very nice again from OMG. They've done this 3 games in a row, actually, where they managed to catch RA on side lane pressure, taking that mid lane tower. And I agree with you. I feel like RA, they just have to let their Jax and LeBlanc do the work for them, because eventually this Jinx will get to the items that she needs to start teamfighting, and there is a lot of pressure from everyone that surrounds Jinx. However, no one's surrounding Cube.
Side. Cube gonna have to use his ultimate, will walk away with his life.
He's a grown man, he can handle it. He's fine.
Yeah, Xiaohao was thinking to get involved, but alas, Cube is playing Gragas, so no play to be had.
Tank. Yeah. I'm loving the fact that Cube right here is going full tank Gragas. Unlike the full AP Maokai from last game on Xiao Fang, I feel like Cube is going to be able to actually stand around the Jinx and be the nuisance that he needs to be. Kai'Sa diving backline, whoever else, Viego, LeBlanc. He's going to be able to be that front line. Also, you need a member to face check together with PP God. So it's great that Cube went towards that tank route. However, he's not going to pose a huge threat again to the Jax, and RA having a pretty strong 1v1 composition right here. They could definitely use it to their advantage to try and evade those very big 5v5s that OMG are aiming for in the future.
Feels like a long way away, doesn't it? It's a 2,000 gold lead right now, and a very slow one to finish our series out after what has been a pretty action-packed series. Like, the first game, not the fastest game in the world, 47 minutes on the clock by the time it ended, but there was like over 30 kills across it. Like, that was still a pretty action-packed game. Second game, RA absolutely snowballing the crap out of it. Game number 3, slow and steady wins the race here for either team, it seems. But we're looking at the Drakes here, because the next one's coming up in 35 seconds. OMG got the last one, and they'd love to grab another for themselves, but it does feel like RA have control.
Yeah, I don't see a way in which OMG get actual control of the Dragon Pit right here. It becomes very difficult, especially since they're being shoved back. You've got Vikla being an absolute nuisance from the top side of the map as well. So it makes it very difficult to walk in. However, Cube is going to find himself between 4 members.
Cube, this is not your side of the map anymore, buddy. You can't just be stood in river. Everybody's here, the whole gang. It's an RA party in the bot lane, and it's going to be Cube that goes down. That's a second Drake for RA.
The Baron was pinged for a second right there. from the side of OMG, they were thinking for a second, hey, if they're gonna pressure bot lane, maybe we can put some pressure towards Baron. That's not gonna be the case. Ooh, very nice dodge from Xiao Hao on the Super Mega Death Rocket. Now, this used to do a lot of damage. That's not the case anymore. He uses still a lot of objectives. However, RA, they get away with the objective, which again was one of the win conditions for OMG. Forcing a soul point from OMG would mean RA would have to group up and try to 5-5 versus 5 to not give it away. However, one mistake from Cube cost them the bot lane tower and another double.
Angel on 2 items at this point, so these dots are really going to be ticking. He can pretty much just, you know, mash his abilities on the wave and walk away. He no longer needs to CS. If you suck at CSing and you play mid lane, here is the pick for you. Just mash your abilities on the wave and walk away.
It's like a guide, but it's like a guide for noobs. Hey, if you can't play this game properly, pick Malzahar. It works, I promise you. Now, Cube...
I feel like this is... How is this happening? Like, where Cube just overextends for a ward for really not much gain and also just total disrespect. Starry did the same earlier this game. Like, are OMG just not aware that there's an enemy team on the map? Like, you can't just walk up to just auto a ward for free when Drake is about to spawn.
I mean, I'm sure he was aware. They showed mid and the Dipped River. There's only one place they could be. Either your jungle or the river. And it was kind of both. Cube learned it the hard way. But yeah, a little bit of a mistake right there from Cube. Costed his team a dragon and a bot lane tower. And these things are very, very important. Now, of course, the AP damage coming through from the Kai'Sa as well. Now, this is why Kai'Sa is the Katarina of 80 carries, I call it. Because no matter the items, you can build full tank Kai'Sa and it will somehow make sense. You know, we had the Exodia build from last split where Les said, yo, go full AP, it works, you're just a big nuisance, and it did work. And right now it's go a little bit of everything. You want some AP? Go for it. You want some on-hit? Go for it. You want raw AD? Go for it. You want a death cap at the end on your build? Freaking go for it. It just works.
It just does so much damage, and it does kind of answer the late game hyper carry. Oh, Starry.
Oh, Starry.
Not realizing this is not his side of the map anymore. Vikla goes wide on the chains. Maybe Starry can get away with this one. Xiaofeng arrives and protects his AD carry. It's Xiao Hao to go down, and the turnaround for OMG. Look at Xiao Shu next. He flies in, but a lamppost won't do squat. OMG head to Baron.
Call an ambulance, but not for me. Starry with the insanely fancy footwork right there. Gets away from every chain, every CC thrown his way. He burns every summoner spell, but gets out, which is so important. 5 members of OMG still alive. RA, they still have Vikla up, which is so important. I assume does have his ultimate up and available. He's been a nuisance with the W as well. Again, if it does hit, it lowers the cooldown. What can OMG do?
No spike for the side of RA. They decide not to contest in the end. Baron taken down by OMG. When it felt like this game was slipping away from them, they find a play off of the back of Starry. I'm going to say intentionally baiting the enemy team.
Yeah, Starry's a genius right there. He puts down the chompers, dodges on the chain, very crucially, that ghost coming in clutch. They just could not connect anything. The W that Asim tries to hit on him hits Xiaofeng instead. They just could not catch him. They did commit a bunch of teleports for that play as well. And Starry, I mean, from the bait to the hunter, I guess.
All part of the plan. He foresaw the entire
genius. What can I say? Just a genius.
Yeah, well, you know, they used to call the 3 genius AD carries of the LPL. It was Jaculov, Uzi, and Abel. Well, there's a 4th genius. It's Starry. He sees the play. He looks into the future. Well, true. Yeah, he replaced Abel.
There you go.
Oh my God, the planets are aligning. I will say, he's damn lucky to have got away with that one. Some nice dodges there. Also, just the fact that he had Ghost, like Xiao Hao, just a pixel away on his ult. The chain not far from Vikla, trying to predict the juke there. Starry gets away with his life, and it means that OMG now very much in this game. Gold is even, 2 Drakes apiece. They've got Baron for another minute and a half. Let's see what they can get done.
Ooh, a flash in the mid lane from Cube. To get out of dodge, his bot lane is pushing. They're pushing bot lane, sorry, from the bot side of the map. Goes starstruck for a second. Golden Tower is gonna go down now. They have complete control of the bot side. However, Cube needs to make sure that the same incident doesn't happen as the last Dragon right here, because OMG, having the Baron, you can have immense pressure on the map. However, Cube getting caught by a chain. He's tanky.
I think he's okay with them trying to commit to him, because in the meantime, the rest of his team is doing Drake here. That's Drake taken for OMG, so long as they can get away with it. In the meantime, CC chain lands onto Xiaofeng. In goes Vikla for some damage, but he just takes it back from Starry. Huge damage out of the Jinx, but Xiaohao gets a reset, and PP God next on the chopping block, trying to escape to the rest of his team. He's tanky, and he will get out with his life. RA only find one.
And they do find that one because Cube is not there. Remember, Cube is the only frontline for OMG alongside PP God, and when PP God got chunked down super hard, the rest of OMG had to bail out. I guess a good consolation prize for RA. They didn't end up getting the Dragon. They were too fixated on trying to kill Cube in the mid lane. However, this play right here, OMG opted into it. They stayed around, they sticked around, and you'll see that Vikla jumps back to just about avoid the Jinx rocket that was coming his way, which means no reset for Starry. He cannot go gold mode in this particular fight, and by the time Cube enters the fight, RA know better to not fight this because the front line is there.
Cube literally just strolls out, "You're right, lads," throws a barrel, walks away,
like,
and my job here is done. Yeah, I mean, Cube did his job by, you know, forcing, or he didn't force them, but assuming Vikla trying to all in him in the mid lane. Like, he's so tanky, he just walks away from that one, set up his team for that Drake, and it means now OMG on top point. And honestly, I feel like OMG have made quite a lot of mistakes this game, and a stronger team would absolutely, like, punish a lot of these mistakes. Like LNG top esports, if they're in this game instead of RA, I feel like OMG are done. However, they have been getting away with a lot of these mistakes. Like the play for Starry in the mid lane, he gets away with the misposition. There was a couple of picks based on wards earlier on. Cube being out, well, I guess not really out of position in the mid lane. He survives that one. But it does mean that OMG now, with these objectives, they're looking towards finishing this series in style, which, I mean, it's a little disappointing from RA. I feel like RA, after how they won that second game, I thought that they might be favorites in this third game. It feels like it's getting away from them.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you, if I take the nameplates off and smack top esports nameplates on RA, I was like, oh, this game is over. Like, Blanc has skills, you know, Jakilov on Kaisa has skills. I feel like RA just need to commit to a play. We mentioned how, hey, there's only one Malzahar, there's only one battle. You've got Hourglass top, you've got QSS mid, you've got a Solari, and a GA very, very soon for your Viego. You have the tools to actually commit to the play, especially since in that play that we saw, both Starry's summoners were down. There was no other fight that was forced by RA to try and pin him down. They tried to sandwich that fight. They didn't quite manage it. They took that one kill, then they left. I feel like they're a little bit miscoordinated as in what to do on the map, because they know that on a 5v5, they can commit as 5 onto that one target. Now, if that one target doesn't die, they're screwed because they've all dived in. However, if they choose the right target for themselves, they can very well get away victorious, or they can choose to opt for the 1-3-1, which they can go unanswered to.
See if they do. Vikla, importantly, picking up a death cap now. Assume just tanking the wave so his mid laner can get that final wave, get the reset, get his death cap. So the QSS tax slowing that down a little bit, but he's got that huge portion of the build online now. He's on that 3-item mark. He's got a massive amount of damage available. So looking towards that LeBlanc poke before these fights come on through, and equally looking towards Angel. If Vikla dives in to try and get that poke down and Angel can immediately flash ult him, that is a terrifying situation for RA, as Xiaoshu is cutting off the wave in the mid lane.
Yeah, he's cutting off the wave, trying to get some priority for the team. Vikla, he's looking back. Angel is literally on the side. Remember, there's a QSS.
Jue goes for this one, Counter-Strike onto the backside of the play as well. Everybody diving on in, but Angel ults Xiaohao. He's answered with his own life for this one. Vikla flashes back out of the play. RA looking for more. It's a double stun. Starry chased down and taken down as well. RA with 4 and looking for more. Over the wall they go as Xiaofeng desperately tries to escape. The stun goes wide, and I think Xiaofeng might actually get out of this one. Oh, it's a disaster from Xiaohao, but either way, it's a 1 play for RA.
RA finally committed to the play. You only have one Malzahar button to so many threats. RA could be looking to end the game right here, right now, and taking the series.
Oh my god, it's actually over, isn't it? Xiaofeng has to try to get that wave, but they're not letting him anywhere near it. That's the first Nexus tower going down. Xiaofeng pulled in, but they can just ignore the jungler and take the Nexus. RA have done it. They find their upset, and they proved that they should not be underestimated.
What a fantastic display of how this composition functions in a team fight. All hands on deck for RA. They all press their all-in buttons at the same time. There's no chance in the world that the carries from the side of OMG survive this. That was beautiful. It took RA a little bit. I feel like if anything, Munch, this is probably like the criticism for today. Like RA can snowball their early game leads. It's just that it takes them a while to get there. I feel like they were a bit scared to fight into this composition without the Hourglass, without the Guardian Angel onto the Viego. You know, QSS was purchased early on. They needed a defensive item onto Kai'Sa as well. And not every team is going to give you the space and time to get your correct items to finish them off.
Fantastic stuff for RA. You can see elation across the faces, getting their first win of the split. They'll be over the moon with that one. And interacting with the crowd as well. You got to say, on the other side as well, OMG, I mean, 0-2 on the scoreboard. Really expected more from this team to start the split.
A little disappointing, especially since we saw a pretty clean game 1, which got a little bit messy in the mid game. I think they haven't necessarily figured out how they want to play their game yet. Additions, you know, to the team. I feel like they were playing well. They were just waiting for miracle fights, which didn't necessarily come from their hands. You know, Cube with a few missteps when it's really important because you're the only tank. Gave away a couple of these dragons. A lane swap in game number 2, which didn't necessarily result in anything positive for them because they were actually the ones looking for the ganks with the AP Maka to try and get ahead. And I think it's just, again, all heads in trying to figure out what is not working in that mid game for OMG because it kind of looked sloppy even when they won in game 1.
Yeah, definitely. OMG, a lot to work on. RA though, like game number 2 was an absolute slam. Like really, really good game from them. Number 2. Game number 3, I feel like it got away from them a little bit. OMG did manage to contend with them a little bit in that mid game, which I guess that's one small win for OMG is that they had a mid game that didn't look absolutely terrible. But like just that decisive final fight, so good from RA. Like it felt like they were waiting for an opportunity, they were waiting for a moment, they see that opportunity and grab it with both hands. Like the speed at which the entire team collapses, finds those picks, finds that kill. And once we talked about like how this composition functions, once the team fight starts going well, you just snowball out of control, you just roll over the rest of the fight.
Absolutely. You have the Viego right there to follow up with all the resets as well. It's not very easy to kill them. I feel like, again, once it went too far into the late game and the Malzahar kind of became redundant because, again, there's too many targets for you to choose from and you also have to stand still for a bunch of other targets when you're ulting. So it was very easy for RA to take them down. However, again, I want to add the asterisk right here that RA, even though they took the victory over OMG, and they have to take the victory again on the rematch, they also have to maybe upset teams like LNG and Top Esports in the group to try and make it out. Now, this was a pretty strong showing, don't get me wrong. However, LNG and especially Top Esports are not gonna wait for your item power spikes and your will to fight later on in the game. They're not gonna give you the time and they're not gonna give you the space. So the more decisive you are in that early to mid game transition, the better it will become for RA to have chances to get out of this group.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see. We'll see if that can happen. The fact that it's a 2-1 isn't great for their hopes of trying to find a miraculous upset. I mean, again, like, I just want to reiterate, There's LNG and Top Esports above them in this group. This is always going to be a struggle to make it out of this group. I feel like this is maybe the worst group to be in as one of the bottom teams to try and beat to, like, because the way that this has happened is LNG weren't a top team last split because of reasons. We don't really know why. They didn't look like a top team, but they didn't look like a top team. And now they suddenly look like a top team again. And they've been given, they basically have a free exit from this group. It's
okay,
really,
you're
really
excited.
difficult.
You've
It's really
seen
difficult.
one series much. You've seen one series.
They look like they should have looked all spring. It's really hard to not believe that this team will be back. The whole of spring, every series for LNG, I was like, is this the series where they actually look like a team again? Is this the series where they start winning again? And then they come in and absolutely smash OMG. I'm really excited for LNG versus Top Esports. I want to say that's tomorrow, actually, if I'm not mistaken. But I feel like that will be a really good meter stick for this group in general. Obviously, Top Esports, one of those teams that you really never, you know, with MSI just happening, maybe they'll be in a little rougher form than you expect from them later on in the split. We'll have to wait and see. Obviously, a very easy matchup for them to start the split. I do think that LNG versus Top Esports, the fact that we get that twice in this group as well, like, we're eating good tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. It's gonna be fun. And honestly, seeing RA also win here, I want to see how they pair up versus the likes of LNG. Because looking, I know it's difficult to judge a team when they played versus the second best team of the LPL. It's like, it's not an easy game to go into. And Rare Atom did have glimpses where you were like, hold on, maybe they can upset Top Esports. And looking at this, I'm looking at LNG and I'm like, I don't trust LNG. You have high hopes for them. I don't trust them. I've seen one series. I saw how spring went. I don't have trust until I see it happen. And RA showed how they can play a very aggressive early game and push their advantage into that mid. And I feel like versus LNG, if they put up this fight, they do have chances for the upset.
Well, we'll have to see. I definitely think Top Esports are a heavy favorite going into it, but you know, let's talk about that one tomorrow. Let's look at what happened today here.
Wait,
with
what?
Xiaoshu actually topping the damage with a
Okay, I think he was
LeBlanc.
hitting Gragas too much.
I mean, yeah, I guess he's got a long laning phase to be hitting Gragas, but even still, like, that's AP Kai'Sa and a LeBlanc. Like, you'd expect them to be able to do enough poke to out damage their Jacks, but there you go. Such is life, I suppose.
Yeah. Okay. A little bit inflation right there on the numbers because you're hitting a tank of Gragas from Xiaoshu, but later on when he joined these fights, especially in the last fight that we saw, he was a massive factor as in why this fight snowballed the way it did. A massive 3-man stun Counter-Strike over in the backline, the follow-up, the damage that he was doing. I mean, I'm sure we're gonna get to see it soon, but I think this was the downfall right here. Angel's positioning, the fact that his team did not move forward to tank a potential hook. They knew that Sway was coming from this bush. Again, that miscoordination that we have seen a lot from OMG has cost them a lot of these little details, if you will, right there, because this could have very easily have been a 2-0 for the side of OMG and snowballing that miles out of control.
Yeah, I feel like just a few small errors here for OMG opened up really big opportunities for RA. And like this I can't believe Starry got away with this, honestly. The fact that this Ghost paid absolute dividends, and again, a pixel away from being hit by Schauhausel, and it means that Schauhaus ended up overextending instead, and then the rest of the team can collapse from OMG. Honestly, the fact that OMG got away with that, they then went and got Baron, they went and got Drake as well, but then unfortunately, it didn't continue to roll after that point. Like, yes, they got, I'm pretty sure they won this fight as well, but then Xiaoshu got a flank later on.
I feel like there was a lot of like small micro mistakes as well in the previous Dragon fight. You do see that Starry walks into the Nautilus ult that was locked onto Angel, ends up getting knocked up. That was a 1 auto attack difference right there in this team fight, and it could have been that one. So again, a miscoordination, very nice again, flash into the backline from Xiaoshu to get the follow-up, and this is how this composition works from the side of RA. Dive into the backline, happiness for the coaching stuff as well. It's like finally it pays off, finally after game 1 it pays off.
It feels so good to see them all diving in together as well. That felt like a team victory for RA, which is really nice. Let's take a look at our MVP as we round out our first series of the day. Or apparently MVP not quite yet. I misheard on the comps there.
If
But
you
yeah,
had to
I mean,
go, who would you give it to?
I feel like there's a reasonable shout for Vikla, honestly. Vikla doing a lot on the LeBlanc, getting a lot of pressure in the early laning phase. But Xiaoshu also on the Jax. Like,
Yeah.
actually, that final fight, I'd say Xiaoshu was a big reason why they won that fight. Like, you can see Vikla getting onto Angel, Assume dives in. And I feel like the whole team of OMG was focused on Vikla and Assume. And in the meantime, Xiaoshu gets a double stun, and then he follows up for another double stun, and he's like killing.
Yeah.
He may not have killed the most important carries, but he did a lot of the heavy lifting during that fight.
You know what? Yeah, I'll go with Xiaoshu, I think. Especially since he didn't play Skarner. There you go. So he definitely, through raw mechanical skill, I feel like the way he played these fights, it worked really well. The way he was bullying Gragas throughout the entire laning phase, pushing him behind every single time, not allowing him to join the fights early on. I think my vote definitely goes towards Xiaoshu. I wouldn't be surprised to see Vikla because they did bully mid-jungle so hard in the early game that it allowed the pressure to the side lanes to shine like that.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like decent side lane play coming out from RA. Let's take a look at our MVP. This time it is ready. This time I have not mistaken it. And it is Xiaoshu
Deserved.
that grabs himself the MVP. I do think this was a team win, but that final fight from Xiaoshu, really, really bit of hard carrying coming out from him.
Yeah, absolutely. He did the most damage as well. Again, a little bit of inflation because he was hitting the full tank Gragas the entire time through laning phase. And there was a lot of back and forth between the two. But when it came to the side lane, the pressure, the vision control, the way he was pressuring when he was grouping with his team, his teleports, I think it was all on point for Xiaoshu.
Fantastic stuff coming out from Xiaoshu. Good to see him having a good day, because again, I've been asking the question like, Xiaoshu, we know that he could play Aatrox. What could he do when Aatrox isn't in the meta? Apparently Jack's very much within that wheelhouse. Obviously, I'm oversimplified. He can play a few different champions. But that is going to be our first series done and dusted. RA upsetting OMG. OMG now all the way at the bottom of the group. And RA climbing that ladder. We'll see if they can keep that ball rolling. We're going to head over to another group now. It's going to be Group B coming up next with Royal Never Give Up, who are 0-1 so far, up against Billy Gaming. Back from MSI. This will be the first series we get to see from them this split. So do not miss it. We'll be back in a few.
era of metal has begun. And metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
My king, how was I supposed to know? Everyone will falter when you die. And as we speak, the army of our enemy is approaching our gates. We cannot fly. Behold, my son, there's a way to save you all. Don't you despair, don't be petrified. There is an armor, ancient magic made it strong, and you shall wear it when you face the fight. This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thornmail will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace. Well done, my son. It's the way to save you all. But don't you think the realm's been purified? Creatures of darkness are still longing for your foe. Keep them in thrall. It's time to smite and ignite. This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thornmail will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace. echoes of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen, blood-washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek. But just remember, we retreat, but we'll live on. Those that die aren't forgotten. Just remember. Gone is our home now, it's only memories. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Looking on to a life that can never be. What did you believe? Believe you would find. And so you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek. Just remember, we retreat, but we live on. Those that die aren't forgotten. Just remember, so we'll die and we'll fall here. We'll lie torn and broken. Die but will not be forgotten. We remain and we stand here. So we bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek. Just remember, we retreat, but we live on. Those that die aren't forgotten. Just remember. So we bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek. Just remember. We retreat, but we live on. Those that die aren't forgotten.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. I'm Munch. I'm joined by Trouble as we head towards our second series of the day. RA winning out our first series over OMG, and now it's time for RNG up against Billy Gaming. Fresh back from MSI, this will be the first series that Billy play of the split, and it'll also be the last team to play their first series. We'll have footage on every single team after this series.
Yeah, you know what? I was trying to find ways to make it sound like a very exciting series. Yes, RNG are taking on BLG. You know what? I'm gonna take RNG back a few years where they were successful. Because right now, RNG has had a few hiccups for the past couple of years, I want to say. And BLG is the new RNG of the house, like it or not. You mentioned they came hot off of MSI, of a second place, So they're looking to take that frustration out on someone, and unfortunately, RNG is in their way.
Listen, RNG don't come second at MSI. They win MSI. That's their whole thing.
Or they don't go at all.
they don't worry about second place at MSI like BLG do. Yeah, we'll see. I think BLG are going to be coming in hot on the new patch. I will say they've had less time to prepare on the patch than RNG will have because they were at MSI and all of that. However, I don't know if it's going to make that much difference. Let's focus on RNG to start off with, though, because we've already seen them play. And a couple of roster changes coming into the year for RNG. This is a team that, you know, I'm hoping should be maybe slightly better than before with the AD carry swap in, but I don't know, it's still going to be hard. Huanfeng joining the team, ZDZ joining the team as well up in the top lane, but losing Breathe is always going to hurt. I feel like this is RNG sort of treading water with these roster changes, I feel.
I feel like people did not get a proper look on ZDZ when he was in Weibo, because a lot of people were like overly fixated on the fact that, you know, the Shy was not there anymore. Can this guy do it? Can he be the same caliber? Can he be the carry that Weibo deserves and needs? And the answer was that in a lot of these games, he actually was. In a lot of the games that Weibo did win with ZDZ, he was a lot of the difference making over in the top side map. Now, of course, that was a very Cassante-based meta, which he did favor a lot and he did play a lot. And now, sure, you can rely on the Cassante for one game, but after that, you cannot play it anymore due to Fearless right here. But I feel like ZDZ and Breathe are sort of on the same caliber of player. If anything, I would say, I know you're a big Suning fan, and I know you're looking at Huanfeng, right? And I know you're looking back, what was it, 2020 Worlds Finals, and you're expecting that same glory to be brought back to RNG from Huanfeng.
Well, yeah, maybe optimistically. I'm not sure that this is the roster that's going to make it to World's Finals, but, you know, maybe this is the start of something incredible.
Hey, they've got some pieces, you know?
Yeah. I will say, yeah, it is a 2021 Suning reunion in this one, as we've got On and Bid on BLG, we got Huanfeng on RNG. We just need Angel, who, you know, we just saw play earlier on today, and then SOFM, who is nowhere to be seen, unfortunately. But then we've basically got an entire Suning roster for ourselves. So, that would be... oh man, take me back. I love that team. I love Suning so much. All of my Twitch emotes are Suning logos, just done with different emojis, basically. Man, those were the days. Back 2020, going 3-1 in the finals against Damwon. Bin getting a pentakill on his Fiora. The tank Rengar to counter Evelyn. Oh, take me back.
These were the good days, huh? These were the good days, but now Huanfeng finds himself on the other side of the coin, if you will. He's now meant to face Bin and On playing against him. Nonetheless, in a team that has absolutely dominated the LPL for the entire year and on. It has been great to see BLG, you know, grow throughout the years. We're talking about a lot of the rise to relevance, if you will, and a lot of the tries that they did take to get that #1 spot, and they have achieved it. And again, it's not going to be, it's never an easy task to go up against BLG. We saw teams that were like at the top, and I mean top as in top esports, and they couldn't even bring them down. So for RNG to already be 0-1 in series and facing BLG right here, that's a rough ask, man.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about historically the top teams in LPL, obviously you've got RNG versus EDG is like the classic, IG and FPX having their small periods of time, and then JDG versus top esports kind of being the modern classic. And it feels like BLG could be another like FPX or IG where they just have a stint at the top and then it sort of falls apart again. Or this could be a new legacy team. And right now it's feeling more like a legacy team, right? This will be the second year in a row where they're looking to try and stay towards the top of the standings. It's the first time that they managed to win a split, managing to take the trophy in spring. And they're looking for a repeat in summer. You've got to believe they're looking for a repeat. They're certainly at minimum looking for Group A and hoping to be at the top of Group A.
I feel like if anything for BLG, anything other than a first again would probably be a disappointment, right? They were looking for the missing piece the entire time. The missing piece was playing for a different team last year. It was Knight, and they snatched him away this year, and they managed to take the victory. You know, I feel like if anything, a lot of people got left with a bittersweet taste after MSI. They expected for BLG to give more of a fight versus Gen G. And honestly, it was a little bit disappointing for BLG fans. It wasn't necessarily the case. That's why I'm saying I think for BLG, anything but first is going to be a disappointment, because I think their eyes are dead set at Worlds this time around for events time.
Curious what the mid lane is going to look like when we do get towards Worlds. I feel like that was where Chovy was on a different level at that tournament. And I do wonder, you know, I don't want to talk too much about MSI really, because we lost and it hurts. You know, late swaps
they're
maybe
smiling and they're laughing.
help it out a little bit. I feel like with 2v2s, maybe there's more from BLG, but I do feel like it does just sound like copium when you just try and give excuses like this after the event. So we'll move on. BLG though, regardless of how they did at MSI, they are looking like a pretty heavy favorite today. That is for sure. And I'm curious how many Suning emotes we get coming up in this game up against One Funk. I certainly hope that we get plenty. I hope that they've got a good sense of humor about the matchup.
Yeah, we'll see. One Fang though is a one-man army in this one Munch. He doesn't have any backup from any other Suning members. They're on the other team.
Yeah.
Even on, we mentioned them support and top for BLG. And of course, we're going into the series with a little bit more of a light-hearted mood, I want to say. Obviously, it's a heavily mismatched series. However, I do want to see how BLG walks into the whole fearless situation themselves, because we have seen a bunch of teams throw a lot of wild cards off the get-go. We've seen a bunch of Dianas, we've seen Brands come in, things that you wouldn't necessarily see in a game one. And this will show us sort of the mood, maybe, that BLG is in.
See how they're going to approach it. With, you know, RNG bringing in XCZ today as well, who was apparently Milky Way's mid laner during his time in the LDL. Played a lot to set up Milky Way as a carry jungler. See if that's a similar story here with maybe Way locking in a carry. Carries are certainly potent right now in the current meta. See if that's going to come through.
You know what? I'm glad we get to see some new faces on the side of RNG, especially since, man, the Knight Shun duo is so potent. It's just so much fun to watch these two guys sort of complement each other. The Giga Bin emote coming out. You love to see it. We can wait and see if we're gonna see any Giga Bin moments. You mentioned the Fiora pentakill back in the day. We'll see if he chooses to go for something a little bit more aggressive. We have seen actually a couple more aggro top sides of the map, like some Camille's peeking out, some Jaxes. So Bin could definitely pilot one of those.
He certainly could. We'll have to see once we get to draft what Bin ends up on. I feel like that's the scary thing about BLG is literally any of them can grab a carry and just go absolutely mental on the Rift. So we'll have to see who ends up with carries. Let's see how this first draft for BLG goes, but also first draft for RNG with XZZ in the middle. They've got XZZ, they've got ZDZ. There are so many Zs.
I was about to say good luck on the play-by-play with all these Zs on the side of RNG. Now, I did a little bit of digging on XZZ. His most played champion, actually his two most played champions, Galio and Rumble. And I have heard whispers actually about Galio coming back into play. And we're talking about supportive playstyles, diving towards bot lane, supporting top, supporting your jungle. Galio is a miracle coming to life when it comes to supporting anyone on your team.
See if something like that could come on through. Jax banned away from Bin. That is some serious respect. It's not even like we see that much Jax at the minute, but banning it away nonetheless. RNG. I mean, RNG just love Ashe, don't they? I feel like all through spring we saw Ming playing a ton of Ashe. So maybe leaning towards that. Yeah.
He looked so good playing Ashe, actually. I feel like the spacing that he created on the map playing Ashe, the way that he was using that to weave and gauge his 3 members was phenomenal. However, no hovers here, Munchables. He's going to be the true Tristana coming through. However, Skarner has been left open through the draft, and usually this is a handshake that you see between B1 and Red Side.
Tristana coming on through, and maybe BLG decide they want to go for the Ashe this time. I will quickly mention as well, RNG played that Ashe versus WE. It actually wasn't Ming that played it, it was Huanfeng that played it. I've been talking a little bit about maybe this is a Huanfeng where Ashe in, Jin in, Ezreal we've seen a little bit of. But let's see what goes alongside this Ashe down at the
They all look
bottom side.
scary.
It does look like it's going to be support,
They all look
but
scary.
yeah, these are kill lanes. These are absolutely
the
kill lanes. It's
Kalista.
Corki.
The Kalista, the Draven, the Samira, all 3 of them looked absolutely scary when you look at BLG's bot lane. However, they're not going to lock in their bot lane yet because, as you very well mentioned, the only reason that it was Huanfeng with the Ashe versus WE in their series was because there was a Blitzcrank that was lurking around. So they did put Ashe as an AD carry, so they don't play double squishies towards the bot side of the map. And I feel like BLG could very well pivot to the same thing here.
See if Blitzcrank is going to work out. As BLG, I think, likely to send that Ashe as the AD carry. Similarly, and On going to play something that can soak these hooks. Alistair, I feel like, is a fantastic answer. You really don't mind being hooked in as Alistair. In fact, it helps you out quite a bit. So On going to slam that one immediately. We're going to see Knight Corki in the mid lane, and it's bot lane and mid locked in for BLG, whereas on the side of RNG, they've got their support, they've got their mid laner, and they've got their jungler. So now an opportunity to potentially ban away AD carries on the side of BLG. Yeah, Draven gone.
Any deja vu coming here potentially for RNG? This is the exact comp that they picked versus WE. When they knew that the Blitzcrank was coming through, they pivoted the Ashe onto the AD carry position, and the Alistair got locked in. As I said, a very good response right there. However, AP junglers to be around Corki, the Karthus, the Brand, Lilia has been taken away. Nidalee, another one of those champions that Shun really likes to play alongside his Kindred.
To be honest, I'm a little surprised there wasn't more priority on getting Shun Nidalee. We've seen other teams just blinding Nidalee. We've seen Nidalee locked in drafts that doesn't feel like has that much lane priority to work with, and it still feels really strong in the game. So I'll be amazed if RNG don't ban away the Nidalee, to be honest, just out of sheer fear of Shun's. Like, look, if we're banning the Jax on blue side, surely we're banning Shun's Nidalee. I guess not. Maokai, take it off the board.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be Nidalee unless they're baiting to play something completely different, more facilitated in the jungle, which I wouldn't necessarily like it here. I feel like Nidalee just freaking works. You know, the poke from Ashe, the slows from Ashe as well. Make sure that the Qs hit. It's an absolute disaster if you get bullied by Nidalee in your jungle as well. And Waze piloting the Lilia who wants to farm. How in the world did this champion get to the second pick phase after 10 bans on the board is way beyond me. BLG do not give a heck about the Skarner being locked in.
No, certainly not. I mean, to be honest, I feel Skarner has been lackluster on some teams. Some games he looks absolutely ridiculous and totally insane winning games by himself. Other games he looks kind of useless. I will say Skarner Ezreal has been a terrifying little combo that we've seen where Skarner ults multiple people, guarantees the true shot barrage, but it's going to be the Jhin locked in for Huanfeng. I'm sure you all remember him ulting from the enemy base at the World Championship many years ago now. We named that the Huanfeng. We'll see if he's going to do that again. I feel like there's a very rare opportunity to actually pull that kind of play off though.
Yeah, but I was about to say you need to get to the enemy base first, and BLG, they're not gonna go lightly about that one. I don't think so. They have literally locked.
It's just all carries. It's just all carries.
I was about to say that they're literally locked skill-based matchups everywhere. BLG is literally screaming, "We're just better than you." The TF top lane, the Nidalee jungle, the Corki mid, Ashe, like everyone is literally squishy. When the fights start, everyone fends for themselves on BLG. There's an Alistar there, and that's about it. That Alistar has so many jobs. Throwing the Skarner away, trying to catch the Lilia, maybe the Tristana, tanking the hooks. Like, On right here is on a 5 call duty.
Yeah, I will say Ming has a potential opportunity with that Twisted Fate locked in as well. Elk is a great hook target, but also Bin. Bin has locked in a champion that, like, realistically is soft countered by Blitzcrank. They're on opposite sides of the map for the laning phase. But when it comes to later on, he could be another great target for Ming to try and focus on. We'll see how Ming is looking. You know, he's playing a champ that's gold. His shirt is gold. Let's see if the combo can pay off here for RNG.
So happy to see BLG also come back confident from MSI, locking in quadruple carry in their debut game in the LPL Summer Split versus RNG.
Let's see how BLG are going to do as they head to the Rift against RNG. And you know, these two teams have big old fan bases. I'm hoping for some stronger Gyos than we got in the first series of the day. But carry jungles on both sides. This feels like it could be a volatile game of League of Legends. RNG looking for redemption after their loss against WE to start the split. BLG making their debut here in summer, fresh from MSI. Let's see how they look as we head to the Rift. Oh my god.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I couldn't tell which one was BLG and which one was RNG because they sound very similar.
Yeah,
But they both got pretty good ones.
I feel like the camera guys are like, oh my god, there are white people in the audience. Zoom in immediately. Yeah, weird Gyos. Bonus scream at the end of them as well. Let's get into the game. BLG versus RNG, and instantly RNG going for a lane swap here. The Blitzcrank can make this real spicy. If Bin doesn't see this coming, he's a very easy target.
I don't think he has. He only saw Skarner going in and out of the tribe brush. Oh, they have spotted the Blitzcrank towards the top side of the map. So maybe they're expecting this. Again, you have to see the pros and cons right here. A con for RNG is that they're not really in the lane that they wanted to be in. Maybe hooking the Ashe, getting the flash of the enemy AD carry could be huge. However, the team that has the tank on the top lane benefits the most when a lane swap happens for that team. And Bin right here, of course, being on a carry, he wants to be in a lane where he farms a lot. Now he's actually gonna fall back, try to potentially like find his jungler somewhere, try and get some experience, help maybe push the wave or whatever. But he's going to be completely isolated versus 3 members from RNG. He's going to spot Wei as well, and the map is going to be split.
This is dicey positioning from Bin. Bin finds the hook. Bin, I don't know what you're doing there, buddy. He's gonna go down. Surely flashes underneath the mid lane tower. Does survive with his life. That's both summoners gone.
Yeah, he's added a little bit of a difficulty in this particular mismatched matchup of a game, if you will, playing versus RNG. However, for Bin, a big uncharacteristic mistake, right? That he was holding the gold card as well, doesn't end up gold carding the Blitzcrank, which means that Ming finds a pretty good hook right there to completely punish Bin. And now remember, we said a lot of the lane swaps right now do not last as long as we expect them to do. He hasn't even backed into swap bot lane because he's really desperately in need of some CSing, of some experience. Because when he goes back to lane level 2, level 3, this is going to be a completely summoner-less Twisted Fate. And it could be extremely pivotal for RNG to punish that when everything goes back to normal in terms of laning phase.
Keeping our eyes on Wei if he does try and influence that top lane matchup. Really nice start. One thing I will say for Twisted Fate and a lane swap, very good at getting damage down onto those plates alongside your AD carry. Knight trading in the mid lane with XCZ. Remember, this is XCZ's first game of the LPL. He's got Tristana, the pick of the flavor of the month right now. In terms of those mid lane picks, let's see how he does. I mean, what a matchup. Your debut game in the LPL, and you have to go against Knight, who's fresh back from MSI. Like, that just doesn't feel fair.
Yeah, on a Corki as well, which is probably like, if not the strongest, this is like the holy trinity, I want to say. The Corki, the Tristana, and the Wei are probably the holy trinity of mid laners right now. A lot of mid laners would very happily pick blindly. on that mid lane, and they're both holding one in their hands. Knight pulling out his counterpart from the lane, and right now we're gonna go straight back to normal. However, I do like what BLG are doing here. Reminder that Bin does not have his summoners up and available, so it is going to be Knight taking that top side of the map, having his flash up, and Bin sticking more on a shorter lane, if you will, to try and stay safe during the first stages of that game until his summoners are back up. Excellent macro right here from BLG.
Yeah, I mean, Twist of Fate is a deflator classically, so he's going to feel perfectly comfortable in that mid lane on saving the cannon just long enough so Elk is in range to get that last hit as well. As he goes in on the bottom side, Ming the target, Root does come on through onto the Alistair and pulled underneath the tower on barely surviving, but will walk away with his life. Elk now the next target as the fall shot comes in and barrier used by Elk.
That was a very, very nice trade from RNG. BLG are going a little bit too aggressive towards the both side of the map. End up getting completely punished. Both summoners burned for Elk and On. You see a little bit of a difficulty with One Fang walking forward towards an Ashe, getting permanently slowed, especially when you've got 4 shots.
Oh,
Elk?
no.
Elk?
Does he have to flash? Does he have to flash?
Oh!
Does get away with it. The Ignite and the flash traded.
That was a great guess by Ming right there as well, knowing that Elk was going to step towards the left side. Flashes to the right. Now that is 2 summoners, and again, this was the reason why we said that was the minus of the lane swap. You want to be without Blitzcrank versus an Ashe lane. Forcing a summoner is huge. The Ashe cannot step up, which means you could get a lot of control towards the bot side. River frees your Lilia a lot to farm as well. However, the pro outweighed the con, which was bringing Bin a little bit further down in terms of CS and experience.
There's another weird thing we're seeing from this lane swap that is worth mentioning. Knight is level 6, as is XZZ, whereas Bin and ZDZ are both level 4. So there's a huge experience advantage towards these 2 mid laners in their matchup. So Bin has to be very cautious in that mid lane because XZZ will 100-0 him if he doesn't play cautiously. And a similar story for ZDZ up top. Needs to really, really respect the damage that Corki could bring. Looks like Knight is going to swap back to the mid lane, though. We won't see any kills coming through off the back of it. BLG decide it's time to start getting some objectives, and they go for that Drake in trade for the Grubs.
Again, such impeccable macro right here. They know that Lilia is towards the top side of the map. Bot lane for RNG was resetting, so what BLG did was they transitioned the bot lane into the river, and they knew that the swap between Knight and Bin was happening, which means, as you mentioned, they have the strongest member in their mid lane right now. It's no longer that level 4 Twisted Fate, which allows them to actually dip into the river and maybe have a 4v4 fight if so breaks out. So that's great stuff from BLG right there to try and trade objectives on the map. However, this Ashe still flashless on the bot side of the map, and I'm looking at Wei, who does have his ultimate, has no back and doesn't have a lot of mana, but after a reset I'm expecting to potentially see a play towards that bot side.
See if Wei's going to try and
He
punish.
has his reset actually. I'm sorry, he does have Fated Ashes.
Does have Fated Ashes, yeah. He's level 6 at this point as well, so Lilia's got through this stage of the game where you just want to farm and you can start to really impact these lanes a little bit. Whether or not we see that come through is a different question. We have seen some very sort of vegan Lilias across the course of LPL so far. Wei not wanting to be that, throws the Swirl Seed, only hits onto On. There's a Root, it's a bit of damage coming through, but not going to lead to much.
Very nicely threatening right there. Because if that hit onto Elk, Elk does not have a way of dodging this. You get stunned in place, you get hooked by Ming right there, you end up dying. That would be a pretty favorable trade, obviously, for RNG. But even just the raw pressure of knowing Lude is around, hold on.
Oh, Hawk shot to allow On to engage into the ult from Elk, and Shun is here to finish the job as well. First blood for BLG, and they make it look good.
You know when you feel like you've done so well? It's like, yeah, we pressured that bot lane. We crashed the wave. We got some vision into this bot lane tri-brush. We're doing absolutely freaking great. And BLG just turned it straight on its head. And they just take a kill. And it's going to be on Ashe as well. I will starve due to that flash being taken away. The Hawkshot, as you mentioned, allowing for the vision for On to engage. Shun is around as well. Will grab an assist for himself. And again, BLG bot lane. One of the most feared, if not the most feared, in the LPL, pulling out ahead.
Phenomenal stuff coming through And, you know, it's been quite a quiet early game, honestly. When you consider this matchup, I thought it was going to be a much more aggressive start, and that's sort of the power of lane swaps when it comes to that top side. But ultimately, it is still BLG managing to get out on top, and over 1,000 gold lead for them so far. RNG might want to continue to stack these grubs. They are going to spawn again in 60 seconds time. And luckily for BLG, not at the same time as Drake. So desynced between these two objectives means BLG do have time to potentially contest the second spawn of grubs and still be able to go for Drake.
Yeah, and as you can see on the map, RNG already on the top side of the map. Ming has already set down some vision for himself and for the team. However, Bin, he has not backed yet to buy much, so his inventory looks kind of empty right now. However, he could very easily go back to base. He's going to cancel his EDZ as well, very importantly. Very low mana on this Skarner, so if they choose to fight towards the top side of the map for the Void Grabs, the EDZ would have to most likely burn his teleport, reason to burn his teleport to go into the fight. But the reason why this slows down the game in general with the lane swaps is because the top laners are not gonna be that strong to join the fight yet. You saw sort of the level disparity between mid lane and top lane. It was like 2 levels difference. However, it is still 2 levels difference between ZDC and Knight at this point. But Knight's probably the person with the most experience, at least on the Rift for now.
But he's going to start these grubs off on, trying to move in to contest as well.
Yeah, I don't know if this river belongs to him.
I mean, Knight is 30 CS up in the mid lane right now. Poor Exceed. Again, imagine this having to be your debut opponent. The first time you play in the LPL and you're up against Knight. First grub taken by BLG. ZDC moving in to try and contend as Knight. TP's up to the play as well. CP comes out from XCC, but it's ZDC caught out to start off with. Elk finds it. Ming moves in, gets a hook onto On, and maybe they can turn it around, but On survives with the unbreakable will. The bomb in his head is ticking, and it blows to smithereens in the end. But it's BLG happy to trade 2 for 1.
And RNG are still sticking around. Funfang is going to join them right now. They know that there's no massive ultimates available for the side of BLG, but at the end of the day, they're just gonna pull out another victory right here for BLG. 3-0 actually on Elk. And it was quite magnificent how when On tanked the entire fight, everyone just piled up to try and help him to survive, but it just wasn't the case. Again, On, we mentioned it at the draft, he's coming into this game with a huge responsibility on his head. He has to be the engage, he has to be the disengage, he has to be the one tanking the shots, he has to be the one tanking the hook, he has to do it all.
Certainly does. Alistair's the pick for it, I will say. We see the value of level 6 Alistair, right? He tanked so much with his ultimate. King hooking him in. Ken Cole coming through as well. I mean, there's a lot of damage coming out from RNG, but like you say, unable to block so much. And in the meantime, there's a hook, and it's on to On once again. He's tanking once more, and Huang Feng finishes with the flash 4th shot.
Yeah, not having the ultimate right there, you're not quite as durable in these fights, especially when you're in a 1v3 or 2v3 scenario. So great punish from RNG right here to find a kill onto their Jhin. You want him to be as strong as possible in that mid game, especially since Jhin is like the perfect pick versus BLG. Everyone is so squishy. The only thing that Jhin actually struggles with is killing those huge HP building tanks. And there isn't really any on the side of BLG. It's just a support on, and supports don't have the best financial situation to start building items as fast as possible. So getting your Jhin ahead right here, you could potentially one-shot whoever you just hook in.
Feels like a pretty good angle, honestly, like you say, for Huang Feng. They'll be happy with the way that draft went in terms of being able to get that damage down as Jhin. I will say, Jhin just does a lot of damage these days as well. It feels like even the tanks don't withstand Jhin quite like they used to. It's like those crit item improvements helped Jhin a lot during the break. Bin now getting aggressed upon once again. Flash forward to get that sleep underneath the tower, but the flash is already used and the Big finds the hook. It's an easy kill away. Well played by RNG.
Absolutely. I mean, Bin flashing right there when he's kind of already dead. A little bit of a redundant flash, loses his summoner as well, which is huge. But again, RNG are punishing accordingly. Topside has been pummeled the entire game. This was the reason for the early draft as well, right? And also when they caught On without his ult. capitalized onto him as well. However, the leads on the map keep piling up. You'll see bot lane wave pushed, mid lane even, XZ overextended.
He should have finished. Oh, knows the flash is coming, but the spear misses from Shun. That's a bit of a disaster.
Come on, man.
And XCZ gets away with it. He was one auto away from that plate as well. He thought he'd calculated it. The tower survived, or the plate survived at about 1 HP there on the top side. 3-3 on the scoreboard. It's 3,000 gold lead for BLG, but honestly, nowhere near as one-sided as I think a lot of people were expecting coming in today. BLG, literally the top team from the LPL, reigning champions, up against RNG, a team struggling in the previous split. So roster changes, here we go, Elk in trouble. Ming pulls him in, but he pulls him into his own demise. One with a fourth shot, trades it, support for support, and XCZ flies into the play. It's a win for RNG again, as Ben is underneath the tower. What?
You were talking about how slow the game was to begin with, and I was like, that's not in BLG's classic fashion. When they have these types of champions in their hands, they'll literally just throw everyone in and try to take as many advantages. However, there is a TP right there into 2 members of RNG. Knight does have his flash available to get out of a potential dive, but oh my god. Everything that's happening right now is going in favor of the newbie on the Rift. XZZ has found himself with 3 kills onto this Tristana off the back of these plays. And I feel like BLG are playing a little bit more overzealous than they should. Elk is just walking onto a Blitzcrank, ulting him in his face, eating the hook on purpose. He's like, yeah, okay, then what? I can survive it. Byron got buffed.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a look. So Elk and On just look for a 2v2.
He just tanked it. He has flashed. He just tanked it.
On flies in, sacrifices himself. One Fog just about survives. But then at this point, right, XCZ gets the kill, great stuff. Finn just full sends it. He's like, you know what, I don't care. We're trading kills here, buddy. I'm going down, you're going down, everyone's going down. Finn is having a game, that is for sure. I don't really know. Look, they're back, they're just back from the side, they're having a bit of fun. I think that's acceptable behavior.
Oh. You know what, this is the point where if you're XZ, you, if you have Quanfang, sorry, you put a question mark in all chat, and then the person that just dived you, which was Bane, replies with IDC. I don't care.
I gotta say, I bet everyone in chat is gutted because they were so ready to spam XDD. You just know it. Like, it's just destiny that is going to be spam when this guy has a bad game. And he's having a great game. 3-0 and 1 so far on his debut. He may be 40 CS down. He may be 1,500 gold down. But he's got 3 kills, and we absolutely take those.
KDA King right there. XZZ picking up all those kills, and deservedly so. I think he's played quite well so far. Not getting solo killed by Knight is also a pretty big fit right here.
Yeah.
For the new mid lane of RNG. Ooh, just about hit. And BLG, they're still gonna take the heat at you. Being 3,000 gold in the lead is more than enough for BLG. They've won with less. They're gonna try to find a lot of picks on the map. Their vision hasn't been as stellar as usual, but that's because of a lot of the fight that have been going on. They haven't necessarily had the time to just sit down and set up for themselves. However, with that mid lane tower going down, they're taking complete control of the top side quadrant. They're making sure that Bane is more than safe to push that wave, whilst they focus on putting down the retail, creating more pressure mid lane to set up for the Dragon Lance.
Herald will get the charge. That is tier 2 in the mid lane. And like you say, Drake spawning. This will potentially be Soul for BLG. You'd expect, or not Soul, sorry, Soul Point for BLG. You'd expect them to just get this uncontested based on Wave's position on the map. It doesn't look like RNG really wants to try and even contest this. So another objective for BLG. And, you know, in the grand scheme of things, I feel this has been going pretty well for RNG compared to expectations. It's still not going well in terms of like them actually winning the game. You know, this is still a pretty sizable lead for BLG.
I'm kind of worried right here. There is a reason why RNG, of course, didn't opt to contest that one. They didn't have any vision. Their mid lane was being pushed in. They had to stand at top lane, had to push out that wave. There was one wave bot lane being pushed. Like, BLG are like macro kings. They'll push every single wave. They'll put pressure on at least 2 out of 3 waves, lanes, sorry, and then dip into that neutral objective completely uncontested, sure. However, in 4 minutes' time, when the next dragon comes up, and it's going to be Soul for BLG, this is going to be at least 2 items in the inventories of BLG and 1.5 in RNG. So if anything, they could have potentially tried to take the fight right here where the items look quite even and try to potentially get a pick, maybe find a cheeky Baron that spawns in 50 seconds. Everyone again is so squishy on the side of BLG, so one good hook from Ming could turn the fight around.
Certainly could, and that's the power of the Blitzcrank, especially in a composition like this where you've got 4 squishy targets. Obviously, On doesn't mind being hooked. Oh, hang on, he's found one of those squishy targets. It's L, caught out in the mid lane. Flash from Ming to set up a pick, and RNG now can snowball into more. Looking for On, potentially the Swirl Seed dodge, though.
That was perfect timing. They had the exact timer from Elk's flash because he used it in the previous skirmish between Ming, Huanfang, and the bot lane of BLG. Great stuff right there from Ming. Knew Elk's flash was just about to come off of cooldown, and this is the power of the Blitzcrank. 4 squishy members on the set of BLG. 1 hook is enough from Ming to bring them down. Now the caveat here is that you do have a Twisted Fate if you're BLG, and you can play towards a split push if you so wish to do that. Let's watch this again. Great flash prediction on the Q. The Lilia ball hits as well. Everyone gets an assist on that one.
Fantastic stuff from Ming. Good to see Ming finding these hooks as well as the Blitzcrank. It's a very binary champion. You either hit or you don't, and that's sort of all you're bringing to a lot of fights. On standing at the front just in case Ming goes for a hook into the brush, but BLG now trying to set up for Baron. They've denied all of the vision in the area, and now RNG have to try and muscle in. I don't know if they're going to be able to, but On's looking for a fight himself. Arrow comes out, it's on to CDZ, but there's so much damage on this roster that any target is fine. They charge on forwards, tank down, Knight charging forwards again. As now Curtain Call flies through, Shun tagged by it, trying to escape, Knight trying to block. But the force shot hits On instead. They still get a kill.
Man, poor supports. They're obliged to block for everyone, but no one blocks for them. Okay, in all honesty though, I guess that was a little bit of a miscommunication error because there were 2 members of BLG that were super low on HP. So unfortunately, you have to sort of stand on the same line from the person covering you because you can't, like, no one can cover you both unless they flash in front of a bullet where they don't know where it's coming from. So
yeah.
Pretty good snipe again from Huanfang. This Jhin, I'm not gonna lie, is looking very, very, very dangerous. That was, of course, a fight that started on BLG's terms. They get the engage with the Ash Arrow, and they take control of that choke point. They push Lilia in from On. That was great stuff. They take down the Skarner, which is the only front line from the set of RNG, and then they feel safe. But Shun and On are both pretty low. And right here, On thinks he's out. He thinks he's out, but he's not really.
Just catches it. Just a slight gap between him and the other 2 players in front. Nice shot from Huanfang. And an arrow comes out from El. Won't find its target, though. And RNG, again, like, so much pressure on Ming to find these hooks. The spear lands from Shun. There is so much poke available from this BLG composition. There's a little bit of poke coming out from Huanfang in response to these swirl seeds, but it's not really enough.
Yeah, BLG have got complete control of the bot side. Dragon spawning in 35 seconds as well. That will be so for them. Oh, maybe we're looking for a hook, but unfortunately the Blitzcrank was all the way back in base, bringing those wolves, trying to take some control, potentially contest. Again, 1 hook is all it takes from me.
How did RNG even get close, though? It feels like BLG have complete control right now with Drake for 20 seconds. How did RNG get in here?
Ming is looking. There are flashes on all carries of BLG, and somebody has to respond to this madman that's pushing the towers down bot lane. The 2,000 plus gold lead, Twisted Fate in the top lane. Someone has to respond. It's going to be XZZ. And Ming, he's looking potentially any pick, but with all these slows and projectiles flying RNG's way, it's not that easy to just face check them all.
I love how BLG, like, Drake was spawning, and I thought we were going to have a bit of a Drake fight. I thought the 2 teams were going to move towards that. And BLG are like, we're not actually in any rush here. Let's use the pressure mid, get a tier 2 in the boss side, then we can go and get our Cloud Soul literally uncontested by RNG. Like, it just feels like BLG are running this map, and RNG, they have to dance to BLG's tune.
Absolutely. I mean, these guys are known for how good their macro is. Again, they had a pressure point in the bot lane with Bin, shoving in under tower, taking that tier 2. Then they had to respond to the mid push as well. Somebody had to respond to Bin. The second that BLG saw that one member had to respond to the bot lane wave, this is where they pulled the trigger for the Baron. And this is just very collective and patient gameplay coming in from BLG. Yes, we expected more of a bloodbath, but if you end up giving too many kills away, again, Huanfeng is fed enough that if one hook lands from Ming, someone is going to get one shot. So BLG have to play also a little bit cautious, even though they're quite far ahead.
The swirl seeds just slightly to the side of the wave to try and catch out Elk. He spots him though. Hook goes wide as well.
God.
BLG are kind of chilling, honestly, in the mid lane. Just Elk and On contesting 5 players. You talked about the split push from Bin earlier. Well, he has spent the last like 5 minutes just pushing this bot wave out. Players from RNG now having to go and respond. Elk's arrow available. 2 players towards the bot side from RNG. Perhaps an angle for BLG to look for a pick, but instead going to move over towards Baron and set up vision.
Not yet spotted through a ward, but the intuition right there, I guess, when you only see 3 members of RNG makes you think where are the other 2 at.
Wait, XCZ spot. Bin's looking for the Destiny, I think. Perhaps an angle for BLG to find a fight. Knight moving over. XCZ still pushing towards the tier 2, and it looks like Bin is going to respond instead and clear that wave.
And this is BLG controlling all waves, or they will not make. Oh, hold up.
Oh no, the
yellow
Destiny
card, yellow card, yellow card.
Oh, the roulette started on blue. It was maximum available time until gold card could come out. XEZ TPs to safety. Well played by him to just instantly try and get out of there.
Yep, he got out, evaded that gang. On was on his way. Throws the balls out of the map. Again, BLG love contesting your waves. They love having control of the map. Right now, the only objective on the map is going to be Baron, and the entire top side, whether it's their jungle or opponent jungle, has been lit up. Not only are they aware of where RNG is coming from, but they're also aware of any type of planned TP that could be pulled onto them from their jungle. Again, superior vision right here, pushing through the top side of the map as well. And we need to wait and see. Bin right now needs to actually group up with his team. Doesn't have the ultimate available to join them, so he needs to stay as close as possible.
Yeah, Destiny a long cooldown as well. As he's on 3 items on the Twisted Fate. We've got 3 items for Knight as well, 2 items for Shun, 2.5 for Elk. This is a strong BLG. On dodges the hook, looking for a blue buff here as a shot lands. That's 2 stuns coming through. ZDZ looking to fall as well. 2 stuns, 2 kills. BLG, when they find a target, they do not let them go.
There's just too much damage on this BLG composition. One person gets stunned. Ming, run for your life. He's trying. He's trying. He made it. Okay, Ming is out.
Why aren't we doing Baron? We're chasing Ming through the mid lane, I guess, clearing the wave to deny the tier 1. BLG turns to Baron in the end. And I guess just making sure that they don't even lose a single objective in response.
I feel like right there it was mostly trying to push them off of mid lane to not take that mid lane tier 1. This was going to be huge for RNG to try and take some control on the map, especially since Baron was most likely gonna go towards BLG. And let's see this again, way overextends. He thinks that blue buff is his. He flashes away from a gold card. That's not how you do it. You don't flash away from these things. You can only cleanse them and ends up going down. Now that arrow, I'm gonna say it was pointed towards Wei, but hey, it netted them 2 kills, so pretty good aim from Elk.
Nice stuff coming out from BLG. 2 stuns, 2 kills. It's 8-8 on the scoreboard. I can't believe that this is so even in kills. However, in gold, not so
Look
much.
at Bin.
It's an 8,000 gold lead at this point. Yeah, Bin.
Bin.
Wait, he's almost got a Flame Horizon. Oh my god,
Yes,
he's like 80 CS up.
5.4k.
That is kind of insane. Wait, yeah, 5,400 gold individually in the lead.
gold lead.
That is ridiculous. He's like 70% of the team's gold lead. And he's not even got many kills. He's literally, that's his passive and just pushing towers. Like,
Munch.
He's the one that's been getting all this local gold for side lane towers.
He was the reason the lane swap happened level 1 and he still came up 5,000 gold.
Oh no,
bye-bye.
stun onto Ming. That's a pick. That might be game, honestly. BLG don't usually let games go longer than they need to. TDZ trying to get into the mix here. Elk the target, flashes away from the Skarner ultimate though, and Shun even dodges. The fourth shot hit onto On. That's going to be 2 inhibs, still Baron for another minute. So the siege begins onto the Nexus towers. Respawns coming through. Ming still in the death chamber. On goes down, diving underneath the Nexus towers here. It's a positive fight for RNG. Maybe they can turn it into more. 3v3, but Ming spawning in 5 seconds. BLG have to retreat.
Yeah, it's time to bail for BLG right there. They beat a little bit more than they could chew, you know. We said they need to play a little bit more aggressive, and some instances in this game, they have played a little bit too aggressive. However, there are massive shutdowns on the Corki and the TF that you don't want to be giving away. Again, I feel like one hook makes or breaks the game for RNG right here. So if Ming does manage to find that miraculous hook, we could even be talking about a 4 versus 5 in favor of RNG or BLG.
This is Elder.
They're
Shun's
baiting
still
it.
dead. Shun's still dead right now. BLG have to 3v4 if they want to contend with this Elder. Arrow goes in from Elfbin, moving in with the gold card, stuns onto Ming, dodges the hook himself, but Smite should be able to come through.
There's no
Here,
Smite!
this
There's no
should
Smite!
be Elder. It's taken by Huanfeng in the end. As Bin gets out with his life. On has arrived on the scene. That's an Elder Dragon for RNG. XCZ just going to TP to the base because there's so many minions. But BLG don't want to let the recalls come on through. They don't want to let these buffs get away. It's 4v3. They're being chased down in the bottom side. RNG corralled by BLG, chased to the ends of the earth. But there is nowhere you can run. Nowhere is safe. Shun pounces for another as Wei will fall for the double. And even with Elder, RNG are routed.
That was the last chance that they had, and this is one of the very few times where I see a team secure Elder and then get absolutely chased down. BLG, no mercy in this game. They've got 2 inhibitors down. They're gonna bring in the waves. They're gonna look to close the game out here.
Shun has been hooked. He is still alive. The bomb not quite enough, and Elder not quite enough. How the hell does he get away with that one? And it's Ming to fall instead. XCZ still has Elder. The bomb ticking up in, but the Primal Surge comes through from Shun. That's twice now that Shun's heal saves a player from the Elder buff. XCZ gets engaged on and gets evaporated. That's going to be game. BLG, not the cleanest game of their history, but a win nonetheless. 1-0 now over RNG.
And Knight laughing as this game ended 5-0 and 6 on the Corki. Fantastic performance. XCZ unfortunately did the very vital mistake of breathing in this game. As you saw, BLG did not like that towards the end. He was the only holder with an Elder Dragon on him, so they took him down. I want to say pretty clean game in terms of that was pretty clean from BLG because they also had fun throughout this game,
Yes, they
and
did.
it showed, and they looked very damn dominant.
Yeah, BLG definitely having some fun in this first game, but still a win. And Shun getting his niddly as well. It always feels good to see that. We're going to jump into a break and find out what happens in game number 2.
penetrate them I will revive one more life to ignite them all, and the barriers will crumble under all of my force. Will fall. Let's make them crawl. And when we finally meet the king, there will be no ghost for him. We shall
metal has begun. And metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
My king, how was I supposed to know? Everyone will falter when you die. And as we speak, the army of our enemy is approaching our gates. We cannot fly. Behold, my son, there's a way to save you all. Don't you despair.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. It's BLG versus RNG here as we head towards our second game. I'm Munch. I'm joined by Trouble. And, you know, BLG, it may not have been the cleanest first game of a series we've ever seen, but a win is a win.
Hey, to be fair, when you're having fun, that's what clean looks like. You know, you've got a few whoopsies, you decide to tank a hook here or there as an Ashe AD carry. I think BLG came with really good spirits into this one. They looked extremely confident. It showed from the draft as well. Like every single one of them just wanted to play a carry, and it was like, On was like, what about me, guys? Well, sorry, someone has to take a hit here. Unfortunately, it was On having to play the Alistar, but I feel like overall, I mean, it looked pretty clean while having fun on the side.
Certainly did. Elk gonna grab himself the MVP there. 4, 2, and 10 in the end. 96 gold down at the end of the game, but consistently hitting those arrows, setting up for the rest of the team to follow up.
I don't know. Tanking a hook right there, you know, like an ego tank on the hook. I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like On was a little bit robbed there. You know, he did whatever he needed to do, you know, for his team. You know, Knight didn't die at all. However, I feel like the whole team, I think, was deserving of an MVP. You also had Bin, who got absolutely deprived of XP and gold in the early game, being what, 7k up by the end of this game. It was incredible performance from all of them.
Yeah, he certainly was. BLG looking good. My favorite part was when Bin just full sent it and ulted under the enemy
tower?
mid tier 1. Traded his own life for a kill. I'd say worth. I'd say worth. I mean, he was 5k gold up at the end of the game. Like, how often do you see an individual lead like that? It's just absurd. But the Suning fans out today. For anyone that missed the start of game one, we were talking about before, Huanfeng now on RNG. There's On and Bin on BLG. It's a 2021 Suning reunion on stage today. So enjoyable to watch that. And Huanfeng, honestly, having a good game for himself on the Jhin. I feel like he was able to get a lot of work done during these fights. Unfortunately, his team just not really surviving long enough.
Yeah, I feel like it was a perfect game for Jhin. 4 super squishy targets. And Jhin was getting a lot of these last hits, meaning you can build your damage and your crits super early on in the game. I feel like when he was getting close to the targets, he was able to one-shot them. However, I think his team couldn't stay alive long enough around those targets for him to hit them as well. Now, going into the second game, I think we talked a lot about the mid lane as well and how XZ, that was his debut. And he has to play against the best mid laner in the LPL, which is kind of a toughie. And it was a pretty good matchup for him onto the Tristana. So we can't say he's XDD yet. But we'll see how the second matchup goes too.
certainly will. 80 carries galore banned away here. Ashe, Twisted Fate, and the Tristana all taken off. None of them necessarily played in the 80 carry role, although Ashe, I'd say, maybe has been played 80 carry more than support the split so far. Lucian removed as well as the Viego taken away from Wei.
Oh, LEC and LPL love. We love both of our leagues, indeed. Every league around the world brings extreme joy to esports. And I'm looking particularly here for things like the Skarner that could potentially make it through. However, BLG did not show any interest whatsoever, so it could be something like a Kalista even.
I do wonder, you know, we've got some fans over there right now from LEC visiting the LPL. I do wonder if they're over from VCT. I wonder if that's the... Because VCT's going on in Shanghai right now. These games are in Shanghai. I wonder if they've traveled to go watch VCT. And they've come for a day trip to the LPL. Well, shout out to you guys. Great to see some Western fans in the audience in Shanghai. Nautilus going to be our first pick here, as Senna, the potential answer from Huanfeng. Plenty of options alongside that Senna still available, even with the Nautilus gone.
Yeah, and usually we have seen it a lot paired up with things like the Ornn towards the bot side of the map. A lot of engage, very strong. I'm pretty sure we've seen it a lot from Jackie Love as well as Mako. You literally just leave the Ornn all alone in lane. You can put the Ornn top, mid, bot lane, doesn't matter who you put him against. He becomes a very strong tank, and then you use the Senna to sort of shadow your jungler a lot in pushing enemy jungle out of their territory, which is what we saw with top esports. Let's see if Wei is going to go towards more of an aggro type jungler. We saw it once, I think, with Viego, which was TN, and it worked pretty well into pulling enemy jungler out of their jungle.
So Elk going for Ziggs, or at least I assume that is for Elk. Possible that it goes mid lane, but I doubt it, to be honest. And we'll see what else BLG want to go for, whether they want to go for a jungle alongside this, or just a blind Camille up towards that top side. There we go. There's a Camille side in the crowd as well. Love Camille indeed. That's Bin's old solo queue ID. For anyone that doesn't know, Bin is a monster on this champion.
However, that is a blind Camille in the top lane. He feels like ZDZ does not have the pull to go against that, and especially when you're looking at things like the Senna and the Corki being locked in, you would expect something more tanky based towards the top side of the map to sort of solidify a very nice front to back position where your Senna and your Corki get enough time in a team fight to put down their autos and put down their damage. So we'll see right here if ZDZ actually has an answer to that Camille, or if he's gonna have to go back to tank duty.
Only time will tell. Kindred panned away from Shun. You know that you're a pretty prolific jungler when things that aren't even meta are being banned away from you. Obviously, Shun won't be able to go for his Nidalee this game as he picked it in the previous game. So with Fearless Draft, that's banned away from him. I'm just saying, Ning played Camille jungle a long time ago. That's a carry jungler. Could the Camille be a flex? I don't think so. I'm not sure Camille jungle is a thing right now, but just throwing it out there, just in case. I look like a genius now if it is.
And what if I told you that maybe the Ziggs is actually a flex between Knight and Elk? He can stay pretty safe on the tower. Again, another one of these champions that does rely a lot on mana early on, because again, going up against auto attackers and AD mid laners that do tend to shove the wave pretty quickly. And I love that wave clear on Corki is true even from level 1. But Ziggs can do a pretty good job, and especially in a very much shorter lane, I would say like the mid lane, he can shine very well. So I feel like BLG right here is sporting up possibly like maybe even like a double flex, as you mentioned.
I'll have to see what RNG are going to go for here as well. Wouldn't be surprised to see the top lane lock in here, since you know what you're up against, and then you can leave counter pick for last. The Jet's gone, the Rumble gone. I mean, Renekton was the classic answer. I think you all remember, I think it was Nuggery, if I remember rightly, drew that picture on paint of 131 Camille whack with a Renekton. I'm sure someone on Reddit or Twitter can find the picture somewhere on the internet. But it's going to be a Maokai instead, locked in, so that'll be Wei taking it to the jungle.
So they're waiting until last pick for the top lane from the set of RNGs. Does he want to see the entire composition right here? Now, what makes sense is something more like an all-in. I mean, Yone can all-in very well, so we do know now that Yone is gonna go in the hands of Knight. We are still looking for the jungle, though. We have AD top, we have AD mid. We're looking for an AP jungler. Sean is thinking, you know, he has the thinking finger, you know, the thinking finger in front of the mouth.
They're just
And
flexing.
it's Brand.
BLG are literally just flexing. Like, Shun is considering like, what jungler sounds fun to play this game, you know? As Knight locks in the Yone alongside him, slams the Brand jungle. I know, like, AP carry jungles have been popular this split, but I'm pretty sure this is the first Brand that we see this split coming on through. Shun gonna debut that on the stage. And then Renekton looks like it will be the answer for ZC in the end to lock out that composition. So fairly tanky composition with just a Senna and a Corki for damage. Maybe could go towards the AP Maokai once again. We saw it earlier on today. Maybe need it just for a bit of extra damage.
I mean, it honestly doesn't matter what kind of damage you have on the side of RNG because everyone, again, in BLG is squishy and on 07, on the duty, engaging, disengaging, being tank, hitting the skill shots, surviving, trying to help his carries engage. Now, if you watched a little bit earlier our series of RA versus OMG, RA had a pretty dive-heavy composition, and we said, hey, if maybe that was top esports, we would have seen the game unfold a completely different way, where we would have played more aggressive. Now, BLG with the heavy dive, the Yone, the Nautilus, the Ziggs bomb in the backline, the Camille, they have a pretty similar composition. And if I take anything from game number one, is that they're not going to slow down with this one either.
Yeah, this feels fast-paced. This feels a little flexy, doesn't it? It does feel a little bit like BLG don't care that much about the meta.
Hey, they're back. They're back for MSI, Munch.
Yeah, they're confident. They're absolutely confident coming into game number 2 here up against RNG. RNG, with their work cut out for them, I think they know they're the underdogs coming into this one. A little bit more meta on their composition. We'll see if any lane swaps come through with a Senna Ornn coming in. Certainly got a decent amount of scaling with that Senna into the mix. We'll see how this one's going to go for RNG. Honestly, I feel like this one might be a bit messy. I think we're going to get a lot of action in the early game this time around.
Let's see. A lot of the times when you see a Senna, the lane swap that you mentioned actually could be Senna towards top side, laning with Renekton.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎。
You know what? I'm gonna give it to that one girly that screamed her lungs out for RNG. I'll give it to her.
So I've got a little bit of info, by the way, on the guys we saw the shot of earlier that are visiting. It turns out they are there for VCT. They're two of the guys that work at the studio that produces this very show. So Karel and Aaron, hey guys, little shout out for you. I hope you enjoy your time in Shanghai. BLG though. They're currently enjoying their time in Shanghai, aren't they, after a Game 1 win? And they seem to be enjoying their time in Shanghai with this draft for Game number 2. Plenty of swords, 2 on Bin's legs, 2 in Knight's hands. Yeah, they're feeling pretty good coming into this one.
Absolutely. Every single member from BLG can do damage on... oh, well, I'm glad I mentioned it early on. A lot of the time Senna will lane with the top laner. Since Ornn is the one farming bot, they're gonna force the flash from Bin as well.
Bin and being forced to level 1 flash because of a lane swap in this series. It's a niche duo, but name a more iconic one, I dare. Yeah, Bin not having a good time.
But it's weird that it happened twice, right?
Yeah, exactly. One of these weird memes anyway. Yeah, Bin forced the flash. Does mean ZDZ's off to a flying start, and Ming on the Ornn is very happy to just sit underneath the tower and soak these waves.
Now, the thing is, Yone is picked into the Corki. We've seen it countless times. However, level 1 and level 2, Corki gets to bully the living heck out of Yone, to the fact that you have to actually walk up to the wave, you're eating the Gatling gun, the E from Corki in the face. It does so much damage in the early levels as well. So Knight completely respecting that damage coming out from Corki, pulls underneath the tower. Just last hits a few of these creeps under the tower. Now, from level 3 onwards, you do have some threat on the Corki. The shield's coming in, the trade's coming in, the autark's coming in. Knight just about explaining how it's done.
Couple of plates going to be taken in this bottom. I mean, look, realistically, Elk and On aren't going to get plates. This is kind of dangerous, honestly, from the side of RNG. Swapping the center up top, yeah, you're going to be able to get some plates on the top side. Like, this is what Ziggs wants to do. This is Ziggs' entire MO, is hitting tower. You put just a tank underneath the tower to defend. Well, Elk is going to take not just plates, he's going to finish this tower. Remember, you only have to do 3.5 plates before the tower will just be destroyed by Ziggs.
Yeah, and Ming right there had to also back off that tower notion, clearing towards the bot side of the map. Actually very good from Ming here to actually give up the tower, but does he TP back into it? We've seen so many... Oh, the W is going to hit there, but no follow-up. We've seen so many players TP back into the tower straight into their deaths. It's not going to be the case from Ming right here. Bin? He's just styling.
Secret agent mission there, dashes past the enemy. Look, he's going to get some minions. He's on 7 CS so far this game. Slightly beaten out by Mako's 12 on the bottom side, but still not exactly ideal. XZZ in a whole heap of trouble. The stun lands beautifully done there. Shun threading the needle. In the meantime, though, Bin has gone down on the top side. Elk is actually TP'd up to try and defend his top laner, but has failed to do so.
I'm not gonna lie to you, if I've learned anything from game number 1, is that it does not matter how far behind you put Bin. He's gonna find his way in. You went back to base, you know what he bought? A coal. He's like, alright, if you wanna play this way, we'll play this way. We're seeing the dive one more time. Very nice W to stop the hook shot right there from Bin from getting out. Nice stuff from ZDZ. Now, the Renekton has been put ahead, and you've got a kill on your Senna too. However, coal purchased, as we previously mentioned, by Bin means that he's just going to play this one slow. He's just going to scale into that late game where Renekton falls off and Camille thrives.
Just a bit of damage coming out from Knight there, continuously trading on to XZZ. We have seen this matchup a couple of times in LPL, and generally speaking, it felt a little bit Corki favored in the games I've seen so far, where Corki can kind of just at least match the trades with the fact that you've got the Halo Blades, the fact you can shred that armor. However, in this game, not feeling very Corki favored at all. It's feeling like Knight very much has XZZ's number in this one, using that shield effectively to trade onto the Corki. Bonfong actually moving into the mid lane here. Ming just potentially with an all-in chance onto Elk. Nice satchel charge gets him out to safety.
Yeah, Assassin, Warrior, Rogue, Hunter, Bruiser, Mage. Anything you wanted, he does it. That's Ornn for you. Oh.
Well, he is taking a big old chunk of damage. Oh my god, there's an Ignite. He's
flash.
actually dead, isn't he? One more auto, and there we go. On gets the... Knight! Trying to flash to KS it. I mean, you can see him laughing on the camera.
Laughing.
I don't think BLG are taking this game very seriously, Trouble.
Knight just died laughing. He really, really wanted that kill. Take it away. Ends up going to the Ignite of Ornn. But BLG are having so much fun. You can see it in their faces, and it's honestly a joy to see them come back from MSI and enjoy themselves. Elk does have his plus available.
Oh, great W from Wonfong here. Call of the Forge God. Elk is down. And RNG, perfect timing, because guess where Shun is? On the top side. That's a Drake for RNG. ZDZ, though, has overstepped to the top side, and Bin ain't letting him go anywhere. Shun arrives, On arrives. There's no way out of this one. Guaranteeing damage from the brand, and Bin finished the kill.
Yeah, they're giving the kill over to Bin as well. He's been pretty deprived of gold experience, CS, everything. You say it, he's been deprived of it. Camped from support, camped from jungle, dived again, TP'd on, flash on. Bin's getting a little bit more of that CS and love back to himself. However, Elk just lost both his summoners, TP'd back. Oh, they're diving him again.
Oh my god, the damage is ridiculous. CDC is just removed from the play. Shun's still up top here. They've got some grubs to work with now. Bin can shred those tower plates. It's kind of funny to see a Ziggs in the game and BLG are playing opposite to. I feel like Elk has been he's been missold PPI, honestly. He needs to needs to get a lawyer involved and claim it back, because when you lock in Ziggs, you expect the whole team to play for taking that first tower. He's just been abandoned.
Okay, listen now. This is called ADC privilege. And we can't have it every game, okay? We can't have it every game. It's not every game about the AD carry. This time around,
Yeah,
you
but
died,
he's not
you had
even
to
an AD
flash.
carry.
No, you
He's
died,
not
you
an
had to
AP.
flash. You fend for yourself. Who picked it? He picked it. You know, like, you pick the Ziggs, you leave with your decisions here. That's how it is for Elk. He has to
Fair
live with
enough.
the decision of playing the Ziggs. And you know what? You got caught, you had to flash over the wall, you still died. That's on you, buddy. Somebody has to bail Bin out. Like, okay, even though we're laughing about it and that Camille does scale into the late game, and she does. She's a great duelist when it comes to that late game. She can take on many champions. She can dive into the backline, assassinate Corki, Senna, whoever she pleases. However, I feel like BLG helping Bin recover here was of pivotal importance, because you saw ZDZ taking very favorable trades towards Bin. I don't know if he can favorably trade towards 3 of them, though.
I mean, this is just not fair, is it? CDC's literally in a 1v3 lane. Shun and On are just permanently top lane this game. I mean, Renekton's meant to do well against the Camille. How can he do well against the Camille when he's 1v3?
Yeah, well, he has to do good against the Camille, the Brand, and the Nautilus. And it's not very fair, but this is life when you play against BLG. Nothing is fair. Everything just seems unfair when you play against this team. And of course, you have Elk respecting a potential dive towards the bot side of the map. He couldn't see Huanfeng on the map, so he pulled back. He popped his ultimate. This is going to be a tower now. That's going to be shared between Shun and Bin towards the top side of the map. And you could very well say this Camille has recovered from the early game. About 1,000 gold up.
Yeah.
0-3 on the Renekton.
Not a bad way to do it here for BLG. Why play to the Ziggs when you've got Bin on Camille? Set him up instead. Elk just going to be farming from a million miles away on the Ziggs, as we've all seen Ziggs do. Trying to knock Ming back under the tower, but won't quite find the satchel charge on that one. Nice trade from XCZ in the mid lane. Gets a bit of damage onto Knight. That's what you're looking for, the Gatling gun into Halo Blades. Knight, trying to find the Q3 stun. Won't quite get it. Oh, XCZ dives in. Misses the phosphorus bomb. Big one hits, but if the Q hits, maybe there's an angle to flash for the kill, but unfortunately couldn't quite finish the job. The ward in the brush is helping him spot out Knight. Lane's on the other side of mid lane, has the ultimate available. I don't think they can really go for it though, as now ZDZ continues to trade up top.
Yeah, XZ playing quite aggressive right there, and honestly, somebody has to. Because BLG are taking control of every single lane. The reason why, of course, the Ziggs is not being played for is because only Ming is usually towards down the bot side of the map, and you can 1v1 versus an Ornn. Bounce the wave back and forth. They got Bin ahead towards the top side of the map, and Knight has been fending for himself pretty fine, I want to say, after that kill. And they're going to TP him back in. They do want to fight RNG for this.
RNG trying to get
Or do they? Probably not.
3 grubs to themselves. I mean, BLG already have 3 grubs there. I think
Yeah,
have
who
to
cares?
just trade this one. In the meantime, Elk is hitting onto
They might
that
take
bot
Bolton Tower.
tower. Just a couple more hits, and he can finish that one off with W. He's still got almost 3 minutes to work with when it comes to finishing that tower while the plates are still active. He should be able to finish this one with On moving over, especially. And you can see XCZ moves back towards the mid lane. Ming trying to get underneath this tower to defend, but that tower is not long for this world. Wave crashing in,
Oh,
Elk
it's
making that
happening
happen as ZDZ's caught on the top side. Hextech ultimatum answered with a Dominus, but Shun's moving in. And Bin actually mispositioned there, stepped out of the Hextech ultimatum, I think.
Yep, that is 12 turret platings going over to BLG. That is a 4,000 gold lead on the map for BLG. Absolute insanity. This is exactly why they spent so much time towards the top side of the map. They made sure they secured that one, and then with Ziggs towards the bot side, you said it. Satchel does so much work onto the towers, and he still has 2 minutes left to run down mid and take that tower too.
Take a second while this Drake is going down and look at the scoreboard, because there is 1,000 gold lead in every single lane except the support role, which I just want to point out, Ming is farming, and he's only 200 gold over On, who has 15 CS this game. Like, this is absurd. You never see a support that close to a farming Ornn on the other side with just obscene lanes, obscene leads in every other lane. Wow, big damage out from Knight as well. He finds both Huanfeng and Wei. Has that fate sealed if he wants to go for a big play.
But that's it. They see 3 members of RNG towards the both side of the map. This is their chance to take every single tower plating because before minute 14, they have the Ziggs. All they have to do is just hit the tower.
It's got about 50 seconds, 45 seconds to do it. Elk will have his W back up, but Wei moving into the play should deny everything. 40 seconds and there's no real way for them to get back onto that mid lane tower. In the meantime though, forget the mid lane plates because Bin doesn't really mind about plates. He's long forgotten plates. The plates haven't been in his lane for a long old time. He's busy worried about tier 2s, and that is going to push him to just under 2,000 individual gold lead.
He hasn't even cashed out his gold yet. He still has 11 to go. This is going to be a very, very rich Camille diving into the backline of RNG. They're still looking for the tower they really wanted, but I don't think it's going to be the case. You got like 3 seconds. It's not low enough for a satchel. And it's only going to be 12 turret platings, unfortunately, for BLG right here.
Rookie stuff. Yeah. Only 12 plates. Absolute amateur out here for BLG. Disaster.
They could do better. They should do better next time, you know?
My Clash team does better than this. That's not even true. I wish that was true. Alas. Do you know what? I didn't even have a Clash team for the last one. Nightmare.
Aram Clash or normal Clash?
Oh, normal Clash. I'm not a huge Aram. Knight just takes a big old beat from XCC. Nice little trade there from the rookie mid laner of RNG. Trying to get something done. ZDZ, not a rookie. He's been here before. And he knows what it feels like to get 3v1 in the laning phase. This has been a brutal game for him, the poor guy. I'm not sure there's really that much he could have done about it either.
Nah, I don't think so. The only time that you can do anything about it is when you have Senna around. Now, Senna's around mid lane.
Pull of the Forge God does hit onto Elk. The Satchel Charge was good. The Senna lands across the team. He flashes, he bombs on top of himself, he's still alive! Elk is unkillable, and in the meantime, Shun burns them to cinders. Flash for the stun, but Huanfeng flashes it too.
They threw everything towards this squirrel, and they just could not take him down. Elk lives. This is most likely going to be that mid lane tier 1 as well. Every single outer tower plus top lane tier 2 gone by 15 minutes. Welcome to BLG.
Yep, 4 towers already. And Shun has the Herald, by the way. He could have heralded that mid lane, but they was like, hang on, I'm not sure we need to do this one. Locks in the first brand of the split. He's got 7 kills he's been a part of so far. I just can't believe Elk got away with this.
I mean, there's no one there to do damage from RNG. That is a Senna that's not necessarily been farming, doesn't have an item, and you've got a full tank Ornn and a full tank Maokai diving onto 4 members of BLG. Oh, sorry, it's actually AP Maokai. Just not enough damage in their inventory.
I don't know at what point Seraphs got stacked for Elk. It must have been pretty close to the start of that fight. We're still fairly early on into the game, but the Seraph's shield, literally the difference between Elk surviving that play and not. So, yeah, just, I mean, the speed at which he's able to stack it, working out beautifully for him. Obviously got that very early on into the game. On is just going to start this fight. You think you found a pick? You have been picked, or have you? On is going to go down. Okay, the burn still gets the kill. 1 for 1 on this one. As now Shun has just walked into 4 people. I don't know if that was necessarily the play. It's now RNG on the wrong side of the map. Bin just dives into the mix and gets onto Wei as Knight tries to finish off Huanfeng. In the meantime, he does so, but Bin goes down. Call of the Forge God out from Ming. Gonna find the knock-up onto Elk as Knight dives back into the fray once more. ZDZ trying to finish off the Squirrel Rat, but the Squirrel Rat is unkillable. Now back into the action once more as Ming and Wei try and escape. Drake spawning soon. It's absolute carnage on the map.
Oh, Knight is still looking though. He does have his flash available, but okay, he's already traveled about 4 screens away. Can't go anymore. He's gonna snap back. What did okay. BLG, like, Knight is laughing right now. I'm looking at him and he's still laughing. They are having so much fun in this game. They're diving in. Shun just walked into 4 people. Shun just walked into 4 people. As you'll see there, they find On and then try to engage on him from the side of RNG, and XZ just burns from Shun's damage. Now, Shun gets caught by Ming and he tries to run away, but then it's just too little too late. He's too overextended. There's 4 minutes of RNG right there, and then Bin is like, I want a bit of that action. He dives in, gets stunned by the Renekton, gets stuck by the Senna W as well, dives back in, dies. The Ornn throws the follow-up ultimate as well. They're trying to kill Elk. There is no more damage. Onto ZDZ to kill Elk, and Knight is right there as well to finish the deal. Seraph Shield, very safe.
Wait
Ziggs
a
as well.
second.
It just felt like solo queue.
We come back to live, and another tier 2 has gone in the meantime as the Herald going for another charge. Smited though, and Knight is just now underneath the tower. ZDZ pulled in and eradicated. Nice little hook from On. Sets up for another big BLG. Mid tier 2 has gone as well. I guess that went during the replay. BLG, I guess they've got a dinner reservation. I don't know.
I mean, the Herald was taken down and BLG took that personally. Knight? Okay. We need to calm down a little bit here. 8,000 gold lead, 19 minutes in, not even 20. BLG. Absolutely demolishing the map. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie to you. This does feel a little bit solo queue-esque. I'm not gonna lie to you.
This feels absolutely brutal. I just want to quickly point out as well, Shun 100% kill participation. Every single kill BLG have had so far, he's been a part of it. 5 of them he's taken for himself. He's got the Rylai's now on top of his Blackfire Torch. This is a real scary brand. And if it looks like this every game, I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see a little bit more brand jungle in the LPL.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like Brand Jungle is super duper strong. Clears really fast. His team fighting ability is great. His 1v1 ability is actually great now that he can bounce the ultimate off of himself as well. So, I wouldn't mind seeing a lot more Brand, especially since a lot of the AD mid lanes, like the Yone, like the Corki, are more prominent in the current meta now. BLG are looking to close out this series pretty quickly, almost 10,000 gold, 20 minutes in. Baron up for grabs. They do have a lot of damage in their kit if they choose to go towards a Baron. Knight!
Oh, good flash from Wei. Flash twisted advance, sets up for a potential pick. But unfortunately, it's not quite enough. And Knight just walks away with his life. That is pretty depressing for Wei. Honestly, he outplayed the crap out of Knight, but just was not enough. And BLG just continue to press everywhere else on the map.
Yeah, every single place where there's Fog of War, there is a BLG member hiding behind that, or a brush, or anything else. We're going to zone away everyone from RNG as On and Shun have started duoing the Dragon. Now we'll see Knight TPing in as well to try and help. It's a 3-man Baron, 20 minutes in. That's pretty normal.
I mean, BLG are back, guys. I don't know if anyone noticed, but BLG are definitely back. Nice little double knock-up coming out from Knight to deny any potential contestant away. A bomb from Elk to follow it up. I mean, the synergy of this team is just so beautiful to witness. Even when they are just smurfing on a much lower tier team, it's still really fun to watch the way BLG approach the game. Like, it's nice that they have these happy games. It's nice that they just enjoy it when they have the opportunity to enjoy it. But still, like, they're just all exactly on the same wave.
Absolutely, and most importantly, I don't think they let go of their macro to play like this. Especially in game number 1, with the lane swap and everything that happened, constantly having 2 lanes pressured before they do a neutral objective. I feel like BLG are having, I will say, quote-unquote, calculated fun, to be honest with you, because at the end of the day, you still want to win and you're not playing for fun. You can have your solo queue for these moments, but when they get to style on people like this in an official game, it must feel that much more satisfying. I want to say that they can push out this level of League of Legends whilst also enjoying themselves.
It's really impressive stuff. And honestly, I feel like on the topic of macro, I do think that games like this are a good example of how macro sort of becomes ingrained when you're on a top team for a long time. Like, the way that you play the map is sort of... I imagine the BLG players can autopilot playing the map a lot better than the majority of other players without really needing to verbalize the communication, because they played so many games of prioritizing objectives in the way that they do. Pull of the Forge God comes on through, on force to flash. It's not going to lead to too much. ZDZ just chunked out in the meantime. Knight pushing in the bottom side. BLG just maintain this siege. ZDZ flashing, trying to get onto the backline. It's a knock-up. Elk tanking the damage once again, and once again, he just will not die. Knight now flying in as Ming is surely going to drop another double kill for Shun. He wants himself an MVP.
Knight shows up from the bot side tower. Shows up, grabs a kill, goes back to the bot lane tower just to finish it off. He surely is going to be 2 inhibitors on the side of BLG. That's going to stay a little bit longer. Make sure he secures that one. And there's also a dragon, which I'm not sure if BLG's any kind of interested.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you care about a dragon at this point. Maybe just take it for the banter. Maybe Bin solos it just because he feels like
for
it.
For the stats.
Like,
do it for the stats.
At this point, what difference is a dragon making to either team? We are not going long enough for a soul, and I mean, I'm not sure we're going long enough for RNG players to even take a breath. XCZ could be in all kinds of trouble. I'm not going to pull the trigger for now.
Yeah, a little bit more reserved right here. His entire team is on the top side of the map. And there is only one teleport, which is on the Camille, but Bin is very dedicated to taking that dragon down. Now the entire team has reset, the entire team except for Bin, who's going to take that bot lane wave towards that inhibitor. And the rest of the team are going to make sure that every single wave is pushed into RNG's base. Yeah, getting choked on your own base, it can't be that much fun, especially when you're about, what is that, like 13k gold if? 24?
Yeah, this has felt a little bit over for a little while now. BLG just regrouping off of the reset. Now pressure on towards that top side. Bin gonna grab the enemy blue buff. He was feeling a little parched for mana, so gonna just steal that one away, which is gonna help out Elk as well. Okay, attempt number 19 on trying to get onto the Squirrel Rat. Instead going to find a subnautical diver, but it's traded for a tree. As ZDZ, the crocodile, falls back into the swamp, and in the meantime, Scissorleg Lady has taken an inhibitor.
Yeah, Bin has taken the inhibitor and he's pushing in double waves into the base as well. BLG could potentially look to finish right here. However, the waves that they were working towards are gone, and they might have to fall back onto the top lane tower. Knight's gonna TP back. They're gonna do it textbook, you know. Fun is fun and all. But textbook, taking every single inhibitor tower. Double super is gonna start raining into RNG's base, and a very calculated end, I would say, for BLG. Not yet, of course, but
Bin wants a fight, I guess. XCZ, the target is Knight, might just go down as well. I don't know if I'd call that textbook, to be honest, but Shun has found way in the meantime and finds himself a kill. Elk now to 1v3, looking for one bomb, but cut down by ZDZ. Shun, is he still going to go in for this one anyway? Has that ultimate available? Well, it looks like he will back off and go take some away's counts.
You know what? He wants to protect that 400 gold bounty that's on his head. Jokes aside, RNG has a team that scales infinitely, of course, with the Senna, so you definitely don't want to be throwing away anything. Now, I don't think BLG is feeling threatened in any way, shape, or form, especially when you see Bin and Knight just literally dive meters past their team just to take this one. Shouldn't got the memo right there. He's like, yeah, okay, these guys are running it. I'm just gonna go this way, grab a kill, get out dodge, push the wave, create some pressure on the map while my teammates are dying for nothing.
Yeah, I mean, we are getting into weird territory in
Hey,
this
someone has
one.
to pull them back, you know? Shun is the dad of the team right now.
Shun has now lost his 100% kill participation as well because Bin and Knight dived so deep for that singular kill. He's now only been a part of 16 of these kills. He's the guy with the reins right now. He's the one trying to pull these barking dogs back on the lead. I saw a Reddit comment saying that OMG no longer have the dog in him. Well, BLG, they've got dogs enough for every team in the LPL. This is something
What does that even mean?
else.
Because if somebody calls a dog in solo queue, it's a negative thing, right?
Yeah, but it's different to be a dog and to have a dog in you, you know? I don't exactly know what it means. I'm not sure there is a literal definition, but it's a vibe, you know? It's a feeling.
Oh, it's a vibe. Okay. Well, okay. Well, dogs are cute, so we take those.
Yeah, I don't
Let's
think
see.
they're referring to cute dogs in this one, but I've been wrong before. One time. I remember it well. It was awful. All right. Come on then, BLG. Let's sort this one out. Like, this has been a stomp from start to end. I
Let's see
think
if
it's
this is the
about
push.
time that it's
Let's see.
time to try and finish this one off. One thing I will say, like you mentioned, the Senna infinite scaling, also an Ornn on that side. Like, one can become very strong. It's just gonna... The thing is, that's still a long time away. It's still only 28 minutes. It's not like we're in super late game or anything like that. BLG looking at minimum triple inhibs here, possibly just the game.
They're not even hitting the
threatening,
inhib.
keeping Baron on all of these minions. One Nexus tower falls, looking towards the next one. Call of the Forge God, aimed for Elk and will hit. But the anchor comes out from On as well to keep himself safe as Bin dives onto the backside. Hextech ultimatum on the way. The railgun across the team. Bin goes down. In the meantime, Nexus turret taken low. One fuck chunked. XCC knocked into the play. 1v1ing Elk, but taken down, as is Ming. Knockups on the fountain, and you can't even escape from this composition. ZDZ will fall, and that is that. A silly game to round out the series, but BLG playing with their food here against RNG.
You know what? I didn't expect Bin's straight face right after he sent it like this in the fountain. Literally in the back of the Nexus before any of the towers fall. Just absolutely Giga sent it. Someone showed the Giga Bin emote at the beginning of that series, and it did come true towards the end. Absolutely stone cold after what he did. Exactly how it should be, right?
Yeah, that was something.
Oh, Knight's having fun.
I mean, I feel like his most absolutely sent moment was still the TFTP under the tier 1 in the previous game.
had a
But I'm
few.
going to be honest, this Camille performance, I feel like he was contending for that title of the most sent play of the series.
Look at him, straight face. He's not. He doesn't
Needs
care.
straight face to figure out this cable. It's a nightmare. Couldn't get around the monitor.
He
he's,
does not care. Him
He's a
and Knight,
serious
I
guy.
think.
Seems like quite a serious guy.
That gameplay was some serious gameplay. I think Knight also was enjoying himself so much. Caught on camera, smiling, having fun, laughing.
Yeah.
And it's actually great to see their spirit being that high up, especially after what happened, at MSI, where they faced a lot of criticism on how they couldn't keep up with the Gen Gs and everything. And coming back, and even though they did play against RNG, and even though everyone knew that this was a mismatched series, if you will, in terms of skill, I feel like for BLG to come here and play back-to-back, 8 champions, that just literally means we're gonna outhand you. 8 champions that are all carries, and they had on to engage and disengage for them. It was super fun to watch.
Yeah, put on. Everyone else is just playing whatever they want, playing fun. On has to play Nautilus and
He's on
Alistair.
duty, yeah.
Like, come on, bro. Let him play Pike or something, surely. Oh dear, yeah. The silly series, that is for sure. I think RNG, there was a couple of decent moments, especially the first game, but realistically, this was a very, very hard series to play. This was always going to be a very, very hard series to play. I don't think you judge RNG too heavily off of this one. I expect BLG to do this to pretty much at least half of the league, maybe even more than that. So RNG losing like this to BLG, I really don't take any conclusions from. But also, welcome back to the LPL BLG. That is the way you make an entrance again. That is the way you return.
Absolutely, and also I'm very excited to see XZZ. I think having your debut game with a team that has not done well in a very, very long time, and standing your ground versus the best mid laner in the LPL by far, I think was a huge feat, and congratulations to him for having such a great showing, even in 2 games that went completely south really fast for RNG. I feel like even on the first game, he actually had a gold lead at some point as well.
Yeah, XCC honestly doing a decent job, like weathering the storm, just kind of holding his own against Knight. Not necessarily like finding a big kill angle or anything like that, but also not being killed in the 1v1 necessarily. So fair play to him. And in the first game, doing pretty well on Tristana too. So honestly, I think a solid debut. I think they can be happy with that one, and hopefully they can build 2 more with this player as well. We'll have to wait and see. You know, I'm sure Milky Way can maybe give some tips on his strengths and weaknesses as his old teammate. Maybe it's just something about that old team. Maybe XCZ is going to come in and go crazy in the next series, and just something about that mix is something else. I mean, RNG's Academy squad clearly bringing up some new talent.
Yeah, you make it sound kind of like a virus. It's like, oh, you've played with Milky Way, then you must be aggressive too. It just runs in the blood, you know? You play with him, you just instantly become like part of Milky Way and you start playing aggressive in people's faces. And I think XZ did that. There were a lot of times where we saw him aggressively trading into Knight, absolutely no fear. His team was collapsing on the side lanes, and he was still taking the fight to Knight. He almost even solo killed him once. I feel like missing 1 Q was the difference between solo killing him and not. So again, props to him. It was a great debut, and cannot wait to see what more he has to offer.
Yeah, I'm excited for XCC and what's in his future. I'm excited for the rest of the split here from BLG as well, looking really, really good in this game. And I'm hoping that they can consistently look really good. Definitely doing a bit happy gaming there. I'm excited to see them against WE. I feel like WE maybe can contend them. Fofo in really, really good form, so maybe a challenge in the mid lane could do something. However, outside of WE in this group, you expect Billy to pretty much go flawless. I mean, even against WE, I'd say the average score is probably 2-0 for BLG. You'd hope for BLG's sake that that is the case. BLG, looking at Group B, should hope to come out of this group flawless. I feel like maybe 1 or 2 game losses is out. That should be the worst case scenario for them. Anything worse than that, that's a problem for a team of this caliber.
Yeah, I think that would be very disappointing. Again, shooting for the stars again should be the motto for BLG. Again, they found that missing piece, which was the mid lane, and once they've added Knight into it, I feel like they have looked unstoppable ever since. And anything below a first, not just in the group, but in general in the LPL, would probably be a disappointment, considering how well gelled together they are now, how well they play. Like, even in the, like, you said it, like the meta, not the meta, sorry, the macro is ingrained in them. Even in those funny games where everything is chaotic, they'll still push their lanes. They'll still have a 2-lane prio overall on the map. They will still make sure that they sync up their waves before they push. They will still put the pressure down through vision control for the objectives. So even though they're having fun, the fundamentals are still there for this team. And again, anything less than again at first would be very, very disappointing.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I think towards the end of summer, hopefully we'll see some of the other top teams, think like top esports, your JDGs, maybe LNG if they can continue to improve, maybe teams like NIP, yeah, maybe teams like FPX if they can really level up. Could be contenders as well, but still plenty to see, plenty to wait for. I wish I could say Weibo. I wish I could say Weibo in amongst that list, but Weibo have looked pretty terrible, I'm not gonna lie, so far. I don't know how that roster looks. Breathe, Tarzan, Xiaohu, Light, and Crisp. How the hell does that roster look terrible? I don't know, but it does. Hopefully they can pull themselves together later on in the split, but that remains to be seen. They should still be a shoo-in to make it out of their group.
Now, I'm just thinking, out of this whole team, Elk actually, even though he did so much damage, would you have him as your MVP here much? Because you kind of felt bad for the guy, you know, like he's playing the Ziggs, no one's playing towards him. However, I feel like Shun was everywhere with this brand. So if I was to choose an MVP, maybe I would slightly favor the jungle of BLG.
I'm 100% on the Shun hype train. I'm not even entertaining the Elk as a candidate right now. I don't think anyone else on the team deserves it like Shun deserves it, because Shun was running this game. Like, all of this top lane play, he was the reason Bin was in the game at all against this Renekton, because he was just perma-camping the top lane, snowballed like crazy, and then in the team fights just did mental damage as well. For me, Shun absolutely the only kill he wasn't a part of was the one where Knight and Bin were literally diving Nexus towers on champions that can traverse half the map in a second. So I'd say that's
So would you
definitely
say-
MVP status.
So would you say they griefed his KDA in some sort?
I would 100% say the rest of BLG were griefing Shun in this game, honestly. I feel like if there's a little bit more serious gameplay, that is I think this is like a flawless game from Shun, but I think it's okay that it wasn't flawless. Been slightly whiffing his combo there, so Wei gets away. This was one of those plays that, you know, RNG did manage to trade a little bit more effectively and try and find their way back into the game. Unfortunately, BLG, they've just got real good hands.
Yeah, and it showed right there. Oh, you'll see, this was the last attempt to come back from this. They had already spent every single ultimate they have from the side of RNG, and they were just looking for one last fight before the towers go down. So much damage from the side of BLG. And right here, you said we were going for the squirrel, rats, whatever else Ziggs is, Yordle, I guess. Wasn't the case. On pays the price one more time for having to be that front line that no one asked for, but everyone deserved, I feel like, in this game.
XEZ taking I feel like that was just hey XEZ, welcome to the LPL. Two of the best solo laners in the league are both flashing on you underneath your Nexus towers and trading their own lives just to kill you one time. That is that's a brutal welcome, isn't it? Nice little hook from On, and then this was just Bin trying to full send to finish things off. Immediately just got destroyed, but the rest of the team had plenty of damage to finish the job.
Oh, absolutely. And my favorite part was that, and like, surely he's laughing, right? After diving, while still towers were up on the Nexus, after diving behind the Nexus towards the fountain with the Camille, 1 versus 5, surely he's laughing. Surely he's having fun. That was Knight, but Bin was mega straight-faced. And of course, Shun, a very deserved MVP right here on the brand. You mentioned it all over the place. He was bot, he was mid, he was in the jungle, he was in my jungle, he was in their jungle, he was in every jungle at this point. Incredible play. And again, even when the team was having so much fun, I think Shun was the glue that sort of put the macro together a little bit to their fun.
Yeah, he was kind of the staples that were put in to try and hold this whole thing together. They were straining at the seams, but they just about held it together.
The duct tape.
I mean, I'm very, very confident win here for BLG. I think I'm done talking about this series. Let's take a look at our results as we round things out today, because that was something else from BLG. 2-0 over RNG. I don't think anyone's too surprised by that result. However, the first series today was a surprising result with RA 2-1 over OMG. A bit of an upset, and honestly, RA kind of impressing this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. And OMG, they tried their best, but again, they looked pretty lost in their mid game. RA, every single time they had an early game advantage, they knew exactly how to push that. I think particularly game number 3, where they had the all-in buttons and they waited for the exact right moment. They took the fight and they instantly took the game. Very decisive gameplay from them.
So tomorrow, we've got more bangers coming your way. JDG versus TT, which honestly, I think TT are bringing more to the table. People might expect a lot of talent on that roster. But then we've got LNG versus Top Esports. And that should hopefully be an absolute banger, because LNG seem to be back, dare I say. We saw a very lackluster spring from them. Then suddenly, this first game in summer, feeling good. Scout definitely feeling in form. Can they make it happen again, though? Can they make it happen against one of the best teams in the league? Only time will tell. Make sure you're watching. I have been Munchables. That has been Trouble. Thank you so much for casting with me, Trouble. We'll be casting plenty more times across the course of the split as well. But that is going to be it from us. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you in chat tomorrow for LNG versus Top Esports. But until then, we'll see you in Champ Select.
Thank you.